The Unmaking of Arab Socialism, Ali Kadri. To the memory of Arthur K. Davis. Introduction from Arab Socialism to Neoliberalism, The Politics of Immiseration 1-1. Arab Socialism in Retrospect 29-2. The Devastation of Peace in Egypt 77-3. The Infeasibility of Revolution in Syria 117-4. Iraq, Then and Now 159-5. The Perverse Transformation 201-6. Permanent War in the Arab World 249. Acknowledgements. Thanks to Adam Cornford for his attentive reading of my manuscript and many helpful suggestions. 1. Introduction. From Arab Socialism to Neoliberalism, The Politics of Immiseration. At the time of writing this introduction, in early 2016, the richest countries on earth, the Gulf states, were bombarding Yemen, possibly the poorest of all countries. Conditions of malnutrition, con-ICT, or a combination of both, characterize most Arab countries today. But things were not always as bad. As in much of the developing world, the immediate post-independence period represented an age of hope and relative prosperity. Yet, imperialism does not fall asleep while the Third World develops. No sooner than it could intervene with the assistance of its class allies to destroy Arab post-independence achievements, imperialism did so in a big way. Two principal defeats by, and losses of territory to, Israel in 1967 and 1973, and many others that followed, left behind more than mere destruction of assets and loss of human lives. The Arab world, hereinafter the lost its ideology of resistance, Arabism, and its associated socialism. This book is a modest attempt to understand why Arab development declined from its peak in the heyday of Arab socialism to the present desolate conditions. Reversing this defeat and ideological defeatism requires a metamorphosis of the multitude into the masses and of the working class into a proletariat. It requires people who espouse an ideology, the actualization of which, through policy, assigns a greater share of wealth to the security of the working classes. A living security, nonetheless, which obtains from an anti-imperialist struggle because the higher share of wages in the aristocratic nations have for long created the colonial mercenaries who pillaged the developing world. Undoubtedly, all ideologies will represent a system of thought shaped by the conditions of the class struggle. Revolutionary theory regards reigning ideology, even its own, as involving a biased perception of real processes. Capitalistic ideologies, however, are either the prefab social dicta meant to discipline labor or the unexamined assumptions upon which theory is built to strengthen the rule of capital. Deciphering positive from negative ideology requires more than just the Debord, 1967, criterion. The true is a moment of 2. The false. In revolutionary praxis, the true is not any moment of the false, the true is its determining moment, the true is its state of becoming in continued anti-imperialist struggle and all-round development. The consensus on the sine qua non of ideological shifts to policy turnarounds dates back millennia. The Anunnaki of the sky made the Agigi, lower-class gods assigned hard work, bear the workload. They were counting the years of loads for 3,600 years. They bore the excess hard work. Night and day they groaned and blamed each other, grumbled over the masses of excavated soil. Let us confront our warden and get him to relieve us of our hard work. Then King, a rebellious god, made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, the Agigis, his brothers. Now, cry battle. Atrahasis, 18th century BCE, as compiled by Lambert, 1999. It has taken the Agigis 3,600 years to rise up, win their war and retire to leisurely activities. However, as production came to depend on higher circulation of exchange value, which entailed an annihilation of space by time, Marx 1877-1973, ideological shifts and revolts became all the more frequent. With the growth of socializing space and communication, people unexpectedly change their views and theory becomes a material force as it grips the masses, Marx 1844. The exercise of realizing the necessity for change, or of socializing what is socially produced, as opposed to privatizing, is also an exercise in individual freedom on the way to emancipation. The ethical connotations of such an ideological process may be summed up in the set of policies that negate private property, Truitt 2005. In the Marxian sense, it is the experience of the masses in the course of the class struggle that shapes their consciousness. The recent experience of Arab working classes in the neoliberal age is an extreme version of war, poverty, and underdevelopment. The combination of armed Khanists, petrodollar-funded civil society, and neoliberalism has deconstructed working-class organizations, tarnished their symbols and engendered widespread despondency, catapulting a sine qua mass of working people into the lap of reactionary fatalism. But, for Marxism, change is the only constant, and class war never comes to rest. It is always fought, in practice and in theory. Subjected to systematic imperialist assault, the A has lived through an extraordinary experience in which the weapon of criticism is yet to replace the criticism of the weapon, as paraphrased from 3. Marx 1844. The practice of revolutionary theory in war and, especially, the war of ideas, is what resituates class struggle on an emancipatory path. More so than in the past, the future of class struggle in the A appears to be taking the shape of armed struggle. One is painfully aware of the fact that this would not need to be as protracted had there been advances in socialist internationalist ideology, but that is a far cry from the way things are. In this historical epoch, Arab death rates due to hunger, disease and war rose significantly. The prevailing state of consciousness associated with war, the rise of the war economy in several Arab states and its associated war-indigent proletariat seem to prolong intercommunal Khanists and the policies that have bred abjection. More and more, worldly phenomena acquire religious interpretations. The delusions of theocratic mysticism infiltrate and set back every aspect of social development. There are probably millions of examples that could illustrate the ebbing of revolutionary symbols and practice in class con-ICT, but one instance may be worth mentioning. When an Iraqi woman parliamentarian was asked why she ran for OFFICE in the National Assembly erected by Paul Bremer, she answered, "I really cannot care less for parliamentarianism, but my husband told me to run for OFFICE because the US-drawn constitution designated seats by quota in parliament for women, so I am doing this for my husband, otherwise the role of women is to be at home with the children." To non-secular or imperialistically constructed states in which social and legal representation occurs through the sectional identity form, as opposed to working-class citizenry, cannot intermediate social contradictions. They become the terrain of easily ignitable wars. The case is doubly relevant when the developing region in question, the Arab region, is subjected to persistent imperialist offensives. The imperialist objective of setting on course the self-destruction of Arab society is as easy as devolving funds to the working class along identity demarcation lines or applying the darker side of the Drucker thesis, 1964, of management by objectives, creating incentives for agents to willingly engage in the act of self-destruction. At any rate, the practice of survival by identity-based value grab in a state whose authority over its own territory is questionable becomes tantamount to permanent interworking class con-ICT. The residues of petrodollars, or only the pittance of what remains in the after the bigger shares of Gulf oil wealth have gone to circulate in the global money markets, underwrite the phenomenon of spiritual underdevelopment manifested in American-sponsored political Islam. In contrast to this most recent period, between 1950 and 1980, the A experienced faster and healthier growth and social development in spite of lower earnings in oil revenues. This divergence in performance between then and now requires an even-handed explanation that steers clear of the hallucinatory constructs of individualistic freedom and choice. It does not make sense to speak of individual choices when the choice is often a single one, handed down by the class in command of history to the majority. This book is one attempt to understand these perplexing issues without resort to such ideological legerdemain. Obviously, One cannot cover all areas related to the topic, but in the present work I focus on the concept of Arab socialism in general, its application to three Arab states, Iraq, Syria, and Egypt, and two cases of perverse transformation under neoliberalism, the creation of a huge mass of redundant labor as a result of dispossessions in the hinterland, and the persistence of what amounts to permanent war in the By the end, I hope to dne and qualify the way the has become articulated with the global economy. An overview of the Once a relatively equitable group of societies, the has come to be characterized by acute income inequality, nearly the highest rate, according to the Texas Income Inequality Database 2012. Several military losses shook up these societies and metamorphosed the ruling nationalist Arab bourgeoisie into a comprador, merchant class fully integrated with international financial capital. Between 1970 and 2010, the shares of manufacturing in Syria, Egypt, Algeria, and Iraq went down from 19 to 5, 21 to 15, 10 to 2, and 12 to 4% respectively, UNITO, various years. With the material grounds for the reproduction of the wealth of the ruling classes shifting from national industry to the international dollar-denominated financial space, social integration. 5. Both national and regional, faced insurmountable difficulties. Arab merchant classes, sprouting like toxic mold on the back of military defeat and socialist ideological defeatism, and owning the state apparatus, constructed openness policies that acted as conduits for the usurpation of national wealth. The bulk of regional oil revenues, especially in the Gulf, were brought into U.S. T-bills, affluent consumption and military and regime security spending. Defense spending alone is twice the world share from GDP, according to the World Bank, WB, with American military aid to the Arab region ranking the highest. In 2004, the Inter-Arab Investment Guarantee Corporation, IAG, estimated that Arab assets abroad are at $1.4 trillion. This is likely a crude underestimate. In the same year, the Union of Arab Banks, UAB, estimated the GUR at $21 trillion. 3. The intra-regional disparities are also glaring. In contrast with the rich Gulf states, Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and Mauritania are among the poorest countries in the world. While Egypt and Morocco are not in an open ICT condition, their working families spend 60% of their income on food, WB 2011. The Gulf states are an oddity, with citizens earning some of the highest incomes globally. The rich Gulf economies represent around 5% of the total Arab population. Gulf citizens number around 20 million, but earn 1.6% of world income, World Development Indicators, WDI, 2012. In less oil-endowed Arab economies, around 350 million people earn 0.9% of world income, of which the labor share is estimated at 0.3% of world income, WDI 2012. This GUR is only slightly higher than the sub-Saharan Africa rate. Gulf industrialization centers on costly oil derivatives or on facilities that exhibit few positive technological linkages to the rest of the economy. By reducing modern industrial expansion and its associated space for worker socialization, the ruling merchant capital contributes to holding back the production of knowledge as the practice that engenders the development of society. Nearly all Arab states are oil exporters and price their oil in dollars. They also peg the national currency to the dollar, despite the fact that most of their trade takes place outside the dollar zone, China and Europe. For dollar-pegging states, monetary policy becomes ineffective, because the majority cannot export enough oil to earn foreign currency and pay for imports. Their fiscal policy, under neoliberal austerity, has to contract, save for the Gulf states, of course. It is not just because the exchange and interest rates do not adjust to calibrate the demands of savings or trade accounts, it is more because pegging in an open capital account context hands over monetary. 6. Policy to the country of the stronger partner to whom the currency is being pegged, in this case the United States. Also, apart from the Gulf, Arab states experience a balance of payments constraint and exercise an in-nation targeting monetary policy under open capital accounts leading to de facto dollarization of the national currency. The impact of dollar fluctuations on the domestic price level has been negative, as seen in the rise of food prices in 2008 that caused death on bread queues in Egypt, Slackman 2008. It is not easy to measure unemployment in the least developed or wartime Arab countries. Where unemployment has been measured, the OFFICHL rate may appear as somewhere around 10%, but in actuality, with absolute poverty, below $2 a day, being higher than 50%, AMF 2011, the true unemployment rate is also closer to the 50% mark. People who are forced to eke out a living at below subsistence levels in informal employment cannot be counted as employed. Aside from the Human Rights Bill edict on the right to work, counting them as employed contradicts the Decent Work Clause of the International Labour Organization, ILO. In some Gulf states, unemployment hits the 20% mark, but given their wealth pro-LE, the unemployed do not face the same conditions of poverty prevalent elsewhere. Yet, in the Gulf, one observes nearly 20 million foreign workers who occupy local jobs. With elastic supplies of rights-deprived Asian workers, more will be hired by pro-T-driven commerce because investment in local labor is much less lucrative for the ruling merchant class. They neither depend on the industrial skills of the labor force nor on a rising productivity wage internal demand component. The synergy between labor and industry that may promote rising productivity-led development is central to building security capabilities and, as such, it represents a threat to US-led hegemony. Merchants, their neoliberal policy patrons and their institutions engineer the necessary mismatch between capital and labor at every stage of the labor process. Many highly skilled workers emigrate, while foreign labor competes with unskilled national labor for low-paying jobs. Productivity growth often exhibits negative signs, KILM 2014. Although one may posit that productivity growth has fallen as a result of a substitution EFFECT, cheaper labor replacing capital, the principal cause is to be found in a combination of slow endogenous technology growth and a ruling class with no commitment to capitalizing the national economy. While all countries are deindustrializing and slowing down the rate of decent job creation, the numbers of poverty wage service sector jobs naturally swell. Simply put, new entrants or laid-off working people have no other source of income apart from informal/poverty work. A highly capitalized oil sector has created few jobs relative to its capital stock, and decent job expansion initially arose in the public sector, but only initially, because 7. Public sector wages later fell, spearheading wage compression for the economy, UN 2006. Together, deindustrialization, poverty wage employment and the shrinking of decent job creation resulted in enormous unemployment, measured by the minimum level of decent income. The capping of resource hours to the working class, the erection of constitutional frameworks that sanctify working class dividedness by identity and the limiting of social spaces or proxy factory hours that unify labor's position, together resulted in inter-working class divisions that eclipsed the development of revolutionary class consciousness. With comprador merchant capital rising to power in Arab states, gradually, beginning with Egypt swerving to the U.S. imperialist side after the Camp David Accords of 1978, oil revenues were purposefully used to sow divisions in societies. Moreover, besides being a precondition for internal war, deepening working class differentiation bears little or no resemblance to the apolitical labor market segmentation of the mainstream, combined with uncertainty, also enhances short-term returns in all sectors. For economic agents holding moneyed wealth, the present becomes more valuable than the future. Above all, geopolitical uncertainty and the threat of war, conjointly with institutional brittleness, shape intertemporal investor preferences. Do investors think they make more or less money in the future? Investment lodges in NANS or short gestation projects. However, it is not the individual decision that matters for investment, but the overall geopolitical context. Class disarticulation in both consciousness and spatial demarcation lines associated with Khanaists, in addition to deepening income divisions and rural, urban disparities, also fuels identity-based Khanaists. The capacity of the working class to steer the circuit of capital for its bounty becomes estranged and demolished by sectarian or tribal politics. Working class politics becomes a self-defeating goal as the cycle of inter-working class violence and the consequent weakening of the state continuously tip the balance in favor of US-led imperialism and its regional class allies. For comprador merchant capital, more equitable redistribution in the form of presumptive income and capital gains taxation, as opposed to the predominant form of indirect taxation, and greater interest in regional development via a stronger demand side, are anathema. The merchant class reproduces itself via a commerce almost bereft of national industrial production. The social contract that brokers class differences nationally shifts from one between the national ruling and ruled classes to one between international national capital and the ruling Arab merchant class. In the circulation of value within the triad of state, capital, and labor, the policy outcome of the new external social contract is to reduce the cost of the social reproduction. 8. Of the working class by a combination of dispossession, undermining public services, and raising unemployment. In retrospect, the divide between pan-Arab secularism and monarchism Islamism has mirrored the US, Soviet rift during the Cold War and continues to form the basis for the rights of the working class versus charity to the working class debate. The Gulf states, whose security and sovereignty are maintained by US imperial coverage, propagate and fund free market adhering political Islam or Salafist ideologies and movements. Their funding of the Afghan jihadists is one historical watershed. After the occupation of Iraq and the rise of Iranian-backed Shiite militias, US-led imperialism capitalized on such sectarianism to fuel Indianite regional Khanaists sponsored by the funds and ideology of Wahhabism. The power that US-led capital amasses from rearing the Sunni, Shiite divide, the rising terror threats worldwide shifting control into the hands of capital security apparatuses, and the ensuing militarization are the real loot from its invasion of Iraq. Throughout the a rise in obscurantism and identity schisms has weakened the foundation of the state as the principal body that could negotiate the position of the working class in the global economy. Given socialist ideological decline and much of the working class eking a poverty-stricken living, it takes an insignificant share of Gulf petrodollar revenues to fund unrest. In a strategic region such as the political considerations eclipse short-term economic cost considerations. Nonetheless, the total volume of petrodollar ows from the Gulf, second to East Asia in size, are worthwhile to Western financial markets. The Gulf sovereign funds are too substantial to be controlled, not just managed, by Gulf sheiks, and the imperialist edict to arrest Arab industrial development ensures that these assets remain unrequited transfers or uncashed checks. The Gulf's earning without work model had served, by the demonstration EFFECT, to disrupt the industrious and regulated Arab economies of the 1970s and had thwarted work incentives. Petrodollar remittances to non-Gulf Arab countries distorted exchange rate regimes and had Dutch disease, like EFFX on the national industry, especially on the protected economies of Syria and Egypt. These remittances did not, however, fall outside the destabilizing geopolitical rents component of imperialist intervention. They came laced with the ideological poison of colonially and American-groomed political Islam. That said, capital outflows from the majority of Arab countries, non-Gulf, are insignificant in global terms. Most non-Gulf Arab countries exhibit balance of payment constraints. The outflows from these non-Gulf countries are gauged, not according to their money value, but according to their impact in destabilizing national states and, conversely, buttressing the position of US-led imperialism, regionally and globally. 9. When oil prices fell at the beginning of 1981 and remained low until 2002, the biggest economy in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, could not maintain its previous living standards as did the smaller and richer per capita Gulf states. Saudi's real per capita income fell from around $18,000 in 1981 to about $8,000 in 2000, WDI, various years. By the late 1990s, the Saudis had borrowed more than $200 billion in short-term, high-interest loans to cover skull shortfalls, WDI 2002. In 2003, poverty reports from Saudi Arabia indicated that nearly 25% of the population subsisted at below the national poverty line. For the oil price hike, beginning in 2003, leveraged the Saudi economy. However, under the neoliberal policy package, power delegated to private actors grew, channeling more resources away from labor. The recent fall in oil prices beginning in January 2015 may precipitate yet another, even more serious lowering of the standard of living. 5. In the early 1980s, neoliberal policies effected under the name INTA, Arabic for openness, came into operation. 2. Significant military losses in 1967 and 1973 had already raised national social tensions and risks and had lured investors to the safety of US dollar markets. As is typical under structural adjustment, policymakers deregulated trade and capital accounts. National industry started to shrink because of falling investment and increased competition from scale-enhanced foreign industry. On average, economic growth rates fell for everyone, but more so for the Gulf. The combination of shrinking public sector revenues, lower public investment, and shriveling national industries lowered the rate of job creation even as labor force growth rates were not as high as those of the post-independence period. In contrast, under Arab socialism, population growth rates had reached the high plateau of 2.5% as of the late 1950s, and job creation nearly matched workforce growth, AMF 2005. Ironically, neoliberals lay the blame for high unemployment on the demographic transition and supply-side elements, as in inapposite education, in spite of the fact that population pressure tapered off as of 1990 and neoliberally imposed cyclical contraction crushed the previously enacted decent job creation rate. Economic growth rates were on average higher under state dirigisme in the 1960s and 1970s, WDI, various years. 6. Unemployment rates were lower as well. In the 2 decades between the RST and second oil booms, 1980 to 2000, the A exhibited the highest unemployment rates, the lowest average real per capita growth rates, and the widest gap in income distribution within and across regional countries, UN 2005. With lower oil revenues, funding to the social infrastructure retrenched, causing the quality of public services to follow suit. As for economic infrastructure, in 2002 investment rates were the lowest of all regions, at 16%, WDI 2002. Intra-Arab trade remained low, between 7 and 8%, with much of the Gulf's excess savings channeled abroad, UN 2008b. With shrinking investment in plant and equipment and the hollowing out of capital, in other words, with reduction of the technical composition of capital, for a good 2 decades, 1980 to 2000, the A was the global record holder in malperformance. As evidenced by the pre-Arab Spring social disaster, when the new oil boom arrived in 2003, the policy of freer markets had already distorted resource allocation mechanisms and most growth resulted in anti-development outcomes. In 2003, Saudi Arabia needed to sell its oil at $18 per barrel to balance its budget, UN 2005. In 2015, a $100 price per barrel is required for the Saudis to offset their government spending, Hallinan 2015. Rough estimates indicate that Saudi Arabia will draw down its natural reserves within a period of 10 years, given oil prices hold steady at around $50 per barrel. For a state to quintuple its rate of dependency on oil revenues in the span of decade is indelible proof of massive industrial and developmental failure. Whole cities in the Gulf, cities of salt, as per the metaphor of Saudi novelist Abdul Rahman Munif, 1987, that were constructed with little concern for energy conservation serve as monuments of the type of low output to capital ratio investment that the rest of the copied. Imported technology neither linked up with local industry nor deepened the production value chain, Krogstrup and Mutter 2005. The combination of cultural retreat related to the sinking knowledge attendant to the development of national industry and unemployment in the absence of socialist ideological alternatives facilitated the growth of spiritual fatalism. With capital becoming more united across borders, universalizing through nationalization, and its organization becoming more effective through international national institutions, the old, new cultural phenomenon of political, and later Salah, Islam, beginning with colonial backing for the objectification of constructed forms of identity into states, splintered working classes. The schism in consciousness, between what it takes for the working class to grasp a higher share of the social product and the illusory ideas that sanctify private property and expropriation as entitlements, gaped further. In the 1960s and 1970s, oil revenues funded the social and productive infrastructure through a high rate of public investment. As of 2002, rising oil revenues had leveraged speculative activities on poorly regulated stock markets that had grown several-fold in the previous 10 years, WDI, various years. Hollow growth meant that the OFFICHL unemployment rate for Arab countries went down cumulatively by around 3 percentage points for some 50 percentage points of growth between 2002 and 2011, WDI, various years. A comparison between economic dirigiste regimes and the free market shows that it is in the diminishing role of national agents in development and consequent declining public investment that the difference lies. As public investment fell, private investment failed to LL the gap left behind. As the former national agents of development, the military in alliance with broad sections of the professional working class and bureaucratic elites, integrate with international national markets, a class emerges whose task is not to industrialize and trade within the region but rather to gradually dismantle the state. This class, the newly evolved merchant/comprador class, effectively becomes part of the international national class, albeit a subordinate partner in the imperialist relationship, for whom, the combined comprador and imperialist, war is not only a pro-table endeavor, but also a condition of its very existence as capital. The is a peculiar case. The high frequency of conquests in a strategic region such as this turns war for the sake of war into a medium of accumulation. The Arab wars and their associated war economy are more relevant to imperialism than buying and selling dates, cars, and so forth to a part of the global working class whose income is a mere 1/3 of one poor. 12% of global income. Accumulation by wars of encroachment, the imperialist wars that strip nations of their autonomy and resources, as opposed to market realization, is now the mode of integration of the into the global economy. The implications of war tenance, imperialist power repositioning and imperial rents, as will be seen later, necessitates the disempowerment of Arab working classes and their states. The as a whole has undergone shrinkage in output per worker, and the quantity and quality of the consumption bundle of the working class has deteriorated relative to the rise in the historically determined level required for working class reproduction. The OS ruling classes have become fully articulated with world capital as subordinate partners willing to set their own nations ablaze as their wealth becomes dollarized. This class alliance with imperialism is a form of apoptosis, the internationally conjoined class of capital killing part of itself to maintain its strength. The Arab losses in successive wars and the severely tilted balance of military forces against their nations leave working classes with little room to exercise their civil and national rights. These stark quantitative and qualitative divergences from the development path of the rest of the world newly characterize the way the is integrated with the global economy. These divergences did not spring from the Raykatian-driven policies of neoliberalism. Raykatian is George Lukács's term for the process, described by Marx in Capital Volume I, in the fetishism of commodities and the secret thereof, by which relations between human beings appear as relations between things, Thingy Katian of social processes. 7 Rather, they emerge from intermediate human agency in historical time or, more aptly, from shifts in Arab class structure. Policies are mere instruments that serve class interests. What are the new classes that shifted policies, and how did conditions deteriorate as such? From Arab socialism onwards. Something striking when reading Arab economic history is the dictum that import substitution or dirigiste policies have somehow run their course. Policies do not run things, people organized along class lines do. During the post-independence years, development in Arab socialist states was led by an alliance of the military and the working class. The army 13 was the dominant partner in this relationship and played a progressive role by placating populist aspirations for a more egalitarian distribution. The army, the state bureaucracy and the leadership of the working class formed a state bourgeois class and exercised collective ownership of the state, characterized as what Hussein and Abdel Malik termed a proxy bourgeoisie, Abdel Malik 1967, Hussein 1971. Under Arab socialism, the predominant relationships remained capitalist, and the exploitative control of the labor process necessary for value creation persisted. However, by creating the natural space for the expansion of state-led industrial investment, investing in social infrastructure and undertaking vast land reform and redistribution measures, the Arab socialist model dramatically outperformed the current neoliberal model in economic and social dynamism. Beginning with the neoliberal model, however, the military reallied itself with the merchant class and global natural capital. In the new ethos, generals aspired to be merchants, which weakened the national security front considerably. The old state bourgeois class transformed itself into a full-edged comprador class. In this new ruling class alliance, the nationalist army no longer held sway. The Arab ruling class became a subordinate partner of imperialism. Social conditions in Arab states have since worsened, contributing to massive uprisings at a time when socialist ideology as an alternative is no longer readily comprehensible. As a result, social formations collapsed and states crumbled, and Islamists of various sorts rose to authority, enrobing neoliberal usurpation in divine act. Setting aside for a moment the much-discussed disaster of neoliberalism, wars upon the act as the instrument by which social and non-monetized resources and labor are coercively engaged in the formation of value under capitalist accumulation. Wars on an already defeated have served multiple overlapping functions. To maintain U.S. control of oil supplies through military hegemony, to stabilize a natural order in which the dollar remains the world reserve currency and wealth-holding medium, to reinforce militarism and religious and ultranationalist ideologies, to assist in the compression of the global wage and, ultimately, to hold at bay ascendant and competing imperialist powers with us-led capital. The violence of imperialism boosts capital's principal ideological drive to achieve the division of the working class by fanning hatred. Materially, imperialist wars cheapen capital inputs and labor power supplies. To date, the U.S. still assumes surrogate sovereignty over the whole of the Gulf, Iran excluded. 14. Although its ruling class wishes to partner with a reluctant us-led imperialism, this control itself affords us-led natural circles seek no urge rights and imperial rents that exceed petrodollar hours from the and extend their sources of revenue far beyond its boundaries. However, the economic mainstream posits that private earnings in non-warring periods hold steady, and that even military industries can still perform profitably in peacetime conditions. More salient mainstream commentators point out that much of the Third World is trivial money-wise to the West, it is too poor to trade with, and therefore the West can prosper without it. Both views, though, are falsifications of fact. The grim social conditions, the battered countries and labor organizations that pave the way for higher pro-TS, do so at various lags. Fuller conceptualization of events is not only about where to draw the timeline of the points at which various inputs, such as the initial securing of cheapened labor and raw materials by capital, increase production and pro-TS, but also the recognition of the fact that war is a permanent feature of the global capitalist condition. One might also suggest that the West could do without colonization or imperialist intervention, but there has never been a time without imperialist intervention. Such scenarios are counterfactual, and the study of history disallows the inclusion of the hypothetical except where it serves as an analytical illustrative tool to elucidate a fact. Hobsbawm 1998. The capital production process is an integrated whole. One must assess its parts in relation to the whole picture. In any RST-year psychology textbook, the symptoms of a certain class of severe schizophrenic depressions are said to include the oddity of partial vision. Instead of seeing the whole picture at once, the patient sees only a skewed section of the whole. If the patient is viewing the painting of a human body, for example, that patient is seeing only a foot or a head, although he or she is at an adequate distance from the image to see the entire body. One of many causes for such a strand of mental illness is said to be spitefulness. In much the same way, Eurocentric economic thinking, including some versions of Marxism, claims to be unable to see value extracted from the Third World, because it is too small in price terms, while simultaneously writing off much of the world and its history from the global production picture. But value is formed by a historical process of dispossession. By the time a commodity has gone through numerous nodes of a global chain to arrive at the doorstep of the consumer, it has incorporated not only the inputs of low-paid labor power but also massive amounts of underpaid and unpaid labor and ecological inputs. Capitalists drain hidden surpluses from household and informal sector activities. A long dark value chain of food producers and informal sector activities is needed to generate the productive capacity and the 15. Survival maintenance of every waged laborer. This OW of dark value lowers the reproduction costs of peripheral labor and, thus, the wage level that capitalists pay. These household and informal sectors are not outside capitalism, but are intrinsic components of global commodity chains. Lawson and Cope 2015. In the context of the also Africa, one may add that the darkest of the dark value is generated by colonial and imperialist wars. Money values re-ECT deep-seated social and political processes. For example, if workers are banned from organizing and imprisoned for seeking higher wages, their share of income will decline over time. Similarly, for Europe to self-develop, it had to obstruct the Third World's autonomy and block its industrialization. As happens in countries in which labor representation is weak, European colonialism and later imperialism also reduce Third World countrywide representation and its share of income in money value. To juxtapose the NAL money income to the value of people is to not see the history of commercial exploitation. 8. In exactly the same manner as a mentally ill person imbued with hate sees only a part of a whole picture, mainstream social science refuses to assign value and determinacy to Third World labor's contribution to an organic global production process. It is not only a question of how much value the Third World contributed or whether global wealth could have occurred without violent Western interaction with the Third World. Throughout this work, Western is an ideological descriptor and not a geographic one. Wealth is the result of a determining stepping stone, the pedestal by which the West rose in Marx's language, which is the commercial exploitation inherent in colonial and imperial wars of aggression. In an exponentially growing system that metabolises humanity and nature at progressively higher rates, the social relations that enhance economic growth in its money form aspect piggyback on the most aggressive of capitalist relationships, imperialism. Wars, as an exercise of violence and as major events that generate the symbolism of power, entail imperial rents. These rents are the totality of BNTs, economic, cultural and otherwise, that the empire enjoys, not only by exploiting the Third World but also by limiting its development. Although Ammon, 2012, attempts a quantitative assessment of imperial rents, he underestimates the value because he does not take into account the historical momentum of imperialist power building that keeps shifting the playing field in favor of imperialism and, hence, the totality of the BNTs accruing as historical surplus value, as per Abdel Malik 1963-1981. Abdel Malik's chapter on the definition of historical surplus value includes the following. Historical surplus value designates the looting of all major continents as of the 15th century and the accumulation of their wealth in the then rising bourgeoisies of the West. The roots of violence and the roots of global war lie in the historical restructuring of the international order, that is, the formation of Western hegemony, rooted in the historical surplus value from the 15th century onwards. This strangely ignored condition by Western academia considers capitalist surplus value as if it was a product of the last stage of the history of mankind and or a product of the last phase of the class struggle, during which the bourgeoisies were to exploit the working class. The historical surplus value is not limited to economics, raw material, energy, resources, land, and space etc., it above all provided Europe with the means to secure world hegemony. Historical surplus value provided the grounds for the rise of the scientific and technological revolution. Its geopolitics furnished Europe with the means of control of the world via sea routes, while the dissemination of ideas from the center via communication technologies dictated the theories and conceptions for the Third World to grow into. As such, the ethical normative position by which the Western liberal left judges violence as a pathology of the system, or as an exogenous syndrome, conceals the fact that the historical context and its colonial policies were laid down by the violence of European imperialism, and that Asia, Africa, and Latin America could only develop along the lines suggested by Western schools of thought. Imperialism as a central factor in the power structure of modern times was viewed in its immediacy and not as a contemporary expression of a historical process. Abdel Malik 1981, 71-73. The United States, for instance, still imposes upon many parts of the world an amount of American television drama time that national visual media must air, even if against their wishes. Imperial rents cannot easily be reversed with protectionist third-worldist policies alone, they also require civilizational turnarounds. Abdel Malik 1981, Frank 1998. In one aspect of imperial rents, as economists around the world escalate and risk premiums rise in dollarized transactions, the creation of national wealth attendant on 17. Dollar money growth and its ows into the US-led national market gain speed. Wars abet the process of world dollarization. They shock and expand the money supply, providing more credit to national institutions. It is not just in oil or weapons sales that the bulk of pro-TS is made, it is in the trillions of dollars of debt issued to Nance wars and the power structure that releases value back to empire by dollarization and national ows. The combined cost of the Iraq and Afghan wars is nearly $6 trillion, Bilmes 2013, which constitute a great part of the revenues of the US-led capitalist class. Estimates of the service of war debt in total American debt vary according the method of measurement. Foster et al. 2008, estimate that a little over half of U.S. government debt service Nance's past wars, nearly 60% of tax dollars in discretionary U.S. government spending funds current militarism, and in 2007, real total U.S. military spending amounted to about 8% of GDP. By 2015, Lindorf, 2015, estimates that 69% of each tax dollar supports military spending. He explains that the media presents a smaller GUR by sleight of hand, because it does not break out just the discretionary budget, or point out the parts of the budget that are outside the Pentagon but that are still really military related, and then lump the huge outlays for Social Security BNTS and Medicare into the overall spending budget, although the latter are partly auto-funded by a trust fund of some $1.7 trillion, which was created over the years by specially dedicated payroll. Taxes separately paid by workers and their employers over the working life of each person. 9. Although countervailed by the hegemony and the wealth drawn from the dollarization of the world economy, as government, private and corporate U.S. debts are added, the total in 2011 would indeed exceed 350% of GDP and is much more than double what it was in the early 1970s Goodwin et al. 2015. So much liquidity was available prior to the 2007 to 2008 crisis that the leverage power in NANS allowed a speculator to borrow nearly FTY dollars for every dollar he or she deposited in the banks. Lu 2008. Almost free money was loaned to institutional investors without collateral, yet the 2007 to 2008 crisis is blamed on poor homeowners. The creation of unwarranted supplies of money to satisfy higher financial pro-T rates necessitate future wars to underwrite superuse dollar debts. An economy in hypothetical space, approaching a steady state, tends to exhibit steadily lower growth rates. Shocks represented by fiscal or monetary expansions or new technical discoveries may lift such an economy out of its slump. Also, tautologically, a rising pro-T rate entails a larger share of the income pie for capital vis-a-vis labor's income share, especially as the political power of labor wanes. A lower wage share lowers consumption demand and output. Left to uninterrupted expansion, growth rates will fall unless demand and supply are managed simultaneously to keep labor's share of income rising uninterruptedly. To achieve this not only requires stabilizing opposing political forces, capital versus labor, but also obliges a plan to manage resources throughout the supply chain by setting production prices at values that address income imbalances within the working class and the needs of a just society. For example, low-paid agricultural workers would have their produced commodities priced higher and their wages rise to comparably higher wages within the national economy. This is obviously more than Keynesian demand management, it is edging toward an equalizing tax structure imposed on production, or perhaps even planning. For this to work, it entails rising incomes and equalization of product revenues by workers across sectors. Demand management or its ultraversion in planning are anathema to free market doctrine, only theoretical comparisons are given here. Ideologically, demand management is a capitalist measure, and planning is a step up to end capitalism. Anyway, these Keynesian and socialist policy designs are also ideologically defunct at the present historical stage. The anarchy of the free market and the ideological hold of capital have generated highly inequitable income shares and suppressed the demand drivers of the economy. Hence, along with interest rate reduction, which, as a result of the crisis of confidence underpinned by weak demand under nationalization no longer has the immediate bearing on growth it used to enjoy, imperialist war becomes the chief strategic shock instrument, whose success in undervaluing developing nations' resources dynamizes the US-led global business cycle. Wars stimulate credit expansion and technological innovation and restructure power and income shares, leading to higher pro-T rates. Even if war is fought by proxies of empire and appears to have no monetary bearing on the economy, the shifting balance of forces in international relations alone adds to imperial standing and subsequently to imperial rents. On its own, money, and its value sine cation, cannot explain itself, how it came to be or how the world transitions from one state into another. If money accounts could explain social transitions, the world would be too simple to explain, it would need only accountants and not social scientists. Money is a mediated manifestation of deeper social relationships of production and exchange. For the money rents to empire, the ruling class and its decision structures must reproduce the power undergirding their position, using 19. Both violent and nonviolent means. Staying ahead requires the use of power, especially ideological power. U.S. leadership in the International Division of Labor, to which the contribution of technology, much of which derived from military R&D, is foundational, implies that the formalist agencies of capital, that is, nearly all effective national and international institutions, will promote war and its associated industry, save the agencies resisting and escaping the ideological hegemony of capital. The justification for war is often framed as an existential threat, as in the requirement to respond to some peripheral nation threatening the American way of life. However, underneath the rhetoric there is a sequence of events that determines the value circuit and capital laws. These events constitute the US-led imperialist power endorsing the dollar money supply and its capacity for the production of knowledge, militarily induced technology, which together act as the purveyors of natural wealth through war and technology rents. If one relies on the current proteas amassed in money form to explain why there were colonial or imperial wars in the or Africa, the reasons one nds would be insignificant. In the latter stages of colonialism, the money value extricated from the poorer corners of the developing world became negligible in comparison to incomes and trade volumes circulating within the more industrialist regions. In fact, if one counts aid, it is possible that the developed nations may appear to be unnecessarily charitable toward their undeveloped partners. With exceptions like the works of Barron, 1957, Ammon, 1974-1957, Emmanuel, 1972, and others, notably Abdel Malik, 1961, Eurocentric accounts have judged imperialism by the superficial appearances of money and have concluded that the money proteas from the Third World are neither worth the EFF or nor serve as justification for colonial wars. On the basis of such mistaken assessments, the cause of war can be avidly assigned to a civilizing mission. That the West credulously undertakes war to civilize others, and persistently makes blunders resulting in unintended consequences, speaks volumes about its naivete. One pleads, when can the ruling Western classes stop being such good folk? In addition to mediating the contradiction between use value and exchange value, money value resolves a series of social, political, and production exchange relationships cum contradictions, which include colonization, bombing for raw material, co-opting unions, and so on. Without the suppression of labor as a political force and the dislocation of peripheral peoples, money would not possess the value it bears in the West vis-a-vis its value in the and Africa. The ceaseless propping up of the power platforms underpinning exchange is a shifting process that assigns value by force or by stripping the owners of commodities of their power to negotiate. The whole idea that the West can survive or has survived in trade isolation from the poorest 20 countries is too absurd to discuss. An oft-cited proverb in the weekly souks of Mount Hermon says that if one bargains to buy something for a very cheap price, one ought to make sure that the owner of the item for sale is dead. The war process drives the class power restructuring, the auto-conisting relationship between different national capitalists, which cements the hold of imperialist classes on property and, as such, it is inseparable from the necessity of value destruction and value creation under capitalism. Imperialist assaults are necessary and mediate the contradictions at the root of global capital. The strategic value of the Arab region brings us ever closer to a condition where the primacy of politics, or the subordination of economic concerns to political ones, is realized for the purpose of remedying up the capital relationship. Imperialist oil control and war objectives intertwine to rain down one blow after another upon the working peoples of the region. War saps resources, and the loss of a war is a watershed event that remolds the dominant ideology. The objective stock of knowledge instrument is to serve the interest of capital. The chain defeat destroy disengage assets is the form of articulation of the Arab formation with U.S. capital. It issues from outright U.S. military superiority and hegemony, and the reproduction of wars of encroachment, to diminish Arab state sovereignty, that is, working class representation mediated in national and policy autonomy. Continuous defeats are followed by the decline of nationalist ideology. This decline accompanies the ruling classes accommodating the terms of surrender by instilling a perverse rationale whereby society justifies its own dismemberment. To reverse Badiou's, 2014, optimism regarding events, wars as events are ruptural in relation to the dominant order, destroying the dominant state of the situation and writing off constructive alternatives. From a people who, in the era of Arab socialism, believed in a shared Arab identity with egalitarian goals, the Arab masses' negative ideology, as per an extreme version of Laraine, 1983, which is a distorted view of the real processes enacted in sectional identity politics, permits them again and again to re-elect to power the same ruling class, under neoliberalism. This is more than just a case of false consciousness instilled by the cultural arsenal of Islamist politics, it is an unthinkable perversion of reality, in which the alternative of a better world has disappeared, and the masses of people are left to compete for imperialistically imposed limited resources, or for resources that are plentiful but that are made scarce by the distributional policies of capital. In the present epoch, there is precious little in the cultural debate to delegitimize the transfers of value away from the working class or, similarly, to condemn the rising death rate from war and disease in the Third World. This vanishing of alternatives to capitalism and its agendas is a hideous novelty in modern history. Emerging in a state of war in the second half of the 20th century, the Arab states spent double the world average on defense, WDI various years. But it is not higher rates of defense spending that in themselves constitute national 21. Security. Far more important is the totality of cultural comproductive structures that secure the needs of the working class. When arming the Egyptian army prior to the Six-Day War in 1967, the Soviets worried that so many Egyptian soldiers were illiterate and would not be able to operate their weapons systems. Security, per se, is a condition derived from better livelihoods and cultural and industrial development. As regimes weaken after defeat, their policies and security spending veer away from working-class security, or the security of people and state as a whole, and toward regime stability and the security of the class controlling the state apparatus. The changes in resource house involve ideological revisions, which, as elsewhere around the world, correlate with the rise of neoliberalism as the ideology of capital. It is at this conjunction of military defeats and neoliberalism that wars begin to raise the cost of maintaining the security of the working class. The earliest break with the nationalist ideological status quo became manifest with the reforms of Anwar Sadat in Egypt in May 1971, which, by 1977 resulted in the RST popular anti-regime protests, known as the Bread Riots. Since then, social conditions have been deteriorating across the To make matters worse, as the crisis deepened, its neoliberal ideology rose to occupy a policy position to which there was no other alternative. Maldistribution and war, or at least war's inevitable threat, weakened the state as the agency of development. In this book, I follow the descent of development from the days of Arab socialism, focusing on the conditions of three former Arab socialist states, Egypt, Syria, and Iraq. I begin by defining and exposing the Arab socialist development experience vis-a-vis neoliberalism. I then turn to specify development patterns in these three states and examine their different processes of developmental descent. In the last two chapters, the focus shifts to the perverse transformation under neoliberalism, whereby a huge reserve army of labor was created, and ends with a discussion of what it means to be integrated into global economy via the combined channels of war and oil, the latter being a form of commercial exploitation, which reduces subject-object to object, resources without owners, and enslaves whole countries. Chapter 1, Arab Socialism in Retrospect. Prior to the ongoing counter-revolutionary phase, the neoliberal Arab state depressed wages, lifted its protection of national industry, set single exchange and interest rates and opened up trade and capital accounts with the intention of readying cheapened national resources for transfer abroad. This chapter traces the metamorphosis of the state bourgeois class in Arab socialist countries, namely Egypt and Syria, into the neoliberal comprador class. With the exception of Iraq, which was crushed from without by the force of outright occupation, the other states experienced gradual social erosion leading to uprisings from within. This chapter reassesses the social and economic development under Arab socialism and examines how, as neoliberalism dawned, the state bourgeois class underwent a transformation from a surrogate national bourgeoisie to a surrogate international national bourgeoisie. Chapter 2, The Devastation of Peace in Egypt. This chapter begins with the premise that a disempowered Egypt is relevant for value transfers from Africa to the A brittle Egyptian social formation contributes to imperial rents being more than they would be in an Egypt developing along industrial lines which, under the appropriate policy interface, would empower its working population. Low historically determined subsistence levels for broad sections of the working class were brought about by Egypt's loss of two principal wars, the signing of the Camp David Accords, and the introduction of a process of economic liberalization that began in the 1980s. But instead of a post-Camp David peace dividend leading to further development, Egypt slid further into misery. By applying neoliberal policy, Egypt was paying the conqueror tribute derived from the resources that otherwise would have strengthened its working class and, by implication, national security. The systematic weakening of Egypt and its incorporation into the US-led imperialist orbit was part of US-led imperialism achieving its broader goals in Africa and the Middle East. Economic stabilization arrangements, as in US or Gulf aid, are secondary in relation to the broader US-led imperialist hegemony. Chapter 3, The Infeasibility of Revolution in Syria. This chapter assesses the policies of the Arab socialist experience and investigates the history or the social class that precipitated the social disaster in Syria. There is an ideological blame game that vulgarly personalizes class relations with the aim of exonerating this or that side in the war. This chapter attempts to dispel the mystication attendant upon such facile explanations. The subject of history is the social force that molds ideological and social relationships to ensure an outcome favoring its class interests. The chapter focuses on the circulation of capital under Arab socialism and later under neoliberalism as it veered away from the Syrian working class. Under neoliberalism, the regime abandoned the old Arab socialist strategy of combining 23. Development with security objectives. It formally split the economics of resistance from the politics of resistance and, instead, destructively pursued resource grabbing. With this transformation, the Syrian state became only secondarily the Syrian regime's means of repression and exploitation. That means was principally imperialism. This chapter argues against the perception that a small clique in a somewhat isolated state like Syria makes history. The social forces that produced the conditions for blind accumulation, short-termism, competition for pro-TS without concern for social stability, when the Syrian regime combined absolute political and economic power, are the imperialistically imposed terms on which the regime engages in economic activity. As socialist ideology ebbs and labor, as an internationalist power, fragments, US-led capital continues to be the uncontested subject of history. This chapter concludes that given Syria's geostrategic position and the political mileage that imperialist forces gain from having a foothold there, it is presently impossible for a social democratic revolution to succeed. Chapter 4, Iraq Then and Now. This chapter examines the historical causation behind the destruction of the Iraqi state. In the 2 decades after 1958, Iraq made considerable social and economic advances. Yet, despite rising oil revenues since the 2003 invasion, violence, poverty, and destitution are rampant. The windfall pro-TS from oil have entrenched a divisive social mode that has been put to the service of global capital. While the rebels against abjection in favor of civil liberties, in Iraq the sectarian divide preempted the grounds for revolt. In point of fact, there is no true singular state with a government to rebel against, there are many Iraqs. The decapitation and immiserization of Iraq strengthened American hegemony over the global accumulation structure. Chapter 5, The Perverse Transformation. Much has been said about the neoliberal ASCO in the US and elsewhere. The Arab Spring exposed the disaster. In this chapter, I re-examine the capital process by looking into its most deaning constituent, the labor process, and, specifically, into rising proletarianization under neoliberalism. I examine how wars and neoliberal policies served as the means of massive labor force dislocation at a time when job creation was decelerating at a tremendous rate. Evicting the peasants from the land, making them into wage laborers and depriving them of their private means of subsistence combine into a process of socialization that intensifies the contradictions of capitalism. Massive socialization of the labor force was accompanied by increasing privatization. 24. Of output and rising inequality. I show how redundancy and working class insecurity are even more necessary to nationally integrated capital. The abundance of the reserve army of labor implies that the horror of a wage system devoid of labor representation works itself more aggressively into the labor process, which circularly determines the global structure of capital and its power. When there is a need for an excessive and low-priced labor power commodity, and when that commodity stands above people and rules over them, for capital to dispose of that commodity it has to render human lives more dispensable than they already are. Chapter 6, Permanent War in the Arab World. In the NAL chapter, I pay a closer look at the operation of imperialism in an Arab context. Intertwined with oil control, imperialist-sponsored wars in the AH have become an ends in themselves. Every economic process has social and political underpinnings that render the making of exponential progress possible. These social and political relationships are labor's expropriation, disciplining and regimentation, which assume the form of wholesale pillage in the AH and Africa. 11. The intensity of repression in these corners of the globe is related to the law of value, the mediation of use and exchange values through power-derived price systems, inseminating the easily penetrable social formations. Cheapened human and natural resources extracted from insecure formations along with ways of controlling crucial territories and strategic resource ows also reinforce imperialist positioning. The rates of exploitation appear to not contribute very much to value creation from the productivity, relative surplus value, side, but surplus value per se would not have existed without primitive accumulation cum commercial exploitation, which involved the consumption of the laborer along with his or her labor power. The drainage of historical social wealth is accomplished as the accumulation of surplus value from the moment the debilitation of the colony begins. The value derived from inhibiting industrialization in the colony, and the impetus that the rate of destruction of wealth in the periphery realizes since primitive accumulation, never comes to rest, together contributing to an iterative wealth-making process that requires not only living labor to be consumed in production, but also living laborers to literally perish in the colonies, or on the periphery where forms of primitive accumulation resolved into commercial exploitation persist. Measuring values by the sum of prices is like squaring the circle, especially in the peripheral economy, where these prices are determined by imperialist value creation as such becomes a derivative of human annihilation set against an exponentially rising metabolic rate of capital accumulation. Seen from the point of commercial exploitation, whose RST instantiations involved slavery and genocide, wars in the AH are a necessary byproduct of the crisis of global capital. Postscript. State-led as opposed to market-led development under neoliberalism did not just appear on the world stage circa 1980 out of nowhere. Its recent history is rooted in the decline of the world socialist camp and its ideology, which began with the Sino-Soviet split in the early 1960s. 12 At that time, Nikita Khrushchev taunted the United States that the Soviet Union had reached outer space RST and would soon put more sausages on East European tables. The more sausage line drew both ridicule and critique from hardline communists. The emphasis implied by Khrushchev's remark on diverting resources to consumption at home in the Soviet Union and away from supporting national liberation movements abroad implied that the Soviets wanted to build a more affluent socialism at home and to peacefully compete with the United States in improving standards of living. But it was not only the inapposite belief in peaceful competition with the United States upheld by sections of the Soviet ruling class or the exorbitant costs of the military arms race that ushered in the decline of the idea of state control of the economy, it was also the ideological rift that divided the world socialist camp. In retrospect, one can see that a combination of Cold War costs, relative loss of RST strike capability and a class of social imperialists using the metaphor of the sausage to acquire more wealth via the medium of the state, these together brought the Soviet Union to ruination, and with it the utopia of socialism. I want to state very cautiously, knowing the difficulty of the subject, that for the sake of continuity in the argument it was essentially the shift in the ideological foundation of the Soviet ruling class from commitment to internationalism to commitment to their own prosperity that unraveled the Soviet socialist experiment. More sausages on the table entailed the idea that some sort of moneyed incentive is required to mobilize individual productivity that would raise the standard of living in the Soviet camp. This pernicious myth of individual money incentives, the central pillar of free market propaganda, would feed Soviet class antagonisms and the rise of neoliberalism as the nouveau ideology of capital. While support for the industrialization of China and the developing world was attenuated by the cliché of US-Soviet peaceful coexistence, capitalism was, in the background, beginning to devour socialism. Initially, Soviet socialism in one country created a huge anti-imperialist state that would catalyze national liberation movements in the developing world. The process of introversion, socialism in one country would be criticized by the European left for delaying the onset of revolution in Europe, but later would be praised in the Third World for creating a viable anti-imperialist bloc under whose shade many national liberation movements gained independence. As of the split with China in the early 1960s, the Soviets began to shift more resources to peacetime consumerism at the expense of supporting the potential rise of Third World resistance and autonomy. Tangentially, one should not draw conclusions on the basis of the argument that Europe was more developed or technologically readier to make the transformation to socialism than was less developed Russia or the Third World, as in Deutsche 1964 or 1967. The Eurocentric bent reeks of chauvinism even when it originates in Marxism. Speaking of China's fast descent into Bolshevism because of its lack of a European cultural heritage, Deutsche 1964, remarked that the archaic structure of Chinese society was impermeable to European ideological ferments, and Western imperialism was unable to fructify the mind of China with any vital liberating idea. There possibly is a Chinese Mind booklet that guides U.S. State Department work in China, a publication similar to the notoriously racist Arab Mind manual that owes its conceptual grandiosity to Deutsche. Apart from the ignorance of revolutionary and egalitarian moments in Eastern history, which is often shrouded under the blanket label of Oriental despotism, the idea that one society is more receptive than another to socialism because of its level of technological development. 27 contradicts Marx's views. It was not the stock of wealth and technology that Marx had in mind, it was the mode of social organization governing the reproduction of society. Capitalist progress measured by an analytical scale of the sort that Europe killed hundreds of millions of natives but the remaining few can have electric showers, is not a method that Marx used to supplement his historical approach. Capitalism and its more violent form, imperialism, are born in crisis and only impart misery by the absolute general law of development of capitalism, which transcends national borders. Marx recognized the growing class-come-wealth rift between the colonizing and colonist nations and proposed that communal forms of social organization, especially Russia, could just as equally become platforms readied for the development of socialism, Hobsbawm 1964. It is not the technological level of development proper that would ensure socialist construction, but the direct social and popular hold on the means of production that engenders a civilization of communal social responsibility. Many are the reasons for the fall of the Soviet Union, but as in any system that falters, the Achilles heel is ideological decline or the loss of the hold of the ruling class on the state. That fall accounts for today's rise in unfettered capitalism under the guise of neoliberalism. Against this broader context, the downward Arab developmental spiral is conditioned by the reigning neoliberal ideology that has hijacked working-class consciousness. Internationalist ideological retreat reproduces laggard nationalist development and invokes the worst symbols and superstitions from the cultural heritage as a way for society to cope with the diminishing opportunities for work and worsening living standards. The perceived unreliability of alternative socialist models and institutions, and the defeat and marginalization of the international left, can only further the retrogression. 28. 29. Chapter 1. Early in the post-independence years, major socialist Arab states such as Iraq, Syria, and Egypt undertook massive land reform measures, nationalized industry and financial institutions, provided universal health care and education and clamped down on the cycle of resource usurpation. This class of Arab states sought self-sufficiency in production, endorsed import substituting industrialization and affected public investments in heavy industry while synchronizing the demands of a growing industry with adequate human skills. In social and economic dynamics, the Arab socialist model has outperformed the ongoing neoliberal model, which began to be implemented in the early 1980s. See Annex to this chapter for tables on economic growth records and other economic indicators for three major Arab socialist countries, Egypt, Iraq, and Syria. In popular culture, this period is dubbed Al-Zaman al-Jamal, beautiful times. Although standards of living are historically determined, the period 1960 to 1980 represented an epoch in which Arab countries exhibited dynamic performance in terms of real wages growth, more equal income distribution and improvements in infant mortality and life expectancy as well as many other social indicators. Arab socialist regimes in particular have not only outshone the rest of the Arab countries, but also scored high growth averages in social and economic indicators relative to the rest of the world. With the beginning of the Arab Spring in 2011, nearly all the previous Arab socialist states experienced collapse, save Algeria, which staggers along depending more on oil revenues than on auto development or an economy that grows and develops by relying on its own productive capabilities. The Arab socialist model may not have been super but, in comparison, neoliberalism had stripped the working population of its previous social gains and raised the measure of repression. Development outcomes depend on the commitment of the social class in power to real resource mobilization. This chapter addresses the issue of Arab socialism and investigates the structure of the class formation that shaped development in the post-independence years. The class of military officers and its adjunct ally, the intermediate stratum, composed of professionals, small capital holders, including sections of the small land-holding peasantry, which together formed the state bourgeois class, by virtue of their control over state resources, assumed the role of agent of development during the Arab socialist phase. As a social relationship, the intermediate stratum is codetermined by its relationship to other classes and to its sources of material and ideological reproduction. This stratum is not the middle class in the Weberian sense, or a categorization by income, as opposed to being related to the mode of creation and appropriation of productive capital assets in their various forms. In its relationship with other classes, a social class historically acquires, in memories, symbols, institutions and forms of organization. It is decisively denuded by its forms of control over, and its property relationship with the means of production. In terms of structure, petty property owners without control, or those with access to smaller forms or amounts of productive capital, do not constitute capital. It is not theoretically sufficient to limit the denition of the working class to the absence of ownership of productive capitals or to working for capital owned by the capitalist class. It is also not sufficient to classify self-exploiting workers with petty ownership of capital as not working class. Concretely, workers may be denuded by their particular relationships with particular forms of capital. Moving back from the analytics of this, and seeing class as a historical relationship, one not determined by the unaided eye of mainstream social science realized in the ideologically slanted system of bourgeois democracy, but by the intermediate political agency arising from inherited forms of social organizations and the state of play in working class ideology, would allow us to sufficiently grasp the real process that is intermediate class come modern petty bourgeoisie. The weight of history cannot be written off, and it is not only the forms of property but also the systems of control via mediated political agency and ideology that make the appearance and evolutions of social classes the UID historical moments that they are. Both Poulantzas and Labica stress the difficulty of giving analytical shape, a structure, to the petty bourgeoisie. Poulantzas, 1978, observes that there is no clear demarcation line between the old and the new forms of the petty bourgeoisie. Their relationship in terms of the structure arising therefrom is intertwined and complex. Labica, 1985, posits that petty bourgeoisie is a malleable concept, difficult to grapple with, but still one with bourgeois undertones that slot it within the tier with the least self-consciousness among the more denudative working social classes. This concept's variable identity, unlike the more stable proletariat or the peasantry, oscillates between the two words that compose it, petty and bourgeois, Labica 1985. The petty bourgeoisie's position in several disparate social groups is mediated as part of the contradiction between the working class and the ruling class. Malassu, 1998, aptly uses the term social cores, those who are not significant proprietors but whose services are required for capital to rule. They are the service groups generated as functional to the forms of capital in question. In an Arab context, modern class formation was born within the limping process of transformation to capitalism, and under the colonial yoke, it retained many of the characteristics of the pre-capitalist class structure. However, it did so only in terms of appearance rather than essence, the dialectical category, for the latter is determined by the historically specific material and ideological circumstances underpinning the class. 2. As neoliberal openness began to take its toll, and the earnings of the intermediate class moved from relying on rents raised by national productivity growth to geopolitical or natural rents, the intermediate class, or the old core social, ceased to exist. As aptly observed by Saurani, 2015, these intermediate classes could have only survived under Arab socialist regimes and, indeed, vanished as soon as the nationalist economic system was exposed to the vagaries of the international market. For very practical reasons related to activism under occupation in Gaza, Saurani delineates the successor class as the new petty bourgeoisie composed, albeit in a socially engineered order, of three echelons, high, medium, and low, ranging from professionals to shopkeepers to self-employed menial workers whose power in the state is negligible. This classification issues from broad quantitative averages and aids to clarify the grounds for activism. Saurani is an activist in the occupied Gaza Strip. To Saurani, the new petty bourgeois order is more befitting of lagging production conditions under openness that predisposes many who make ends meet to do so with their own meager means of production or subsistence. Taking Labica to an extreme, Saurani also extends the variability of the petty bourgeois class position to the development of its consciousness in a reactive manner. Because of its oscillation between working and ruling classes, the petty bourgeoisie's position swings wildly and has never been able to attain a mature class consciousness of its own. Saurani 2015. In other words, there is some ideal consciousness that is only attainable through the denightness of being engaged in socialized labor activity. The value-creating working class as the totality of a multitude of social relationships incorporates the disengaged and the self-exploiting strata as well as the factory employed. It, the working class, is an organic state of being and becoming mediated by the developments in working class organization and consciousness. Such consciousness, however, is rooted in the historically born organizational power of global labor and its ideological counterweight to the neoliberal doctrine of capital, obviously more so than the isolated development in national ideological conditions. The objective basis of repression attendant upon capitalist exploitation is the immutable condition of being. There is always repression and exploitation under capital, whereas the subjective sphere or the ideological development whose ideal end is realizing the demise of the wage system is historically contingent upon the class struggle despite being necessary and emancipatory. These ideological developments cannot pertain to a pre-envisaged linear or nonlinear path, they are socio-historical and uncertain. Take, for instance, the recent crisis, the deaths and hunger culminating in the revolts known as the Arab Spring. In view of the uncontested avalanche of neoliberalism, Arab misery elicited none of the measures that would even slightly dent the drudgery of the wage system. In terms of structure, Petras, 1976, points out that the intermediate stratum comprises skilled professionals, such as school teachers, university professors, civil servants, accountants, military officers, medical doctors, engineers, and lawyers, whose status is not dependent on the ownership of property and wealth, but on their training and performance. The intermediate stratum refers to a differentiated relationship within the working class distinguished from the less privileged working class on the basis of salary, education, skill and, more decisively, by the degree of control over the means of production delegated to it by the military. Note that in a war context with weak institutions resulting from the potential insecurity of the state, the military emerged as the key player on the Arab political scene. The rise of the Arab bourgeoisie can be dated to European and, specifically, to early 19th century Napoleonic changes to landholding laws empowering individual capitalists, but the embryonic formation of the intermediate stratum, the state bourgeois class, took hold as Arab industry in the early 20th century grew under the shadow of European industry and war. Abdel Malik 1968. The history of modern Arab states, like European history in the 19th and 20th centuries, is a history of national movements, Rodinson 1978. Alongside the national struggle for liberation, there existed a social struggle against a national bourgeoisie that had already become an appendage to Western colonial interests and industry, Abdel Malik 1968. Because of the underdeveloped capacities, lacking in finance and real capital, of the national bourgeoisie at the time of independence after World War II, the state bourgeois class assumed the role of a surrogate national bourgeoisie, Hussein 1971, Abdel Malik 1971. Accounts of the detailed aspects of the interface between national policies and their developmental outcomes show that the broad determinants of the relative success of the Arab socialist regimes stem from the fact that they tackled security and developmental concerns jointly. In terms of definitions, development policies remain the resource channeling mechanisms that direct wealth flows to the social class in command. Security is a totality that encompasses communal and national securities, knowledge-related productive capacity, including health and education, with working-class security being the backbone of national sovereignty. In the Arab world, US-led imperialist control of oil is pivotal to maintaining the global accumulation process. In this context, Arab autonomy with respect to territory, resources, and policy becomes the sine qua non for development. Subsequently, the reverse development or lumpen development, as used by A.G. Frank, 1972-17, incurred by in the ongoing neoliberal phase can be mainly attributed to the structural terms of surrender to imperialism. The neoliberal phase did not end with the beginning of the Arab Spring. If anything, failure to redistribute plundered assets through bourgeois power in the state and continuing adherence to free market policies indicate that many of the dispossessory tendencies of the past will gain momentum under the elected or unelected governments that have resulted. As with state socialist or dirigisme models elsewhere around the world, the turnaround from Arab socialism to neoliberalism occurred as a result of the retreat of socialist ideology, peaking with the demise of the Soviet Union. With successive Arab military defeats and the sinking in of defeatism, the ideological conditions developed for the state bourgeois class in power to manifest apostasy and lead the assault on working-class security. The end of the Arab socialist project had more to do with a shifting of class alliances that structurally absorbed the terms of surrender, and with the global ideological move away from socialism, than with mass dissatisfaction with socialist measures. Egypt succumbed RST, as it signed the Camp David Accords. Syria followed, with its second phase of neoliberal reform introduced in 2000, and in the case of Iraq, despite many concessions offered by the regime to avert war, the precipitous and wholesale destruction of the social formation was necessary to capital, as 34. Opposed to the gradual descent into the neoliberal quagmire experienced by the other countries in this study. The metamorphosed ruling class, the disarticulation of hierarchically structured factions looting the national economy, which presided over the current neoliberal social disaster has ceased to be a surrogate national bourgeoisie, it has become a proxy for the rule of the more aggressive facet of imperialism associated with international financial capital. As already noted, strong state intervention and state-led investment during the 1960s characterized the path of Arab socialist development. The state bourgeois class supplanted the national entrepreneurial class, promoted investment in heavy industry and, in general, built productive capacity. The rise of this class is premised on the absence of a nationalist bourgeois class, which could have acted as an agent of development, Amin 1976, Petra's 1976. Not that the case of the is peculiar. In most of Africa and the Middle East, the post-colonial capacity debacle and the inability of the entrepreneurial business class to promote development paved the way for the rise of a ruling class made up of an alliance of the military, small land-holding peasantry and the middle class, or a state bourgeois class. This mishmash of alliances led by the military became the subject of the post-colonial development project in many of the newly independent Arab states. To further clarify, in much of the immediate post-independence an entrepreneurial class was not totally absent. In Iraq, Syria, and Egypt, prior to independence, sections of the national bourgeoisie with limited ties to the colonialists took part in ferocious anti-colonial struggles. Yet, as soon as independence was won, the social frailty of the national bourgeoisie became evident, especially as their umbilical cords with the colonialists, through merchandise trade, were severed. From the ashes of the old classes, such as the Wafd in Egypt and the National Bloc in Syria, there arose a set of military dictatorships competing in populist and genuine anti-imperialist positions. The old, colonially reared sections of the bourgeois classes were politically subjugated in the process of strengthening national independence. In an ideological tidal wave of equity and national liberation, the social inequities of colonialism were scornfully rejected and egalitarian measures were implemented to redress what was perceived to be odious development under colonialism. Whether it is a bourgeois class per se or a state bourgeois class, the common denominator of bourgeois implies a similar substance to both of these classes. In an oil-producing or geopolitical rent-driven context, given the pull of a cross-border class alliance, the state bourgeois class is innately predisposed to surrender under imperialist pressure. As a bourgeois class, it can offer concessions to the working classes but cannot provide them with the civil liberties that would undermine capital as a social relationship. Braverman. 35. 1959, foresaw the bifurcation in development lying ahead and warned that unless the working population politically participated in the making of socialism, that is it hegemonized the political process to ensure a growing share of the surplus product, the whole process of egalitarian distribution undertaken by Arab socialism could be easily reversed. The repression attendant upon the labor process implied that socialization and egalitarian distribution could be easily overturned from above without much resistance from below once historical conditions were ripe. When frequent military routes, the 1948, 1967, and 1973 wars with Israel, to name a few, instilled a state of defeatism in the upper layers of society, and working class and civil society organizations remained appendages to one-party regimes, the class in power easily overturned the gains acquired by working people under Arab socialism. 3. That it is impossible to militarily defy nuclear-powered imperialism was the thought that encapsulated the état d'esprit motivating the process of desocialization. By the time the uprisings occurred in 2011, the state of social devastation in the was so severe that the masses poured into the streets without a revolutionary plan. Their principal aim was to change the status quo, but with what? These were revolutions with neither a party vanguard nor social programs. The only organized groups were free marketeer Islamists already operating in Gulf-funded and US-funded civil society. The political relationships of different ruling classes to imperialism as well as their control of the means of production, including informal forms of property control via the medium of the state, underscore the transition from socialization to privatization. The underlying conditions for the social mutation of the ruling classes from national bourgeoisie to agent of global natural capital occurred as a result of ideological and military defeat that, in any case, has engulfed much of the world's left-leaning national movements. Defeatism erased armed struggle from the nationalist agenda and replaced it with institutions that promote peaceful resolutions to the conflict with imperialism, especially in the Arab-Israeli conflict. Once the politics of compromise steer the political strategy, the natural end is for the nationalist class to fall into the lap of imperialism. Frank 1982. Time after time, armed resistance against a better armed enemy was touted as futile. To make matters worse, under the blows of international financial capital, which prefers a higher income share. By seizure, it became difficult for a national alliance of classes in the A to maintain a nationalist predisposition. Gradually, but also willingly, the Arab ruling classes internalized the terms of surrender as dictated by the Bretton Woods institutions. They have realized their potential as a bourgeois class subordinated by world capital and become modern suzerains of empire. In exploring the subject of this chapter, the argument will pursue the shifting class structures and the changing mode of appropriation in imperialistically aggressed formations. All by itself, the topic is broad, and a single chapter will not do it justice. Capital accumulation in a developing context cannot be read using either a neoclassical outline of voluntary employment or a Keynesian full employment framework. Under capitalism of any sort, predatory or docile, a full employment hypothesis does not even apply in a developed context, let alone in a developing one. Although necessary, demand-side, Keynes and Kalecki, approaches are also inadequate on account of frail capacity in the developing world. What is there to demand when there is little productive capacity with which to meet demand? Developmental capital accumulation is not solely the incremental rise in capital stock over time, it is primarily based on the social relationship that underpins the decision to build and recirculate the social product nationally. In Marxian phraseology, the degree of development is the degree of independence from wage slavery or how well off people are even when not engaged in wage employment. Hence, the point is to explore the primacy of the social class in charge of development. In the socialist A, as the state bourgeois class represented an alliance of the intermediate class with the military, one witnessed a marked developmental impact. However, when the class alliance became that of the military with a capitalist class that moved from industry to externally tied commerce, the result is developmental retrogression. The underlying hypotheses are, a. Changes to the class structure in the group of Arab socialist countries occurred under the weight of consecutive Arab defeats and a concomitant rise of neoliberal ideology globally. B. The state bourgeois class structurally fulfilled the conditions of surrender and underwent a transformation from national bourgeoisie to surrogate international financial bourgeoisie, and c. Situated in a context of accumulation by wars of encroachment and commercial exploitation, the social formations holding by the ideology of modern nationalism are destined to come undone if US-led imperialism holds sway in the sphere of international power relations. The line of thought in this chapter tracing the changing nature of the state bourgeois class from nationalist to comprador will be structured as follows. In what follows, I examine the relevance, to a developing Arab context, of the concept of state capitalism and state-led development. In the section titled The State Bourgeois Class, I investigate the state bourgeoisie, its frailty. 37. And its predisposition to capitulate to imperialism. The colonial legacy and its weak entrepreneurial class in the A will be analyzed in the sections Colonial Plunder and Beyond and a Frail Arab Bourgeois Class. No discussion of this specie Arab experience in development can proceed without exploring the dominant role of the military in power, hence, in the section titled The Military in Power, the rise of the military to power, its transformation into a comprador segment of the ruling class and the versatility it exhibited when faced with successive defeats are detailed. The section Arab Socialism deals with the historical achievements of the Arab socialist experience and the reasons for its collapse. State-led development. In characterizing socio-political entities like Arab socialist states, Kalecki, 1972, employed the concept of intermediate regimes. He describes those regimes as being neither strictly capitalist, as foreign influence on them was limited, nor truly socialist. On an international level, intermediate regimes obtained credits from both socialist and imperialist camps. In the case of Egypt's Nasser regime, for instance, the archives of the U.S. State Department from 1958 to 1961 reveal how Nasser acquired American Hawk missiles in addition to being tempted with credit from the United States in an effort to dissuade him from forming an alliance with the Soviet Union. For Gramsci, 1928, 1978, tackled class formations in peripheral Eastern and Southern European societies and noted the conspicuous rise of an intermediate stratum that occupied middle-of-the-road functions between the state and the workers or peasant populations. A broad spectrum of intermediate classes stretches between the proletarian and capitalist classes and seeks to carry on policies of their own, with ideologies that enhance broad layers of the proletariat but that particularly affect the peasants and rural communities. The intermediate strata in the had partnered with the military in an Arab-Israeli war context but did not own significant properties apart from those for personal use. The power afforded to these strata during the Arab socialist age was delegated to them by the military. Though subordinated to the military, they effectively became part of the ruling nomenclature as a result of the expanding bureaucracy and by means of their indirect control of the economy via the state bureaucracy. At the beginning of the neoliberal period, and sections of these intermediate strata rejected the neoliberal transition and were ruthlessly suppressed by the newly transformed ruling class. The military then, under neoliberalism, parted with the intermediate strata and allied itself with the local merchant class. This alliance became a subservient partner of global financial capital, at RST implementing the recipes of structural adjustment and neoliberalism later. Within the class of intermediate regimes, a narrower band of regimes closely resembling the Soviet model, to which the Arab socialist states also belonged, were dubbed state capitalist, Petra's 1976. This was more or less a general label for any socialist regime that still drew surplus value from wage labor but also exhibited a higher degree of equitable distribution as a result of asset distribution as compared to the salient capitalist regime with heavy state intervention. The same concept, however, as developed within various tendencies of Northern Marxism after World War II had carried a pejorative connotation in line with the imperialist ideological assault on the Soviet Union, Benz 1986, Benz and Hallis 1976, Cliff, 1955-1974. The state capitalist states were not as socialist when compared to the utopia that Western socialists had in mind. This strand of thought proposes that the Bolsheviks, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, had, by 1929, crushed workers' democracy, or the original content of the Soviets or workers' councils. Democracy here is understood in the abstract Western sense of individual freedoms, bourgeois democracy, and not in the derived civil liberties wrought through victories of working classes over imperialism, working class freedom from want. The consolidation of the lines of defense in conditions of war involved the application of communal or class freedom and not abstract individual liberty. Socialist humanism is best expressed in terms of class dictatorship rather than in terms of personal freedom, Althusser 1964. The argument also assumes in a counterfactual roundabout that, had the workers themselves remained in power and consolidated the Soviet system, many problems would have been overcome despite the low level of development in productive forces. One need not argue the counterfactual, however, when interrelatedness is introduced as opposed to formal compartmentalization. The reversion of the Soviet Union to stricter forms of regimentation tally with the retreat of socialist forces as Western social democracy turned to social fascism, a term publicized by Browder, 1933. Dropping interrelatedness in the form of assessment of the historical moment and the balance of forces poised against the Soviet Union internationally, including imperialist wealth buying the conscience of its working class as the majority of humanity remained colonist, is selective and pernicious science. The Soviet Union was isolated in the midst of a hostile capitalist world. It did not possess the means and capabilities for the construction of an 39. Immediate modern economy that would bolster its security. Industrial modernization was more about self-defense than ensuring a socialized working class, proletariat, more prone to a transformation to socialist values than was the small land-holding peasantry. But the pre-Soviet mere, collective non-owning peasantry, was predominant vis-a-vis a minority of kulaks, land-holding peasantry. By comparison, History of the CPSU, 1939. The transition to a modern economy, the building of national security, required massive industrial transformation. At RST, the Bolshevik leadership believed that completing socialist construction in the Soviet Union would need the unfolding proletarian revolution in the more advanced capitalist formations of Western Europe, Germany especially, which would later supply Russia with the prerequisites needed to develop a socialist workers' state. For several years after the 1917 October Revolution, the dominant language of the Comintern, the Communist International, remained German in the hope that Germany would become the next socialist revolution. The extinguishing of socialist transformation in Western Europe by social fascism, social democracy, and the budding of fascism forced the Soviet Union into the position of building socialism in one country. The real rift that occurred within the internationalist socialist movement is not the one between proponents of permanent revolution and Stalinism. The former group was puny in armed and organizational capacity and inconsequential globally. On the ideological plane, Western Marxism piped the same anti-Soviet cant as bourgeois democracy. Behind this propaganda there lingered the sort of chauvinist Eurocentric valorization of human lives, which really trailed from the unquestioned ethos that capitalism was historical progress in spite of its many genocides in the colonies. One Westerner's life is more valuable than many Africans or Asians. Value theory is not only about the moneyed surplus labor time, but more so about the real human lives from the Third World wrested by violence to produce the commodity since the birth of commodity production. The real sewer in the socialist movement is the Soviet shift from China, early 1960s, which weakened national liberation movements, allowed colonialism to position itself geostrategically by reconciliation across bourgeois classes' alliances, and contributed to weakening the building power momentum of many nations in the Third World. Extensive socializations in land and social resources, which were carried out under Arab socialist regimes, indeed resemble the Soviet model. However, Arab socialist regimes did not extirpate the old bourgeois class as did the Soviet and Chinese models. In their VE-year plans, their inter-industry prices were not fully set at cost, as in social costing under the Soviet system, and where the private sector was involved in the production chain, a price markup that generated protests was permitted up to a capped level. A limit. 40 on the prices of goods provided by the private sector mirrored the depth and the power of this sector's involvement in the broadly socialized economy. Until 1980, these price caps were only slightly above production cost and restricted private sector expansion. In the neoliberal era, price capping was gradually removed, except in Iraq, which was at war and had to ration food and other commodities. As will be seen in Chapter 3, when Assad liberalized prices and removed price caps, the private sector assumed full control of the Syrian economy beginning in 2007. Egypt's Sadat began the process of liberalization as early as 1980, and the results of neoliberal growth were socially disastrous, as will be shown in Chapter 2. The very notion of state capitalism, however, can be simplistic or a sort of one-size-fits-all concept. It is unlikely that any state in transition out of capitalism can escape the totality of capital as a social relationship. The abolition of capital as a social relationship under state ownership of national resources, although possible, if only on account of structural shifts in history, is unlikely to occur precipitously and in a single developing country, particularly if the country in question is subjected to imperialist aggression. This is so even if civil liberties and working class participation in the political process are freed from state control. Imperialist assaults aimed at snuffing out successful socialist models and the unevenness inherent in capitalism would necessitate a calculus of redistribution under which surplus value would still be generated and unequally allocated in the early phases of socialization. Equalization payments between sectors or fast-paced industrialization would imply distorted surplus value distribution even under pristine worker democracy climates. Building security under early socialism, redressing unequal development and maldistribution would also entail exploitation, regimentation, and protracted aspects of repression pertaining to a capitalist labor process. 5. These symptoms of early socialism would emerge all the more so in small developing formations whose aim is to buttress security and industrially simultaneously. An ideal state in which working-class consciousness is based on public property that society internalizes as full social responsibility is a historically contingent process. 6. That is dependent upon several parameters, the least of which would be the level of advancement of productive forces and the efficacy of socializing appropriation through nationalization, but the most determining would be a civilizational leap, a shift in the basis of the reproduction of knowledge that sustains life through an organization of man and nature in unison. Davis 1993. Thus, for capital as a social relationship to promptly self-disband after state ownership of the means of production, is not at all a plausible assumption even under a working-class participatory democracy. The dissolution of capital is a process undertaken by workers and their class allies asserting collective human need and allocating goods and services, and therefore social labor time and productive resources, according to that imperative. Not that it is impossible to make historical transformations, for the very idea of impossibility is a form of thought that is irrelevant to social agency within a historical process in which change is a state of becoming, otherwise, whither the science in social science. Moreover, the traditions and symbols of oppression are not immutable but are historically cast and would, pari passu, frustrate the progress of socialization. The stubborn force of habit in millions and tens of millions is a most formidable force and is 1,000 times more difficult to vanquish than the centralist big bourgeoisie because millions of petty proprietors through their ordinary, everyday, imperceptible, elusive, and demoralizing activities produce the very results that the bourgeoisie needs and that tend to restore the bourgeoisie. Lenin 1920. Some half a century later, the internalization of capitalist daily life as ideology materialiste, to use Debord's 1967 term, became the assimilation of bourgeois fetishism as one's own rationally discerned conviction. The difficulty is that bourgeois ideology has not only instilled its own images, ideas, and symbols as if they were the working class's own, it has also provided the initial hypothesis, the method of reasoning and the axiology with which to reason. Paradigmatic reasoning reigned, and there was no shortage in the usage of the expression paradigm shift when nothing was shifting so long as the class in power stayed put. There is a lot to overturn if one wants to follow on Marx's advice of changing the world, especially, as the method of bourgeois science has become the only irreproachable science. For the above reasons, the use of the term state capitalism tallies with any state under capitalism or those which are in transition to socialism and, hence, its meaning is only discernible within a specific structure in a given discourse. For the purpose of this chapter, the class that owns the means of production through the state and is in charge of development in the subject group of countries will be referred to as the state bourgeoisie. The very act of socializing is anti-systemic and a process of self-negation for capital. The social relationships holding capital together as a state of exploitative existence begin to tear at each other once nationalist socialization. 42. Of assets bridges internationalist working class concerns, otherwise it would still be a payoff of one working class against another. In the intermediate term, socialization can discipline but not abolish capital. Historical experience teaches that nationalizing assets, combined with a centralist democracy for the working class, is a requisite step for a socialism growing in the midst of a hostile international milieu. However, within the class of socialist Arab states under discussion, the socialization of the means of production was incomplete, and the realization of the working class in the political process, its democratization, was partial. Arab socialism was in retrospect capitalism held in suspension by Soviet support and also because it did not sufficiently bond together the national front in anti-imperialist struggle. In hindsight too, Arab socialism was moribund from birth, socialism as an ideology was defeated and, subsequently, its more dynamic social performance would not come into question, and rarely brought up in discussions, because the victorious neoliberal ideology inverts past and present realities. Arab socialism was nonetheless a model that had put into place the necessary measures that were to redress much of the catastrophe of maldistribution and underdevelopment inherited from colonial rule. Developing country socialist regimes, including Arab socialist regimes, undertook three vital steps in consolidating their post-independence positions. The RST step was the connement of policy to the remit of the state and its control over natural resources, which would harness the surplus to be redeployed in national development projects, Petra's 1976, Amin 1978. The second was agrarian reform, which concurrently limited the political power of the traditional landlord class. The third was economic nationalization of large-scale financial and industrial institutions. Typically, these regimes supported import substitution strategies, controlled the capital account and prodigiously invested in manufacturing, heavy industry, and infrastructure. A national modernization project was carried out by linking the production of knowledge to industrial capacity, including the modernization of agriculture. Attesting to the latter point, the swift restoration of electric power and partial rebuilding of the infrastructure in Iraq, with indigenous Iraqi engineering capabilities, doing so while under embargo after the 1991 Gulf War, is often given proof of the synergy between the state-guided production of knowledge and its application to national technology. The Arab socialist state became the chief owner of the means of production and appropriator/allocator of the social product. In Arab socialist states, as earlier noted, the private sector was not wholly superseded. It absorbed a minor proportion of the labor force in services and traditional activities. State ownership existed side by side with this constrained private sector where, with the certitude of hindsight, the private sector's scope for expansion 43 would be reopened after the state bourgeois class in power underwent a metamorphosis into a fully edged comprador bourgeoisie. Economic planning and government intervention in relative autarky was the means by which one of the binding constraints of underdevelopment, the financing needed to galvanize national resources, was to be overcome. With low import to GDP ratio and concessional terms for debt service, the national currency circulated without the pressures of the international financial market. Current account real and capital balances were devised to suit industrial policies. Several interest and exchange rates were put in play to attenuate the impact of foreign exchange shortages on the national issuance of currency. This was a time when the idea of free markets was ebbing relative to the advance of socialism and national liberation movements around the globe. The threat of Soviet socialism as an alternate model of society helped lay the groundwork for this ideological shift towards socialization nearly everywhere. Government ownership and massive intervention were premised on the inadequacy and inefficiency of market mechanisms, the need for social control in investment strategy and a more egalitarian redistribution of income, Kalecki 1976. This was all to change under the weight of emergent neoliberalism and of several Arab defeats that ended with the occupation of Iraq, the rise of Monetarism, and the deepening crisis of socialist ideology that assumed catastrophic depth upon the collapse of the Soviet Union. From around 1980 onwards, Saudi neoliberalism eclipsed the Soviet Nasserite period of Arab history. The state bourgeois class. The state bourgeois class, composed of the military and the intermediate strata, exercised bureaucratic control over the state and economy via a one-party system in which the military had the last word. The state bourgeois class in structural terms consists of the party bosses, the top ranks of the military forces, the uppermost levels of the state bureaucracy and the professionals from the intermediate classes that lead various regime-allied civil society organizations, such as unions and societies for women rights. The litany of scholarship on Strategien in the however, pursues a more constricted approach in explaining the autocratic nature of Arab regimes by relating it to the cultural mentality of Arabs. This cultural paradigm, which is a disguised form of racial differentiation collated to the practice of imperialism, presupposes inherent traits in Arab culture. During the proceedings of a conference titled The Role of Economic Institutions in the Organization of Middle Eastern Economic Life in the Modern and Pre-Modern Periods, 2011, Two presenters were separately running two 1,500-year regressions to 44 show that the Western world appears more stable and more democratic than the across 15 centuries, either by the length of time a ruler stays in power or by the number of elected councils, CMES 2011. How is an Arab-type backwardness, ascribed to immutable cultural values and which trails from so far back, not going to call into practice some kind of visual stigma with which an Arab may be singled out? One cannot help but remind the reader, although by now this is probably overemphasized, that the book entitled The Arab Mind by Raphael Patai is the manuscript of choice for informing U.S. State Department personnel about the and is, of course, the epitome of the cultural qua-racist stance. In historically concrete definitions of social classes, however, not only in terms of relationship to property but also in terms of their forms of organization and ideological leanings, especially in relation to modern-day national imperialism, the world exhibits an outstanding particularity. The specificity in the is the newly independent state that came under imperialist assault as soon as it proclaimed its independence. This latter contradiction, resulting in the defeat of nationalist forces, around which the character of the national bourgeoisie transmigrates into its opposite, an anti-national social class, is the state of becoming that is discernible from a cursory reading of Arab modern history. The United States changes from being the great evil to an inspirational model. The intersection at which national peripheral classes confront imperialism and to a large extent are read-ned by this relationship, involves the diplomatic work of sugar-coating surrender as peace and prosperity under freer markets. In her ELD work as reported by Mutar, 2016, the head of industrial promotion policy in 2007 was asked why Syria was dropping the import protection measures to enter the WTO, when the US vetoes such a step, Syria's accession to the WTO. The top bureaucrat answered that Syria is swerving economically to the right so that later it could move politically to the right, implying a potential peace deal with Israel. In itself, the WikiLeaks exposed detail level of information that the U.S. State Department receives from the about dissent is telling about the organic ties between the different spheres of capitalist social classes. At any rate, the class position of one national group vis-a-vis another and the national interest in a post-colonial Arab context would be determined by its orientation toward imperialism. The political stance of social classes, as in for or against imperialism, is the watershed moment, more so than narrow unionism or commitment to national industrialization, that defines their political position. Being constantly aggressed upon, the national ruling class is not ruling in relation to its own working class alone, it is also ruling in proportion to the strength of its bonds to imperialism. 45. This intermediate stratum is a differentiated section of the working class that supplies recruits to the ruling class. It is considered a subsidiary force in the government of society. The stability of a given post-independence Arab political entity partly depended on the efficiency of this stratum. Petras, 1976, sees the intermediate stratum as a class-conscious and independent social layer, distinct from both ordinary wage workers and from traditional landowners, a stratum that is horizontally and vertically anchored in the salaried middle-income strata and has its own political and economic agenda and, whose promotion of market relations and capitalist development is extended under the expansion and shadow of state enterprise. Petras's model closely follows the contours of the Arab socialist ruling class, a joint military and intermediate class that reinforced its grip on power by populist appeal to pan-Arabism and socialism. However, it was a class whose commitment to the broader working classes was shaky given its petty stock of wealth and Vebelnyan envious emulation of the bourgeoisie. The alliance of the intermediate stratum and the military contributed to the partial erosion of some traditional classes, landowners and the colonialist-bred bourgeoisie, and the promotion of others, such as the new and expanded intermediate stratum that grew up as a result of free universal education, subsidized basic necessities, housing, and health care. 70s expanded intermediate strata consisted of the professionals who were engaged in technocratic jobs and in running the vast social programs of the state. Immediately after independence, the national industrial bourgeoisie was crippled politically, either because its close ties to the previous colonist were severed or because the post-independence crisis was too deep, and it became feasible for the state bourgeoisie to LL the class power vacuum and consolidate the bureaucracy around the state. Abdel Malik 1967, Hussein 1971. In these new social relationships of production, the state bourgeoisie maintained not only its relation to the means of production through the state itself, but also distributional arrangements that reinforced the pace of capital accumulation. This was the organized dimension of capital under these regimes, a political process safeguarding capital as a social relationship and the inevitable capitalistic growth of the state bourgeois class. Solidifying control over state power has the goal of entrenching the wealth of this newly developing social class itself. More egalitarian distribution boosted demand, growth, and the stock of capital. The state, in return, would promulgate the law in tandem with the new class's own expansionary pace. Under more stable conditions, working classes in relation to the dominant military class would have maintained their organization, nationalist struggles and experiences, which would continue to enhance the cohesion of the working population as a whole, including the peasantry. Under conditions of war, workers' rights were curtailed to maintain stricter national defense. The degree of egalitarian redistribution of the social product was proportionate to internal demands of the working class, and external power considerations, imperialist leverage, meant to maintain regime stability. In the Arab socialist period, national security and developmental objectives were intertwined. The RST major schism between development and security was to occur when Egypt signed the Camp David Accords in 1978 and moved into the U.S. orbit. As will be seen in the next chapter, this step weakened an already frail Arab security arrangement, put working class security at risk and opened a new window for imperialist intervention in much of Africa and the In privately ordered capitalist markets, the process of capital accumulation is mediated through various legal and political institutions organized by individual capitalists owning shares or property titles. In contrast, the process under Arab socialism was organized by officials of the state or their hired managers. Abdel Malik 1971. As the contradictions inherent in class society built up as a result of regressive redistribution and successive losses in war to imperialism, an internal clash unfolded between the state capitalist class, which owned state resources, and an increasingly socialized laboring class. The rate of proletarianization, as in labor becoming socialized, was rising and, in the 70s, the share of the intermediate class from national income gradually began to rise at higher rates than that of the broader working population. Karafati 1981. This phenomenon has also been witnessed elsewhere. Kalecki, 1976, observed, with respect to the general case of intermediate regimes, that the demands of a growing urban labor force have brought pressure to bear on the state bourgeoisie, and repression has consequently increased against organizations representing the rural and urban poor. The class fault lines under Arab socialism became progressively more pronounced. In the latter years of the Arab socialist project, access to foreign exchange in the form of petro-remittances permitted sections of society to visibly display signs of wealth, RST in Egypt and then in Syria. Iraq, however, is a peculiar case. It was too engrossed in Con-ICT for foreign earnings to weigh on class divisions more than did the Con-ISTs themselves. Under Saddam's regime, the force of the law dealt quickly with shadow market currency traders. 47. The initial populist euphoria that accompanied state bourgeois-led development was followed by more repressive measures against the working class, especially as the walls protecting national industry began to collapse as they were undermined by stealthily infiltrating petrodollars from the oil states. Dollars and petrodinars traded in the black markets allowed similar concrete work, as in engineers performing similar tasks in the Gulf and in the home economy. The Arab socialist country, which is denominated in petrocurrency abroad, to acquire much more wealth at home as a result of repatriation and foreign exchange dealings. The Arab socialist currency was XED at high rates against the dollar, a protection measure, and the aspiring intermediate class paid for dollars at several times the OFFI exchange rate, shadow economy operations, putting the economy with the national currency, exerting pressure to devaluate and in-aid national prices. The protection that the OFFI exchange rate provided was not in setting the exchange rate at the real level or in terms of how much of similar commodities the local currency could buy at home for what the dollar buys in the United States. Not that there is a real level, but the OFFI exchange rate represented a negotiating position, redressing the previous power imbalance with colonialism. It was partly this power that the national economy sought to project in international trade. Since the Camp David Accords turning point, conditions of uncertainty associated with a combination of political uncertainty and institutions devoid of working-class representation rendered short-term profiteering from commerce, devoid of industry, the principal undertaking of private investors. Capitalist and merchant classes are not synonymous. The merchant class circulates money rather than converts money into physical elements used for producing wealth, Marx 1867. Its process is that of distribution of goods rather than production of goods and creation of new value. The proteas attained by mercantilist practice are effectively a transfer of value from members of society to the merchants through price mark UPS. However, the lax attitude of the Arab socialist regime toward illicit market operations indicated that certain segments of the military and state bourgeoisie were beneficiaries of such illegal currency exchange activity. Because of this covert collusion, the walls of the dual exchange rate regime, it is de facto a multiple rate, but let us just say dual for the sake of perspicuity, that protected national assets from being bought at prices set by the imperialists, collapsed. These dual exchange rate structures came into effect to protect the national consumption bundle from foreign exchange variations and to rebalance the prices assigned to products of differing qualities or to domestically produced versus imported goods. Besides regulating imports, since dollars could only 48 be acquired through the state, the dual exchange rates were correlated with a tariff structure that disproportionately raised the price of imported commodities in order to protect national markets. Dual exchange rates addressed a lopsided power structure left over from the days of colonialism in which the colonizing state priced national currencies at low levels to get the most out of the occupied economies with its own currency. Trade unions and less favored sections of the working class bore the worst of the assault on the currency when the cohort of the intermediate stratum veered to the political right in pursuit of petrodollars, and class alliances began to shift. But a reminder is in order here, the shift to the right of the intermediate stratum and the ruling military was preceded by a similar shift to the right around the world, while US-led regional military superiority and the Camp David Accords whisked Egypt away from the joint Arab security arrangement. It may be argued that the emergence of this category of Arab socialist structures is a movement from one type of exploitation to another without a radical shift in the value extraction process attendant on accumulation, Petra's 1976. The increasing mechanization of production, socialist industrialization, meant that there was more output per worker compared with the colonial era. Obviously, the additional value produced was more equally distributed under Arab socialist measures. Resource retention within the national economy was also key to the success of socialist performance. The act of recirculating national resources prevented the monetary, waged work, and non-monetary elements that form value, what people need in order to enjoy a certain living standard, from being transferred to the ex-colonialists. As elsewhere in the developing world, prior to independence and the rise of Arab socialism, the colonial circuit of value transfer, by which national resources were appropriated at minimal or no cost, prevailed. The transition from the post-colonialist bourgeois formation to state ownership-led formation occurred with only cosmetic changes to the fundamental construct of capitalist relations, of which the most fundamental is the wage-labor relationship or labor's ownership of its product. In particular, the key aspect of workers in control, which transforms the labor process, did not take root. The appropriation of surplus value proceeded via capitalist class control through the state as distinct from control through private/titled ownership. One can say that Arab socialist industrialization drove up relative surplus value by increasing productivity, thereby also increasing incomes and wealth. Until the state bourgeois class switched course, rising wages and reinvestment in the social infrastructure, particularly in health and education, recycled value back as services to the working classes. Social change, in particular, the leap from colonization to Arab socialism, can be gauged by the overall betterment of living conditions. Although 49. It is not odd that a fundamental departure from the colonial past in terms of welfare did occur. Capital as an exploitative relationship held its ground, which is also not aberrant. What is relevant is the higher degree to which more productivity and egalitarian distribution followed. Concomitantly, despite a reduction in income inequality under Arab socialism, workers and peasants remained passive participants in the political process. Their realization in the state was passed down as a result of national security concerns as opposed to their dominance in the state through active political struggles. The war effort and the insecurity of the state created a condition of regime paranoia and a race with time. The prioritization of military security by socialist regimes undermined the impetus that integrates and internalizes a working-class culture of resistance. It created masses of workers who were prohibited from autonomously organizing or from defending their gains once the neoliberal phase prevailed. Hence the post-independence experience of this class of Arab countries was not of radical structural transformation of capitalist relations proper, but rather a transition favorable to workers that did not challenge capital as a social relationship governing production. Most significant in this process of maintaining the rule of capital is the regime's virtual elimination of autonomous working-class organizations by a level of suppression that mirrored the ambitions of sections of the state bourgeois and intermediate classes capitalizing on defeat to loosen the spigots of value transfer in their favor. In a sense, what occurred is the opposite of the petty bourgeois suicide that Cabral proposed in 1969 in times of socialist transition. Cabral recognized the class landscape in a developing formation as mainly peasant with a puny industrial working class, a significant petty bourgeoisie and a small elite. He also discerned that colonialism spares few from its wrath, and the petty bourgeois class with the kind of personal experience of colonial oppression will most likely head the revolutionary process. Cabral 1969, however, he pinned revolutionary success on the suicide of the petty bourgeois class or on how it sets aside its servility to capital as a result of safeguards that limit its privileges in the revolutionary age. New social institutions that protect the petty bourgeoisie leadership from the temptations of power and lead it to give up its positions of privilege are key to direct democracy. Cabral 1969, Meisenhelder 1993. There was a power of ideology, consciousness, and will in the days of Arab socialism for the petty bourgeoisie to be circumscribed, but the institutional structures of radical socialist democracy that would stymie the avarice of the petty bourgeoisie were missing. It is difficult to assess the counterfactual, that is of whether it would have been possible to allow a higher degree of civil liberties under conditions of war. The war-associated losses and the threat to the homeland had never 50. Abetted. At any rate, while state-led development lifted these economies out of their decrepit post-colonial status, the Arab socialist composite ruling class simply assumed power at the positive pole of the capital relationship. It would later transpire that the rising levels of repression functioned as a prefabricated socio-economic medium that facilitated surrender and the transition to neoliberalism. The accent on an Arab socialism fitting the demands of a national culture was the veil behind which sections of the state bourgeoisies concealed their growing private interests. Karafati 1981. The foremost advocate of an Arab type of socialism was the Egyptian jurist Ismat Saif al-Dawla. He worked out an elaborate philosophy entitled The Dialectic of Man, which was meant to oppose the allegedly barren spiritual grounds of dialectical materialism as the foundation for Arab socialism. Although, his approach replicated Hegel's notion of history as the development of spirit in time, he also reduced materialism to its vulgar usage, as in the debasement of human qualities by consumption, and not the ontological precedence of matter over spirit. In his magnum opus, The Fundamentals of Arab Socialism, 1965, he stressed the development of a moral code reinforcing the Yugoslav-type worker owners of the means of production. He upheld the belief that autonomous workers freely participating in the political decision-making process will creatively engage with Arab socialism. His was an eclectic socialism, but he also was one of the RST anti-openness dissidents to be imprisoned by Sadat, Karafati 1981. Arab socialism was a socialism without the Soviet-style historical materialism, allegedly sustaining a higher individual liberty and the rights to small holding ownership, as in the Egyptian land reforms distributing small parcels to peasants as opposed to outright Soviet-like collectivization, and, ideally, would also part with the exploitation of capitalism. To Karafati, 1981, the particularity of Arab socialism as envisaged by Saif al-Dawla is justiciable given the ravages and alienation of the national culture under colonialism, which had led the nationalist intelligentsia to view foreign social recipes, even Soviet ones, with suspicion. Colonial plunder and beyond. As elsewhere in the developing world, Arab industrialization was curtailed under colonialism. A classic illustration is Dury's account of the British suffocation of Egyptian textile production in the mid-19th century, Dury 1969. Not that colonial plunder requires much in the way of proof, the splitting up, by newly drawn national frontiers, of Tripoli, Aleppo, and Mosul, 1917, cities that in the early 20th century had formed an embryonic industrial hub, corroborates accounts of colonial anti-industrial bias. 2. 51. 51. Industrialise, Europe had to limit the industrialization of other nations, Emmanuel 1972. As always under colonialism, commerce had been the dominant activity for the capitalist class. And as was common practice, colonialists did not breed an autonomous bourgeoisie. The bourgeois class that they weaned in the immediate post-colonial years was nationally weak and, in terms of real resources or productive capacity, incapable of promoting development in scale, modern, economies. If one posits that development is akin to industrialization, it follows that a national class other than the national bourgeoisie, commandeering the capabilities of the state, had to assume the responsibility for industrial development. Only state resources could have met the challenge of redeeming the damage of colonialism and post-colonial dilapidation. There is quite a difference between the brutal facts of colonial plunder causing underdevelopment and the convenient theory of late developer syndrome whereby a country starts from some fictitious underdeveloped point. Late developer syndrome is said to impose enormous burdens on newly independent countries such that the possibility of solving problems by means of individual entrepreneurial activity all but disappears, Buick and Crump 1986. Late developer, however, sounds value-neutral and bereft of politics, as if European barbarism has to be forgotten because many nowadays use a mobile telephone, which is a product of an industrial revolution that was itself the product of colonial pillage. Colonial-type plundering never went away in the and the imperialist assault regained momentum after the fall of the Soviet Union. A constant state of war was endured by alleged Arab late developers, a war that not only forestalled the emergence of a national bourgeois industrial class, but also increased the risks of private investment to the point at which it became almost an act of fatalism to invest over the long term. Since independence, conditions of uncertainty associated with a combination of political risk and institutions devoid of working-class representation rendered short-term profiteering from commerce, devoid of industry, the principal undertaking of private investors. The normal industrial role played by the bourgeois class had to be passed on to other social classes, the military and the intermediate class, which were no less committed to the accumulation of capital than a run-of-the-mill nationalist bourgeoisie. The new class alliance of military and intermediate strata sought to achieve development by social means, as distinct from individual entrepreneurship, Abdel Malik 1971. Such a process paved the way for major economic, social, and political changes to be carried out from above, either through the state or through an alliance with the Soviet bloc, Turner 1984, Petras 1976. But it is relevant to recall the order of priority. It was not only the vacuum of agency left. 52. By a deliberately weakened bourgeoisie that allowed the agent of development to be transplanted in and around the state, imperialistically orchestrated disasters wreaked on the constant state of war with the newly settled Europeans in ethnically cleansed Palestine, the Suez War of 1956, the French depopulation policies of the Algerian Independence War and so forth, have all contributed to the development of an environment that looks for national leadership in nationally committed social classes. In retrospect, the dangers to national security that provided an alibi for the state bourgeois class to separate the working class from the political process were arguably domineering in that historical epoch, but when the neoliberal landslide commenced, the politics of working class estrangement from direct representation in the political process also permitted the state bourgeois class to uncontestably transform itself into an imperialist partner. In the transition from state-led to private-led development, there occurred a rising Gini coefficient, income inequality gaped wider, a trade policy suitable to WTO standards of liberalization, the annulment of multiple exchange rates, the liberalization of basic commodity prices, removal of price caps, and the pegging of the exchange rate to the dollar while facilitating capital transfer. Seen together, these measures imply one sorted condition, which is, to facilitate the transfer of value or non-monetized assets and value-forming resources to the ex-colonial powers all over again. Additionally, as a result of the receding power of the Soviet Union and its eventual collapse, the reign of neoliberal ideology became progressively more complete. The state bourgeois class, which had guarded the fundamental social relationship of capital under the guise of socialism, shifted into full-edged capitalism, albeit some slowly like Syria, and some in haste like Egypt. In the nationalization phase of imperialism that accompanied the neoliberal transition, the social and economic disarticulation endured by Arab societies as a result of gravely imbalanced power structures and resource usurpation, wreaked havoc on nationalist class alliances and structures. At the level of working class consciousness, the divide between the state of being, rising poverty levels and a historical grasp of that state of being, the mode of knowledge employed by people to understand the reasons for their poverty, spread wide as socialist ideology was in free fall. What people's lives are really like in terms of low wages and services that did not provide for a decent living coincided with the delusions that people adapt to justify such poverty without anti-systemic resistance targeting the capital relationship. Inherent capitalistic tendencies in the partly socialized Arab formation rose anew, pitting the private against the social and further driving integration with global capital. These outcomes were not peculiar to the but they were more. 53. Biting because of severe military and ideological defeats that rained down on socializing states in the 1980s and were too weighty to be withstood by small developing countries. A frail Arab bourgeois class. In the 2 decades that followed World War II, more than half of the population remained in the countryside, and the industrial proletariat amounted to a relatively insignificant proportion of the working class, Turner 1984. The commercially engrossed ancien bourgeois class circulated capital in a mercantilist fashion. Money returned to money without significant value added to commodities and with heavy reliance on manufactured imports and few goods produced locally. Entrepreneurial skill swung toward commercial trade as opposed to industry, Turner 1984. Both Berger, 1958, and Turner, 1984, agree that the weakness of entrepreneurship stemmed from the fact that the merchants and small retailers represented a large proportion of the bourgeois class. Moreover, the small number of manufacturers that actually existed emerged from the ranks of the merchant class itself. The vast majority of industrial enterprises were founded by traders or financiers, generally merchants, engaged in foreign trade. No private class on its own had the capital necessary to undertake post-colonial development, Isai 1955. But it was not entrepreneurial psychology per se that inhibited investments, it was war or the potential of imperialist onslaught premised upon encroachment, the act of dominating the national political process. To the extent that socialist Arab states built their self-defenses through alliance with the Soviet camp, redistributed resources nationally and solidified the internal class alliance of workers and peasants, they were capable of redressing the balance of forces with the imperialism and developing. The social disaster wrought during the neoliberal era is the result of the structural terms of surrender dictated by imperialism via the interlocution of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, IMF, policy. Oppression and political persecution in the neoliberal age have exceeded anything witnessed during the Arab socialist age. One should recall the historical context before judging on the basis of psycho-behavioral assumptions whether a risk-taking entrepreneur can exist in an Arab context. Formalist risk is calculable, but uncertainty related to the objective and impersonal social agencies that make war part of their raison d'etre is wholly unpredictable. At any rate, prediction is foolhardy in the best of circumstances, to paraphrase the astute American philosopher Barrows Dunham, 1955, regarding decision under social uncertainty, any concurrence between prediction and outcome or pronouncement and truth is purely accidental, especially in the temporal. 54. Order, the world of space and time, which is full of grotesque injustice, stupendous ills, malevolence, murder, and McCarthy. 8. One may add that the experiences very few periods of tranquility and is full of potential for unpredictability and, as such, one need not go as far as relying on philosophy to make the point on the difficulty of prediction. The social and macroeconomic structural shifts driven by defeat and imperialist encroachment wars could not have possibly made the context relatively stable for an actuarial type assessment of the future. The military in power. In the major Arab socialist states, the colonially trained military emerged as a social force after the departure of colonialism, Abdel Malik 1968, Owen 2004. These militaries had grown after independence, and most officers were recruited from the intermediate strata or small-holding peasantry. Because of the tension generated by imperialist threats and the formation of the State of Israel, armed forces played a central role in the politics of Arab states. Coups and the recycling of military regimes were a common feature of post-colonial Syria and, to an equal extent, Iraq. Although, because of the popularity of Nasser, such coups did not occur in Egypt. The May Corrective Movement, 1971, undertaken by Sadat was in many respects similar to a putsch. The higher frequency of coups in Syria and Iraq may be attributed to a international struggle over both states as well as self-induced factors of instability, Picard 1988. Khoury, 1982, posits that in some developing regions, the military seemed to act outside class relations as a moderator as it intervened in civilian affairs only to put things in order then return to the barracks, but not so in the The idea that contingently any group, including the military, may fall outside class relations assumes that classes are static constructs and not the historically set social relationship into which people are born, react to through organized political agency and are socially situated. The armed forces in the amassed authoritarian power at the behest of shifting class forces, especially the subservient partnership of the national bourgeoisie with colonialism, and not in spite of class relations. Class relations are makers of history, and the rise of the armed forces was a historical outcome. They intervened directly in civilian affairs and, at later stages, practically commandeered the economy through the state. In Egypt, Syria, and Iraq the military 55 rose as the principal political actor and instrument of government, but its public visibility varied according to regime stability. Once the disappointing developmental performance of the national bourgeoisie of non-military post-colonial regimes became apparent, the military took the leading role in radical socio-economic reform through a revolution from above. Vadakhshides, 1972, 12-13, argues that political insurrections, uprisings, and rebellions witnessed in the Middle East region, often referred to as revolution from above, cannot be considered as revolutions and only represented middle-class dissent. However, if revolution implies social and political change, then these coups were sine qua non revolutions. Military officers broadened and cemented their hegemony through the state over the social base by espousing the aspirations of broad sections of the masses. Nasserism in Egypt and Ba'athism in Syria and Iraq undertook extensive asset distributional reforms, infrastructural projects, and heavy industry development favoring the betterment of conditions for the lower strata. Curie 1982. Sophistic tweaking of the concept of revolution as some sort of Platonic ideal to which real-world processes have to measure up in an instant is more theology than social science. The broad consensus in the literature presents the military as a progressive social force and an instrument of social change and modernity. Abdel Malik 1971, Karafati 1981. The military is also acknowledged to have partially met the demands of the working class and to have shrunk the unions of the traditional classes of the ancien regime, the landed aristocracy and the colonialist-bred bourgeoisie. Unlike the old ruling class, whose origins remained strongly rooted in feudal absolutism, the military acted as a social revolutionary force in the enacting laws that revamped the foundation of civil rights, including the rights of women. Article 45 of the Syrian Constitution of 1973, which mimics the Egyptian and Iraqi constitutions, states, "The state guarantees women all opportunities enabling them to fully and effectively participate in political, social, cultural, and economic life." The state removes the restrictions that prevent women's development and participation in building the socialist Arab society. 9. The military's top rank and LE were drawn, by and large, from well-to-do sections of the working class and small-holding peasantry. The case may be that the pull of petty property ownership deters social progress. However, the ideological elan of post-independence liberation and Soviet Union's social ideals/programs prevented vestigial EFFX or socially regressive traditions from hampering progress. At a later stage, as the military capitulated. 56. To imperialist diktat, it was not the resurrection of some inert cultural value originating in small property holding that swayed it to become a comprador class, it was pliancy induced by military and ideological defeat. Although the alleged inertness, à la Bernard Lewis, of reactionary traits among Arabs occupies a huge space in the colonial, imperialist imagination, this approach should not be admitted into proper social science simply because the trans-historical ethos of peoples explains almost all there is to know about them. The abstraction of the Arab as an inherently regressive type is ahistorical and too absurd to discuss, and is in any case contradicted by the real changes in social norms and behavior that occurred under Arab socialism. To assess the shifting class allegiance of the military, one needs to examine the key alliances that the armed forces undertook at different historical periods. The articulation between the military and the newly expanding intermediate strata in the socialist radicalization phase of the 1960s strengthened the hegemony of the armed forces over the social base. Lecca 1988. As of the early 1980s, weakened national security implied weaknesses at all security levels, including working class security, that is, RST of all, security from want. By the early 1980s, petrodollars began to seep into the semi-autarkic economies of Arab socialism, and signs of conspicuous consumption emerged. The state bourgeois class became noticeably capitalistic and abandoned its populist working class rhetoric. At RST site, it appears as if this bourgeois predisposition is driven by the dynamic of inequity under any capitalistic mode of development. However, upon a closer look, these changes were decisively determined by the onslaught of militarist imperialism against this crucial oil region. By the 1980s, Egypt had already switched camps, and Syria was left alone facing Israel, while Iraq had just entered another war. Evidently, these quagmires along with the advent of neoliberalism pressured socialist institutions and expanded the potential for private accumulation, taking the faster route to pro-tea making. A litany of defeatist literature as of the Camp David Accords stressed the faults of autarky and socialism and the reasonability of pragmatism. Hassan 2005. With the ideological interlocking of national ruling classes and imperialism afoot, the determining moment in the transition had little to do with the tendency of national capital to grow by accentuating unequal conditions, and a lot to do with the implicitly enshrined terms of surrender to imperialism. Recalling that imperialism has engaged the region through the war and oil channels, and growth occurred under conditions of increasing inequality. The drive to recolonize in order to commercially exploit, or to draw strategic power, also meant that US-led imperialism had to pauperize and disempower Arab working classes. The mode of integration of the through the combined channels of oil and war requires the articulation of the 57 with the global economy via a pattern of destructiveness or a deconstruction of popular forms of working class organization. Gaining imperial rents from war required the creation of more war-prone social conditions, and, as will be argued in Chapter 6, under a persistent global overproduction crisis, the disengagement of Arab national assets was underway. In Iraq, the embargo and the never-ending state of war necessitated heavy state involvement in the economy. The regime rationed scarce goods and could not have possibly embarked on neoliberal policies that would structurally weaken the economy in times of war. Iraq's form of Arab socialism, the independent position of its leadership and its vast reserves of oil implied that its surrender could only be brought about by invasion and recolonization. At one point prior to the Second Gulf War in 2003, the Iraqi leadership nearly pawned its oil output to French and Russian cartels in order to draw them to its side in the war, but that was not enough to deter the United States from aggression. As will be seen in Chapter 4, the subjugation of Iraq was pondered by the United States during the Cold War, but Soviet nuclear capabilities acted as deterrent at the time. For imperialism, Iraq is too strategic to be left standing. Its dissolution into several antagonistic territories and continuous internal strife is an imperialistic model that will steal popular sovereignty for years to come. The collapse of Iraq as a state appears to have been necessary to tilt the balance of power securely in favor of militarist imperialism. The rise of Islamist terror and its associated military national rent premia is but a case in point. It is fallacious to comprehend the goal of the United States in terms of a desire to set up a stable social formation in Iraq. The continued state of violent UX militarizes the globally crucial Gulf region and hollows out the social formation of Iraq so that it is no longer able to sustain itself. In a narrow sense, and relative to a degree of working class representation in the state, to disengage Iraqi resources and dislocate people cheapens them, which is pro-table to capital because it can harness cheaper inputs and sell its excess goods to unproductive regions. However, the destruction of the Iraqi state attendant on the social formation as a viable political entity and the rise of Israel as a regional superpower enhance the clout of the US-led imperialist camp. Whereas working people stand to benefit from intercapitalistic divisions and from the retreat of extractive and militarist capital, such a state of play hinders the potential progress of the international working class movement. While, as noted, there was political repression under Arab socialism, it was during the neoliberal period that the intelligence agencies, or secret police, in these three countries, the Mukhabarat, became the most powerful institution and main instrument of social control. With the retreat of social benefits and lower wages, the suppression of organized labor and other civil society organizations assumed new intensity. Belkazes 2003. State bourgeois. 58. Classes, which had capped affluent consumption and funneled resources into public investment, would in the 1980s come to mimic Western consumption patterns and, conjointly, to rely more heavily on coercion. The post-colonial crisis of underdevelopment, which was bolstered by a crisis of inequitable distribution and was partly redressed by Arab socialism, re-emerged under the rule of the newly established military global national elite merchant class alliance. Income inequality rose at an increasing rate. University of Texas Inequality Project UTIP, various years. 10 In this new order, the military concentrated more power in its hands and became strictly the subject of development, or rather de-development. The military's rule in Egypt since the uprising remains unbroken. The military's top ranks have linked themselves closely with vested interests in the commerce of their respective economies. They did so in relation to an import-led mode of development that slowly displaced national industry. Upon retirement, the brigadier was destined to enjoy a state patent over a certain imported product or economic undertaking. The public sector was fated to become privately owned. Arab Socialism. Arab Socialism, as it has been discussed so far, was led by the class alliance between the military and an intermediate stratum. However, a formal characterization borrowed from the mainstream implies that it was the rule of a middle class, or a class considered as distinct from the working class, as per the putative usage of the term in the United States. 11. The propertied middle class could not compare in terms of capital, skill, and organization with the resources and power which governments muster for rapidly overcoming economic backwardness and keeping pace with social change in the Middle East. Only the new, salaried middle class, clustered around a core of civilian and military politicians and administrators, seems capable of leading the quest for status, power, and prosperity by taking control of the state apparatus. Halpern 1962, 279. This distinction between strata within the working class on the basis of differing skill levels and amounts and modes of wage payment, monthly or weekly salary versus hourly wage, for instance, is a politically constructed falsification. The compartmentalization does not genuinely dene a social class in relation to other classes or, more specifically, in an Arab context, in relation to imperialism. It one-sidedly measures the materialization of class in the income position of a group at a specific moment, as distinguished from the historically given social relationship reproducing the incomes via the process of capital accumulation. The latter is a class-dened process. The degree of cohesion of a working class depends on its position vis-à-vis the ideological power of capital. The share of wages, which is the share of the working class from the social product denominated in money form, is unevenly distributed between sections of the working class on the basis of a false science that reduces socially emitted productivity to personal effort and promotes differentials such as skill, marginal productivity, and so forth, and always in relation to the power of capital. In broader terms, capital elevates absurd particular conditions such as individual productivity to the position of a fetish, while the particular could not come into being without the general condition, which is social productivity. It was not the reasoned discourse of capital that conquered the as I discuss in Chapter 4, winning hearts and minds was never the purpose of us-led aggression anywhere in the region. It is brutal imperialism, a formidable force by which workers' lives are crushed, their value is destroyed and their submission is wrought. The U.S. military bases scattered around strategic resources all over the world are the embodiment of international national classes in actual physical form. None of the Arab class structures can any longer be said to exist outside this militaristic relationship to imperialism. In the 1960s, with colonialism retreating, imperialist clout over national social classes was waning, and anti-imperialist fronts were buoyant, placing working-class strategy above narrow sectional identities. However, inasmuch as Arab modern states were remolded by imperialism, so were their bourgeois classes. As soon as the Arab socialist project succumbed to a combination of imperialist assault and internal fracturing, the ties of bourgeois national classes with the previous colonists cum imperialism were re-established. The ideology of the imperialist victor blamed debts, import substitution policy and war fatigue for the failure of Arab socialism. But in actuality, socialism had outperformed the neoliberal model on economic dynamics and social measures. Deficits, innovation, and unemployment were all at lower and tolerable levels, see Annex to this chapter. What was intolerable was the state of military and ideological defeat that shifted the allegiances of bourgeois, military and sections of the intermediate strata from the national base to foreign pursuits. 60. It may well have been the so-called frustration of the new educated middle class that emerged after the colonial period that escalated the sentiments of anti-Westernism, but the real reasons for the anti-Western stance are far more complex and multilayered. They cannot be reduced to the undulating feelings of a social substratum. Anti-imperialist positions gained momentum in response to the practice of imperialism and the abject conditions that were created by the colonialist forces. The rising tide of socialist ideology and national liberation movements in this post-World War II epoch earmarked the anti-imperialist struggle. The Arab bourgeois class, on the other hand, composed of merchants and large retailers, was deeply integrated into the capitalist system during the pre- and post-colonial period. This class acted as an appendage to imperialism, in 1978. It served foreign interests by colluding with the West and by stealing resources, Al-Hamsh 2004, 40. In the more general case, Petras, 1976, argues that the global expansion of imperial capital into the developing formations has incorporated the national bourgeoisie into its international network through trade, joint ventures, patents, loans and credit. These linkages strengthen the dependency of host economies on foreign capital in financial and technical support once independence came through. In addition to insufficient financial and material resources to build productive capacity in the immediate post-colonial phase, the Arab bourgeoisie also failed to garner legitimacy. The lingering post-colonial inequality and underdevelopment laid the groundwork for discharging the old landowning and comprador classes once the tide of socialist ideology took root. With the Soviet Union exemplifying the social model of state-led development, the new ruling alliance of military and intermediate strata emulated Soviet-style socialism. While the scale and form of state intervention in political, economic, and social activities varied from one country to another, the trend of the post-independence years was for growing state ownership of the economy. As shown by the statistical record in the annex to this chapter, even mainstream scholars such as Anderson, 1987, had to attest to the fact that the Arab socialist models acted as engines of growth. The fabrications spun around rising debts and trade deficits breaking the advance of socialism are not borne out by the data as shown in the annex to this chapter. The only valid reason for the academic assault on the socialist measures was to further the debilitations of the Arab socialist states in favor of imperialist strategy. The state bourgeois class led the process of development by focusing on industrialization and infrastructure. In the mid-1960s, the Syrian Baath carried out massive land reforms. In Iraq, the Baath nationalized oil in the 1970s and redistributed land and oil revenues in more equitable ways. In Egypt, state-owned enterprises accounted for about 60% of value added in 61. Manufacturing, and in Syria they accounted for about 55%. The output of these newly established public enterprises recorded 13% of GDP in Egypt and 11% of GDP in Syria, Richards and Waterbury 1990. Land reform accompanied these achievements, and increasing agricultural productivity partly stemmed rural-urban migration. 12 until 2006, Syria was exporting cereals, AMF 2007. With extensive social investment, standards of living rose significantly, AUB 1995, Anderson 1987. The regional as well as the particular Arab socialist growth rates of the pre-neoliberal period as compared to the more recent neoliberal one were higher. 13 In the uncertain immediate post-independence environment, the state acted as a guarantor of long-term investments in plants and equipment. State-owned industrial and agricultural banks lent to national projects at concessional long-term rates. A so-called blacklist protected national industry from foreign competition. A tightening of the capital account and a multiple interest and exchange rate policy galvanized national resources and provided exchange rate stability. Subsidies and price controls in essentials raised the standard of living for the rural population. Land reforms, which have since been rolled back, raised food production considerably, Phaeostat, various years. As already discussed, unlike in Soviet socialization, the private sector remained partially active under Arab socialism. Cooper, 1983, for instance, argues that there is a tendency among scholars to dismiss public, private oscillations that characterized what he terms state capitalist regimes of the Arab region. He concludes that state capitalist regimes failed to transform the fundamental structure of their societies, either into a dynamic capitalist form or into a non-capitalist one, hence they oscillated between various mixes of public and private, that is, mixed or joint sector structure in which the public sector was inefficient. Moreover, Cooper, 1983, 458, presents Egypt as a case model, whereby state control did not obviate the role of private ownership. 62. Cooper notes that the incentive to accumulate was always present and strong, both in the agrarian sector, where the incentive was to escape from state control, and the non-agrarian sectors, where efforts were made to maximize one's ability to gain from the state's economic development. The problem with this doctrinal line that dubs the public sector inefficient is the sloppiness of branding any form of state intervention as state capitalist and then assuming that privately motivated profiteering is something innate to human nature and runs against the grain of socialism. The pursuit of private interest pitted against public welfare was conditioned by the form of social organization, which was principally the hegemony of capital through the state. Hence, rent-seeking around the state counter to the public interest is a consequence of the ideological strength of the capital relationship. When the supposedly inefficient public sector was curbed under neoliberalism, the whole of the social structure in these countries went into a tailspin. Efficiency is a value criterion related to class interests. In the absence of unemployment insurance, the public sector served as a welfare cushion when job creation declined and fell far below the rate of growth of the labor force. Under capitalism, in whichever form it appears, private incentives and habits are not going to immediately disappear. The stubborn fact remains that during the immediate post-independence period, no individual incentive framework motivating the private sector could have carried out the task of development given its structural incapacitation in terms of resources and nance. Incentive or not, the private sector was puny, in actual productive capacity and nance. Moreover, the comprador class tolerance of imperial intervention in national affairs discredited it as a subject worthy of carrying out the task of development. When former Arab socialist countries followed the neoliberal mantra of free markets and private-led investment, as noted in the introduction, the investment rate in general fell from a high plateau of nearly 30% in 1980, to a low of around 20% in 2010, WDI, various years. More important, the quality of investment worsened in terms of output per capita, see annex to this chapter. That private investors in the cannot lead in capacity building is not only due to lack of nance or to geopolitical uncertainty, but also to the broader imperialist objective of controlling oil by disempowering and pauperizing the population in an oil-abundant region. In the socialist phase, the private sector was free-riding on the success of the state interventionist model. In Egypt and Syria, what remained of the private sector after massive socialization in the mid-1960s grew in tandem with growth in public investment. The private sector parasitically survived at all stages of the socialist project. The same private sector would infect the state capitalist class that metamorphosed into the new owning class of the neoliberal era with the culture of neoliberalism. It became the fermenting agent that would 63. Contribute to converting the state capitalist class into the new comprador class. The fact that the Arab socialist transformation was not more radical, especially when the working class were alienated from direct participation in political life, does not mean that the socialist state-led developmental experience did not bring about structurally and historically positive social transformation. The welfare outcome of socialization is not wholly irreversible, but to date, it has proven difficult to completely eradicate. The case of Iraq is, however, different because higher oil revenues provided the socializing state with leverage to nance welfare with foreign exchange. Iraq is also different in the way its terms of surrender were imposed by military devastation rather than through neoliberalism leading to indigence or war, as was the case of Syria. Criticism of the regime that arose from a leftist perspective appears retrospectively to have been displaced and hid an ulterior motive that abetted the imperialist drive. 14 Al-Kafahi, 1986, for instance, argues that the socialist state in Iraq strengthened the private sector and the economy's transition toward a capitalist state. He describes the Iraqi genre of Arab socialism throughout the 1970s and 1980s as the state's incubation of Iraqi capitalism, whereby the state supported and monitored its development in a controlled manner. That may as well have been the case in Syria, but in the context of the Iraqi state. Such observation is irrelevant in view of the devastation of the social formation by invasion. The Iraqi opposition was so engrossed in its allegiance to imperialism that in one rather stupendously ludicrous work, the poverty and misery under the US-imposed embargo was blamed on the monetary policy of the Saddam regime. The state over which the old Iraqi state bourgeois class presided is not the Iraqi state of today. To put it facetiously, if there was an incubation of the private sector in socialist Iraq, it did not generate the rise of private bourgeois class. Instead it hatched recolonization and the destruction of the society. In Iraq, the conditions of surrender were not laid down gradually through structural adjustment programs, they were imposed by guns and the policies of Paul Bremer. Juhas, 2004, noted that before his departure, Bremer issued 100 orders to dramatically restructure Iraq's economy to free market ideals, and no Iraqi, including future elected officials, can undo them. Bremer tore down what was left of national industry and agriculture that the bombardments had not already destroyed. The majority of the left in Iraq purposefully underestimated imperialist intent and tempered their critique of imperialism to justify imperialist expansion. 15 A nationalist social class in a former colony is nationalistic by virtue the working class alliances it holds and the distance it keeps from the imperialist center. To use Althusserian phrasing, anti-imperialism holds primacy in the overdetermined whole because the principal contradiction is between the integrity of the national state against us-led imperialism. Underestimating the significance to imperialism of the destruction of Iraq or, worse yet, relegating the whole U.S. assault on Iraq to a mistake based on misinformation, guides the scope of research into the absurd. The historically relevant condition rests in the deepening crisis of capital that drives powerful trends toward further imperialist expansion, oil control, and resource grabs. To condemn the preservation of the private sector in Iraq is off the mark. It assumes that with more radical forms of socialization, Iraq could have escaped the war and the oil control agenda of imperialism. Deconstructing global capital is not an analytical process but a real anti-systemic process in which class struggles, especially those stemming from the struggle against imperialism in the periphery, politically pressure capital into making further reforms and concessions in favor of working people in poorer nations. In all Arab socialist countries, the state-centered economy protected certain niches occupied by the private sector. Private sector activities were concentrated on retail and construction rather than large-scale manufacturing. Their inputs were state-subsidized and the prices they passed on to consumers were capped to moderate their protests. The tariff walls that were designed to protect public enterprises also protected private enterprises from foreign competition. The state extended supply and construction contracts to the private sector, and private sector protests were amassed through subcontracting. The latter gave rise to patron-client relationships between state officials and businessmen. However, Batatu, 1986, notes that the leveraging power that the private sector enjoyed under the government of Saddam Hussein was minimal. This particular point could be made for all the Arab socialist regimes by the degree to which they upheld an anti-imperialist position that required a fortification of national social cohesion through redistribution. The post-independence imperialist assault on these formations also conditioned domestic economic and social policies. Until their capitulation, these socializing states were at risk of war or in a state of war, and as the cost of essential commodities peaked as a result of shortages during Con-ICT, the private sector would naturally voice its concern by critiquing the inefficacy of the public sector seeking a broader role in the economy. Judging by the private sector's failure as of the Arab Spring, not only its inefficiency measured from the social side, but more so from the way it created the objective grounds for national dissolution. These states may have been theoretically better off had they extirpated the private concerns. With the exception of Iraq, which was shattered by imperialist aggression, the remnants of the private sector in Arab socialist states did indeed serve as the embryo for broader private sector-led development at the later stage of neoliberalism. The very class in power under socialism moved into the private sector and formalized its control of state property in titled form during the neoliberal stage. The immense growths in the private wealth of the ruling classes in Egypt and Syria, in contrast to misery, are irrefutable testimonies to this public-to-private wealth transfer. In view of the way imperialism had engaged in wars of destruction against sovereign states in this region, it is very likely that in the case of Egypt, and later Syria, submitting to the diktat of imperialism proceeded in a way that may have preempted or delayed imperial aggression, Iraqi style, upon their territory. The proclivity of the bourgeoisie to grow without public regulatory restrictions and shift into the merchant mode, away from industrialization, had already been groomed by colonialists, paving the way to cement the objective divides that engender state implosion. Underneath the potential of US-led aggression, imperialism unleashed neoliberal openness in an institutional context, which is skewed and anti-labor, instead of bombs, as was the case in Iraq. To be sure, the destruction of Iraq cannot be attributed to the stubborn position of its leadership. 66. Or its refusal to partly surrender to the conditions of capital laid down in neoliberal policy. No liberalization program was seriously presented to the Iraqi authorities to follow. The modern history of Iraq is a history of wars, or history has presented Iraq with the one alternative, which is war. The regional balance of forces and the end of the Cold War presented imperialism with a window of opportunity that it could have not forfeited. Short of recolonization, US-led imperialism would have not taken an Iraqi yes for an answer. Notice that as of late, since the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the global and the regional balance of power, including the positions of Russia and China on Syria, do not make of Iran the current soft spot that Iraq represented then. Iraq's destruction proper engenders more enhanced power standing for the US. It will be argued in Chapter 4 that in view of the dynamic growth of US-led capital, which requires restructuring power and value relations by seizure continuously, it was indispensable for US-led imperialism to turn the balance of power in its favor by demolishing the whole of the Iraqi social formation. The current protracted process of destruction in Syria follows a similar rationale in terms of raising the scale of accumulation by militarism and devalorization in easily penetrable formations exhibiting low calculated risks to US-led imperialist forces. To speak in the colloquial media stance that was once employed during the invasion of Iraq, the destruction of Syria costs less than a cakewalk and shooting sh in a barrel. The debate concerning equitable distribution between the state and the national bourgeoisie during the 1950s addressed the crisis of inequity bequeathed by colonialism. The state had to force through equalization measures such as land reform given the highly unequal distribution of post-colonialism. However, the idea during the socialist days, that the private sector constituted an indispensable constituent of the national front in the struggle against imperialism, has not been borne out by the facts. The weakening nexus of development and security in the neoliberal era is ipso facto proof that private-led policy was a failure. The state bourgeoisie later used the private sector to carry through the conditions of capitulation to imperialism and relaunched itself as a full-edged private capitalist class and a partner of the old bourgeoisie. The defeat of Arab socialist states to Israel in two major blitzkriegs was manifold, but the further retreat in socialist ideology following the Soviet collapse provided the state bourgeoisie with the ideological pretext for the volte-face. Without the condition of Soviet collapse, which resembles a force majeure, the ease with which these social transformations and class restructurings were carried out by the autocratic regimes may not have been so unproblematic or implemented without effective opposition from the working classes, as they evidently appear so in hindsight. 67. At the time of independence, the private sector was submerged in crisis, its reputation tarnished by the stigma of a shifty national allegiance, and its structural shortcoming, which is its lack of capacity to tap into the substantial resources needed for development, was evident. During the Arab socialist phase, the determining moment in the course of development was not merely in superficial squabbles between party bosses and merchants, but crucially in joint Israeli-American pressures which were kept up by military force to drain the capacities of the non-compliant states. Had the state not intervened in the economy, it is doubtful that any meaningful net additions to modernize the capital stock and real development would have followed. It is an intractable task to dissociate policies and development outcomes by attributing them exclusively either to internal national class formations or to the external meddling of the imperialist camp in national affairs. The mainstream often employs an analytical frame of reference that is freighted with neoliberal ideological bias. It adopts a language of blaming national forces for the shortcomings in development policies in order to exonerate imperialism from its wrongdoings. Corruption is the mainstream's oft-repeated refrain. But external involvement in national affairs forms part of the class structure that constitutes the state and its policies. Corruption requires a context conducive to the illegal funneling of public assets to private ends, a context that has been provided by the introduction of neoliberal policies, especially pegging the currency to the dollar in open capital and trade accounts and, in an institutional context, already hijacked by the state bourgeois class. To question whether the Arab developmental disaster is the fault of national elements or of imperialism, subjects social science to the banality of crude empiricism that overlooks contingency as the outward manifestation of determinacy in class, power relations or to the whim of empire. This cross-border class relationship is not an analytical object per se, it is a process of history. Whatever class alliance existed in the socialist Arab state, it was developmental or anti-developmental according the distance it kept from the US-led imperialist center. Depending on the centripetal strength of the working class, national class formations shape the condition that combines the struggle against imperialism and development outcomes in real and ideological forms. This strength ultimately secures the flow of resources within the national economy and clamps the venues of resource outflows or regulates the context that is conducive to the ultimate in corrupt conduct, which is the intertwined act of cheapening and dollarizing national physical and human assets. The chapter on Latin American structuralism and dependency theory by Sodfio Inyomo, 2005, proposes that the national bourgeoisie was responsible for the poor developmental outcomes. Its message is that subordination to a world market seals the fate of nations and that is squarely the doing of the national class in charge of development. Not that there is much national in 68. Weakly sovereign countries, especially Arab countries, but the fate of nations in an increasingly interconnected world remains contingent upon the existence and relative strength of an anti-imperialist international class alliance. On balance, the nature and behavior of a national bourgeoisie is determined by its mode of integration with global capital and its mode of appropriation from the national economy. The class in its impersonal and objectively specified historical relationships, transcends the national context. The roots of its material appropriation and reproduction provide the objective grounds occupied by the national class. Unfettered expansion denominated in dollars in a macro context of openness, fiscal austerity, dollar-pegged currency, dwindling capacity, and rising import dependency, will inevitably convert the national bourgeois class into a compradorial one. A social class cannot be defined in terms of the passport it holds. Historically, a social class supersedes the modern form of the nation-state. The bourgeoisie organizes the pursuit of property through the state, and the state is only a means to an end. The agent of development, which is a social class not principally defined by ethnicity or skin color, but by its relation to the appropriation of surplus from social production, is the subject of history and of social science. Accordingly, to expect that a national bourgeois class in defeated social formations will oppose imperialism on nationalistic grounds or because it is committed to its own national working class over the long term on the basis of nationalist affinity is a supposition that runs counter to the materialist logic of social class reproduction, especially so in the dollar-dominated nationalist age, or when the class has become the historically given interconnecting relationship, destroying its own national base as tribute to imperialism. From the standpoint of Arab working classes alienated from their states and subjected to the threat of US-led or induced bombardment, the present global structure appears immutable. Change is class-determined, and the victorious imperialist capitalist class with military bases across the Middle East forms the determining constituent of Arab states. Historically, Western anti-war protest movements have been unsuccessful in arresting war. The northern labor aristocracy nationaliste, as opposed to internationaliste, the struggle and sought an end to wars as if it were a form of charity by the rich north to the poor south and not a historical imperative. The creation of social wealth by more productive means in the north became possible by usurping and destroying the productive means of the south. The dominant social democratic stance has given wealth creation a Western nationality proper, it severed the organic ties of international labor. To date there is no recognition of the failure and, in light of the ties of theory to practice, Western social democracy theorized the wrong object and practiced the wrong theory. There is not even a semblance of recognizing the responsibility for a history of genocide in the colonies, which if it had really existed the world would be 69. Completely different. Such a Eurocentric approach, which is often upheld by Western Marxism, represents a distortion of value relations wherein Western lives are dearer than those of the rest according to the criteria of a nationalism invariably laced with racism. It is neither through the nationalist structure scope nor through the atomized individualistic perspective that an understanding of the issue forms, it is through understanding that the social ties of the working classes are real and transcendent of national borders. The above discussion has summarized the reasons why the state bourgeois class, which in the post-colonial period assumed the position of anti-imperialism under Arab socialism, was later to become more alienated from its own social base under INTA, literally openness, the Arabic equivalent of neoliberalism, and a close ally of imperialism. INTA was no ordinary neoliberal model. It was capitulation to every conditionality imposed by the Bretton Woods institutions. Opening up national markets along with geopolitical rents leveled the national productive capacity, brought down the protective dual exchange rate arrangement and enacted the Saudi model of earning without EFF or U.S. Saudi-administered geopolitical rents were accompanied by obscurantist, Islamist, ideology, which is already noted as a quintessentially capitalist framework of resource allocation. 16. The blame game, trying to decide whether this retreat was the fault of the or the fault of the center that caused developmental disasters, is a disingenuous debate. It misses the point that global accumulation is an interconnected social process, which is valued and monetized subject to the rapports de force in international class relations. Closing comment. From a culturalist perspective, limited industrialization and development in the Third World has been ascribed to the lack of a spirit of entrepreneurship or the problematic of the missing middle class, Turner 1984, 44. However, Poulantzas, 1973, thinks little of this alleged problematic. Poulantzas argues that, although the capitalist class plays a dominant role in capital accumulation, it nonetheless is not to be found in a vacuum. To him, the totality of the mode of production, in which the state is central, constitutes the determining relationship of social and economic transformation. One cannot accurately identify or DNA social classes without prior identification of the mode of production, Poulantzas, 1973, drawing on Marx 101 so to speak. The case of the is especially acute, since the capitalist system incorporated the Arab region in terms of production, exchange, and cultural relations via colonization and raw material extraction, Amin 1978. The entrepreneurial spirit said to be bred by and within the capitalist social formation was here constrained by a national structure commanded by colonizing foreign capitalists. And as Baron, 1973, 385, rightly points out, in the absence of industrial capitalism there are no industrial capitalists. The existence of an entrepreneurial role is sociologically determined, not generated by the genius of abstract individuals. The contemporary class formation in the is the product of an oil and war co-determined articulation, which is instantiated RST by militarization. It is this militarist articulation that forbade not only the evolution of a vibrant entrepreneurial class, but also precipitated the planned abortion of development in the This condition is not unique to the but it is certainly glaringly obvious in the war zones of developing regions, Africa, for example. It becomes visible at the point where the metabolic rate of the reproduction of capital imposes social dislocation to a degree that meets the depth of its crisis of accumulation. Real developmental achievement leaves its imprint in real time, which is one continuous socially reinforced whole and not the formalist short-term/long-term neoclassical travesty it is often made out to be. The positive developmental impact of the socialist Arab state was real and lasting. Lumping together Arab socialist states and their later mutations, the neoliberal regimes, on the grounds that they were both capitalist is self-delusional or, to rephrase Hegel's parable, in the dark night, all cows are black. In real terms, no socialism could be created overnight, and the socialist leadership must grapple with the strategic goal of how to remove the last traces of capital, not only concerning the abolition of the wage system but, equally important, as a civilizational turnaround whose defining feature is transforming private responsibility into social responsibility. Gauged against an ideal socialist state. 71. These Arab socialists could only have been capitalists parading under the logo of socialism, but that would be a hollow comparison against an idealism yet to be achieved. To be sure, the Arab socialist investment and egalitarian redistribution undertaken in the early stages of independence left a lasting impact. To have drastically raised living standards, health, and education is in itself a sine qua non accomplishment. Different starting points of development lead to different paths of development afterwards. Thus, a socialism emerging in a less developed Arab formation, threatened by belligerent imperialism, was in terms of its populism a democracy responding to the demands of the working class. That was also a time of global victory of labor over capital, allowing for a closer interface of socialist theory and practice. The state ATS of equalize assets and lands, industrialize, and grant women rights could have only been the encapsulation of the demands of a working class that had already waged a combined war of independence and a class war. Yet, the concordance of theory and practice at the socialist Arab level can also be ascribed to the global working class that emerged stronger after World War II. Western imperialism was on the defensive as colonialism was dismantled, and the global ideological debate had, at its ceiling, full employment and the eradication of poverty via state intervention. There cannot be a current reenactment of that history, unless one innates the puny size of socialist organization to the megalomaniacal stature of academics who think that they can achieve humanitarian socialism through the channels of bourgeois democracy. No small country will be successful in socializing on its own. More so in the neoliberal era than before, socialist theory and practice in the will meet or depart from each other by the outcome of international class struggle than by any nationally connected class struggle. The reading of class transformation in this chapter is based on the premise that it was submission to imperialism that revamped class structure in order to absorb the successive terms of surrender. Arab socialist regimes went from being led by an alliance of the military and the intermediate strata to an alliance of the military with a more aggressive and domineering international financial capital. A telling drawback of Arab socialist regimes, however, is that the working population was not afforded adequate civil liberties to partake in the political process. This repression came in handy for capital when the turn to neoliberalism took place at a later stage. Critiques of this experience from the far left exhibit a moral overtone that indicts the Arab socialist model on the grounds that it had maintained the relationship of capital under partial collectivization along with state bureaucratization and capped Western-style democratization. The argument implicitly raises the bourgeois democratic experiment and meets with concerns of the liberal right. Osman, 2013, summarizes these critiques in that the Nasser experience, for instance. 72. is said to have supplanted the liberal experiment and halted a transformation to a genuine liberal democracy. True enough, a working class is itself the agent of social transformation and should not be excluded from control of that transformation by a state bureaucracy. The realization of the working class in the state as democracy and the organization/implementation of the socialist plan via the bureaucracy are expected as the working class assumes power. The question, however, remains, how is it possible for a weakly armed working class, both in terms of munitions and cultural hegemony, in an underdeveloped country, where the cost of making ballot boxes may come at the expense of bread, to erect a democratic model by quasi-universal suffrage without losing out to more powerful imperialist meddling? Can one presume that imperialism will respect the will of third world working classes? Not even remotely will imperialism acquiesce to a modicum of socialist activity. The European, U.S. bourgeois democratic processes and their election models are anathema to working class democracy and rule. Judging by the state socialist organizational collapse along with the corresponding ideological collapse, Western social democratic reform, with its organizing and door-to-door canvassing for votes, resulted in social fascism, not revolution. It failed because it theorized the wrong subject, a nationally partitioned working class, or it had placed its nationalism before internationalism and compromised on principle with capital. Bourgeois democracy is capital's key resilience mechanism. Where the chief contradiction of capital, the rising private appropriation at the expense of the social, would bring down the system, the payoff to parts of the Western working classes via a sectional election process, would restabilize it. In relation to global accumulation, such a democratic measure becomes the fundamental point of departure for fueling North-South working class divisions and the imperialist drive. The strength of capital's ideology in obscuring the insidious Western democratic process is multifarious, but I will name two. 1. The promotion of Western-style democracy in the Third World. The application of the very contrivance that props capital in the North, cannot be implemented as a reform and redistribution channel in the South because it homogenizes labor. Said differently, the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation implied under historically determined living standards, or the rate of surplus drain from the South that must buttress both northern pro-T and wage rates, cannot admit political reform measures that would equalize the disparate global wage rate, revalorize third world labor upward and decrease both the rate of the metabolic consumption of man and nature, which would lower the rate of pro-T, more on this in Chapter 6. 2. Of the conceptual paraphernalia of mainstream social science, democracy and the right to vote stand atop the pyramid in sacred sainthood. 73. That a context of legal and social inequality relivers through the voting booth the same condition time and again is irrelevant to the alleged moral position that without the individual right to vote, there will be suppression of freedom or free speech. This mainstream individual is both abstracted from his or her own social being and a contextualist from his or her social relationships. Seen socially, however, the individual, necessarily but not exclusively, acts in line with the vested interest of the social group to which he or she belongs and mediates the position via the politics of the given historical structure. Curatively speaking, in the absence of abiding crisis and alternative socialist ideology, the two-party system will repeatedly be re-elected by the central working classes that partake in the spoils of imperialism. Emmanuel 1972. Such a scheme that omits the real, as in global interrelatedness, value transfers from the sweatshops of the South, war deaths of the Third World, and historicizes social development by packaging fascist-like platitudes as science, is an advanced form of bourgeois ideological reconstruction. It achieves its goal not only by mystifying and convoluting language and facts in bamboozling the working class, but also by continuously distorting the means of perception by fortifying the hegemony of a false science. As the dominant ideology fans Western democracy into dogma and dogma into science, a system of knowledge collapses into a system of belief. This phantasmagorical fabrication of democracy and the tribute paid out in bribes to Western classes are at the heart of the stabilizing mechanism of capital. It is this crucial area that mainstream social theory rarely theorizes. That is why central to the movement of the working class is its self-activity in a context of its own dictatorship. Practically, for a democracy to work it has to be a democracy for the working class only. The real movement that is communism/socialism is inseparable from this self-activity, which is the dictatorship of the proletariat as unity of means and ends. As such, the issue of democracy is not an ethical point but a philosophical and practical one. Communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. Marx 1845. Ethical evaluation begins at the intersection of theory with practice, and not of theory with theory, Dunham 1955. Capitalist social relations are entrenched, and radical socialist change would have required more than a simple commitment to socialism in some corner of the Third World, such as the given the low level of development in Arab states and their traces. 74. Of semi-feudal despotism, Arab socialism on its own could not have speedily attenuated the repression attendant upon the labor process. The failure of the Arab socialist model is more related to the loss of socialism in general rather than to its particular Arab brand of socialism. Due to data availability prior to 1980, the rates are calculated using at least 10 consecutive observations for Iraq, 15 for Egypt, and 20 for Syria. Post-1980, the economic performance of Syria and Egypt depended more on oil revenues. The data demonstrate that in terms of growth and output per worker, the Arab socialist period was by far the better performer. Source: The Penn Tables, Feenstra et al. 2015. Table 1.2 High and low points of in-nation for the periods 1960 to 1979 and 1980 to 2011 followed by modal range and average for in-nation rates. 1960 to 79 1980 to 2011 Egypt 1.6 and 10%, modal range 4 to 5%, average 5.6% 5 and 25%, modal range 12-13%, average 14.5% Iraq 1 and 4%, modal range 3 to 4%, average 4.5% 5 and 450%, modal range 23-26%, average 65% Syria 4 and 10%, modal range 4 to 5%, average 5.5% 7 and 60%, modal range 13-15%, average 12.2%. The data from this table show that in-nation rates were on average lower and steadier during the Arab socialist period. Because of high variations in in-nation rates, the mode or modal ranges are better measures of centrality. Source: World Bank, WDI, various years. 75. Table 1.3 Average unemployment rates for the periods 1960 to 1979 and 1980 to 2011. 1960 to 79 1980 to 2011 Egypt 5.2% 13.2%. Syria 4.2% 10.9%. Iraq is not included in this table because much of Iraq's data have been removed from the WDI database. Obviously, the unemployment rate under Arab socialism is much lower. The measurement of the unemployment rate under Arab socialism was more accurate because the labor resource was surveyed regularly in planning procedures and input-output models. Source: World Bank, WDI, various years. Table 1.4 Average total debt service as a percentage of gross national income for the periods 1960 to 1979 and 1980 to 2011. 1960 to 79 1980 to 2011 Egypt 3% 4%. Syria 2% 4%. The time series for Syria ends in 2007. Source: World Bank, WDI various years. Table 1.5 Average for the difference between the rate of investment and the rate of saving as a percentage of gross national income for the periods 1960 to 1979 and 1980 to 2011. 1960 to 79, 1980 to 2011 Egypt 4% 7%. Syria 5% 5% asterisk. Although the difference in Syria remains the same before and after, the dependency on foreign aid and loans grew under neoliberalism because the state under open capital accounts was no longer as credible or effective in issuing new credit substantiated by national means. Asterisk. The series for Syria ends in 2007. Source: World Bank, WDI. Various years. 76. 77. Chapter 2. The devastation of peace. In Egypt. In Egypt, the internationally integrated ruling class imposes a systematic relationship on the development of society, the symptom of which is the growing gap between the working and the ruling classes. The rift deepens by the extent to which the ruling class submits to us-led imperialism. The sources of growth in such a disjointed economy after 30 years of liberalization, 1980 to 2010, depend little on standard macroeconomic recipes or whether the interest rate or the currency is undervalued or overvalued. Growth originates in the United States-sponsored geopolitical rents, nationals and trade considerations needed to stabilize, or to destabilize if need be, the socio-economic formation. In any case, principal macroeconomic variables have become the tools for imperialist plunder. The mainstream's economic concept of efficiency derived via prices obscures the workings of economic transfer mechanisms. More than elsewhere, in Africa and the prices are generated by repressive power structures, and much of value is snatched by forcible dislocation of people and resources or by aborting the gelling of working-class revolutionary consciousness and organizations. The means of fiscal or financial intermediation between the public and private spheres in the forms of redistributive taxation and recirculation of rents/profits within the national economy are calibrated to imperialist desires. The tax base of the state depends less and less on direct or progressive taxation, and the assets of the public and private sectors are de facto dollarized as a result of openness, multiple internal and external deficits and the informally pegged exchange rate. In 2010, the year of the uprising, Egypt's indirect taxes were at 8% of GDP, more than twice the rate of direct taxation, UN 2015. Under neoliberalism, Egypt developed two economies over its territory, one national and the other extranational, with very few welfare-promoting linkages between them. To have arrived at the point where value usurpation undermines basic subsistence, Egypt lost two principal wars, entered into the Camp David Accords and introduced a process of economic 78. Liberalization, beginning roughly in 1980, which eviscerated the nation of its nationalism. Instead of a post-Camp David peace dividend leading to development, Egypt experienced a slide into misery, hence, the title for this chapter. All along, Egypt was paying the imperialist conqueror tribute derived from the resources that would have otherwise strengthened its development, especially the living security of its working class and, by implication, national security. In this chapter, I posit that the process of social disarticulation underway in Egypt is related to the broader goals of us-led imperialism in Africa and Middle East, to which a weakened Egypt, situated in the us-led imperialist orbit, contributes. Subsequently, national stabilization arrangements, such as US aid or Gulf funds to steady the exchange rate, are secondary in relation to the broader goal of us-led imperialist hegemony. Because of the historical surplus value and other value transfers, through the indigence of the working population, primary resource transfers and also through the premature death of people by imperialist policy and aggression, which continue to be wrought by commercial exploitation, forfeiting a money premium in the form of anestheticing US or Gulf aid so as to consolidate the power of Egypt's comprador class is insignificant when compared to the circuitous returns stemming from the disempowerment of Egypt. Commercial exploitation is not restricted to capturing individual slaves and putting them to work, it is about driving the whole nation into a condition of slavery. In between fomenting civil strife and stabilization, imperialism opted for processes that would preempt any nationalist class restructuring that would, by implication, re-empower the working classes of the African/Arab continents. US-led hegemony and the extraction of value by violence wrought upon the African/Arab region released tremendous cheapened resources for imperialist grab. In a nutshell, a disempowered Egypt experiencing lumpen development buttresses imperial rents more than an Egypt developing by industrialization that would have otherwise empowered its working population. As of late, the Egyptian uprising occurred in an epoch of crisis in humanist philosophy and its ideological progeny, socialism. The absence of internationalism in working-class ideology and the decline of worldly socialist utopia may condemn the already puny Egyptian left along with its progressive social agenda to failure or to an existence on the margin of society. The argument for the descent of Egypt from the days of its socialist accomplishments into a model of lumpen development will be structured as follows. The RST section provides a glimpse into Egypt's economic history with an emphasis on the transition from a socialized to privatized economy. In the section entitled Recent Empirical Observations, the present. 79. Economic woes and mainstream fabrications are exposed. Section 3 follows the rise of merchant capital and the consequent necrotrophic relationship between the private and social spheres. Section 4 deals with the difficulties facing the transition from uprising to revolution. Section VE covers the issue of how the crisis in socialist ideology blocks revolutionary transformation. With an ever higher velocity of exchange value circulation forcing technological innovations to compress time and space and to shift a socializing factory or into cyberspace, the closing comments suggest that the conditions for another insurrection are already forming. To invert Althusser's aphorism, the future may no longer last a long time, and the success of the next revolt will be tied to how the policies of the alternative popular model will be received contingently upon the strength of socialist ideology. A glimpse into economic history. Egypt's recent economic and social history could be split into two phases, a socialized phase of high and equitable growth, which ended in the late 1970s, and a neoliberal period of inequitable growth beginning shortly thereafter. Although standards of living are historically determined, the post-independence period, as mentioned in the previous chapter, represented a better model of development and growth, World Bank 1995, Bush 2004. The Arab socialist states in particular outperformed the other nations in employment creation, output per worker, and average real growth. Refer to the annex to Chapter 1, also a cursory review of the World Development Indicators, WDI, would bear similar results. Egypt's growth exhibited a lower average in the neoliberal phase, but it remained high relative to other developing countries, developing world average of about 4% as per the WDI. As calculated from national sources, the real per capita growth rate was closer to 4% under the Arab socialist period, then fell by almost half to 2% between 1985 and 2000. These national GRs concur with those of the WDI. It subsequently rose to slightly more than 3% over the last decade prior to the uprising, 2000 to 2010. One ought to note the population growth rate was higher around the 1960s. By 1960 it was at 2.8%, but it fell to 1.6% in 2010, while the rate of new entrants into the labor market also declined from about 1990, it expectedly dropped at a lower rate than that of the population growth rate, according to the Egyptian Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics, CAPMAS. The socialist phase comprised a tightly controlled economy with concentrated spending on social and industrial projects financed principally by national means, all the while Egypt was in a state of war with 80. Israel until 1978. The neoliberal phase, principally the post-Camp David Accords phase, represented a period of reliance on the free market, unconditional openness, and social debilitation. Initially, it was Sadat's openness, which involved the gradual liberalization of the trade and capital accounts, that caused the exchange rate to fall and prices of basic necessities to rise, while wages rose sluggishly without catching up with inflation, CAPMAS, various years. The Inta, which immediately began to pauperize the working class, was blamed on Nasser's autarkic policies, debt related to war, and the impossibility of financing welfare in view of Egypt's allegedly feeble current account position. However, the current account position was not weak. The data in the annex to Chapter 1 shows that the rates of dependence on foreign savings and rate of debt service were lower on average prior to 1980. The terms of trade for Egypt, export-to-import price levels, held steady until 1980 and then began to decline principally in relation to deindustrialization, the rising importance of primary product export and a global open trade environment pressuring downward the unit labor cost of tradable goods. 2. The balance of payments difficulties that were encountered as a result of the 1967 and 1973 wars were offset by rising geopolitical aid. Dependence on foreign saving was lower as seen in the annex to Chapter 1. The bulk of the debt, which was minimal in the late 1970s compared to later external debt developments, was owed to the Soviet Union and denominated in the national currency at concessional interest rates, or partly repaid through barter agreements, CAPMAs, various years. The eclipse of the Soviet Union, 1990, and the rise of laissez-faire ideology further shored up the drive for the Inta. Sadat's Inta, however, did not only target price liberalization, free trade, and capital movement, but it was also about reversing socialization, restructuring social classes and relinquishing state sovereignty to a class fully integrated. 1. The cost of war of the 1967 with Israel was overly exaggerated to prepare the stage for openness. In the collection of articles entitled The Egyptian Economy in a Quarter of a Century 1952, 1977, Isai, 1978, 8, estimates the losses of the 1967 Six-Day War to be between 20 and 24 billion Egyptian pounds, nearly VE times the actual GDP in 1967. According to the WDI, there was almost a 1% real growth in GDP in 1968. The damage to the infrastructure was minimal and the war materiel was replaced by Arab and USSR funding. It is highly unlikely that an economy could have sustained such losses to infrastructure and GDP and still maintain a positive growth rate in the year after. 2. The terms of trade are calculated price levels of exports and imports from the Penn tables, Feenstra et al. 2015. The slope of the trend line between 1952 and 1978 is at, showing no decline. As of 1978, the trend line exhibits a downward slope, implying a deterioration in the terms of trade. 81. With global capital. The terms of surrender, not so discreetly embedded in the Camp David Accords, unlocked the value spigots of the Egyptian social formation for draining down. The neoliberal openness paradigm became the conveyor belt of war booty. Prior to the Camp David Accords, Nasser's social reforms, land reforms, universal health care, and free education in a country that had ranked poorly on the development scale under King Farouk, catapulted the nation into the modern age, Hasib 2002. Growth of literacy, life expectancy, and real income soared in the RST 15 years of the Nasser Revolution, Hasib 2002. In the collection of articles entitled The Egyptian Economy in a Quarter of a Century 1952, 1977, published in 1978 by the Egyptian Society for Political Economy, several authors critique past performance, but it was nowhere near the scale of the disaster that unfolded under neoliberalism. Translated excerpts follow. 1. Although military spending rose significantly between 1964 and 1975, private consumption was not undercut and steadily rose between 1952 and 1977, Al-Tayyib 1978. 2. Al-Tuki, 1978, attributes the success of employment policy in the Nasser period to high investment in industry, metallurgy, and construction accompanied with a planned program to educate graduates in economic activity foreseen to expand in the future. 3. In industry and agriculture, Ibrahim, 1978, notes significant improvements in agricultural production per acre as result of Nasserite land reforms. 4. Handasa, 1978, disparages the accusations of inefficiency levied against public sector management of industry and proposes that in terms of social efficiency criteria and real value contribution to the economy, social gains, and protection, the public sector scores high on the efficiency scale. In 2013, illiteracy, which had been on the way to being eliminated under Nasser, reached 26% for people over 10 years of age, UNESCO 2015. In 2015, CAPMAS stated that poverty and illiteracy were on the rise in Egypt, with the vast number of poor concentrated in the south of the country, with as many as 43.7% of the population living under the poverty line. CAPMAS has also revealed that illiteracy among poor families has increased to 41%. 3 CAMES estimates real adult illiteracy in 2015 at 50%. 4 Although the quality of health and educational services was being degraded, Abernethy, 2042, claimed that U.S. aid had lifted the quality of health and primary education to the top ranks of the Third World. 5 This sort of blatant mendacity misled many about Egypt's real state of development. During the INTA, beginning early 1980s, the share of manufacturing shrank under the combined assault of low-priced imports and petrodollar in-house, which incidentally lowered the exchange rate in ways that could have boosted competitiveness had industrial capacity risen. However, OFFICHL statistics indicate a fall in the share of industry from 22% in 1970 to 16% in 2013, UNIDO, various years. 6 In the early stages of the INTA, remittances from the Gulf exchanged on the black market had much higher purchasing power and created a work model of earning without EFF-ORT. In 1976, the dollar black market rate exchanged for VE times the OFFICHL rate. 7 The same engineering position in Kuwait, for instance, paid several times more in terms of purchasing power in Egypt. There were more Egyptian pounds chasing fewer goods or goods rationed by the war EFF-ORT when national capacity was being neglected. Prices rose, and Egypt's socialized housing, subsidized transport, and XED price food staples were thirsting for more resources, Abdel Fadil 2000. By the late 1970s, the dual exchange rate was coming undone as a result of the huge quantity of petrodollars circulating in the local economy, and national money creation rose to meet the conversion demands drawn on the black market in favor of foreign wage earners and importers. The process of deconstructing the protected basic consumption bundle itself could not have been achieved without the complicity of vast sections of the regime's bureaucracy. 2 Historical circumstances assisted Sadat and his class in rolling back development. 1 was the half-hearted nature of the Nasser revolution, in which Egyptian workers did not fully partake in the political process of social reform to later safeguard progressive achievements, the general case for all Arab socialist states. Harry Braverman was somewhat prophetic in 1959 when he stated, "Nasser's regime is certainly a dictatorship masquerading as a revolution, but it is also a dictatorship fulfilling some of the obligations of a revolution, and initiating the trends and processes which will make for more revolution in Egypt. So long as the military can effectively substitute itself for the social struggle, keep the pot boiling, and give at least the impression of forward motion, it can hold sway. If it falters, the dispossessed nobles and landowners are on hand to take over again, with imperialist help, unless the Egyptian working class and peasantry have in the meantime so matured as to be able to make the Nile Valley the scene of Africa's RST experiment in socialism." Braverman 1959. This is not to say that there were no mass resistance movements opposing the initial neoliberal steps. In 1977, working people in Cairo rose up in a bread riot, but the rebellion was brutally crushed by the army. The revolt was centered in Cairo and not organized nationwide. The detachment of the working class from direct political representation through autonomous institutions under Nasser facilitated the process of quelling the uprising. Nasser's measures to shore up national security were used to undermine the combined security of the nation and its working class. The second more decisive circumstance that crushed Nasserist socialization was US-led imperialist war and intervention. After Egypt's second major military defeat to Israel in 1973, the encirclement of its armies and the Israeli threat of non-conventional warfare, the daunting weight of imperialist military forces stacked against Egypt became even greater. Fearing to follow a strategy of arming the working class to conduct people's warfare, which might turn the army against the rising bourgeoisie, the sacrifices required to redress the imbalance with imperialism were grossly exaggerated by the Sadat-reared intellectual elite. Resistance was said to be futile, and peace with Israel was adumbrated as a bright future of plenty when, in fact, it became a veneer under which the spoils of imperialist victory in war were stealthily withdrawn from the national economy. Egypt's experience with modern Western imperialism began with the short-lived Napoleonic conquests, and later the British conquests of the last quarter of the 19th century that terminated the Egyptian textile and 84. Other embryonic industry, which employed nearly 40,000 wage laborers around 1840, Lutsky 1969. The British removed barriers to trade that would later erode prospects for the take-off of any nascent industry, which marked the RST phase of Egyptian industrial decline, during 1969. In fact, the era following the Camp David Accords that surrendered Egypt to US-led imperialism significantly resembles the late 19th century period when taxes, imperial booty, collected from Egypt went to service Ottoman debt and pauperised the population, leading to the Arabi Pasha Revolt, 1882. Around 1880, prior to the Arabi Revolt, Egypt had to deliver £1 million in yearly taxes to service Ottoman debts, Lutsky 1969. 8 modern neoliberal policies siphoned resources as if they were a tax by colonial at. The Camp David Accords peace dividend was only forthcoming in terms of aid consolidating comprador rule, maldistribution policies, and a higher rate of privatization and expropriation, which have only exacerbated Egypt's economic problems. The positive rates of growth, as measured in mainstream economic terms, witnessed since 1980, nearly 5% real average growth over 30 years, 1980 to 2010, do indicate the existence of a dividend, but this was a privatized growth benefiting the comprador and US-led national capital and conversely lowering the incomes of the working class. 9. It is not so straightforward to point out a surplus drain from Egypt to the US-led empire when the United States has provided Egypt with around $2 billion in aid annually since 1979. One may say that as of 2011 the U.S.-sponsored Gulf funds pumped into Egyptian reserves and capital might have been significant, but the upshot of these ows is unimportant to US-led capital. However, one may also add that the value wrought from cheapened wages and the blocking of Egypt's indigenous industrialization effort is historically significant. This value may be roughly signified by the trend in the gaping divide, opening scissors, 10 between capital and labor shares, or by measuring 85. The fall in labor's income share in relation to the rise of capital's share and the outflow of national assets to the international financial markets. The estimates of the distribution of the income pie in Egypt indicate that labor share has fallen from a high plateau of nearly 45% between 1963 and 1975 to a low plateau of 25% between 1996 and 2008, Elestat 2009, Marchetti and Foley 2011. Since 2008, an average inflation rate of about 10% and non-indexed wages have further lowered labor share. Yet, these nationally bounded estimates do not do justice to the broader picture of value transfers to US-led empire, especially circuitous transfers from the rest of the region and the globe as a result of the weakening of Egypt. It may be worthwhile to underline that about 2/3 of US aid to Egypt since 1979 was destined for military purposes, and much of the remaining third went into research aimed at ideologically buttressing the comprador's hold on power, basically intelligence platforms to conscript the intelligentsia, example as in social research into what would cause a revolution and whether the political alternatives would bring back any form of working class representation to power, say 2003, Sharp 2015. Firstly, it is relevant to recall that Egypt was a major Arab and African power, and its contributions to the non-aligned movement, NAM, and national liberation struggles were weighty. Its subordination requires a weakening of national development, which circularly leads to working class and national insecurity. US-led imperialism requires a dependent and passively consuming Egyptian working class that will not re-empower itself by gains in knowledge and living standards associated with rising productivity, in 2015. US-led imperialism also requires an Egypt subdued such that it will not question the pillage of Africa and the or rethink the practice of Arab regionalism. By the time of the uprising in 2011, the state of degradation in social assets as a result of imperialist grab in Egypt and, more pertinently, the losses sustained by Africa and the as a result of unfettered liberalization since 1980, attest to the sine qua non of value usurpation and the foregone opportunity of development if a nationalist Egypt had exercised more power on the regional level. In the past 3 decades, Africa and the could not have seriously bettered their development, no matter how they tinkered with macroeconomic variables, partly because of the distorted balance of forces resulting from Egypt's co-option. Even when the African and the economies grew by rising commodity prices between 2000 and 2010, the growth was hollow or devoid of developmental gains. 11 In Egypt, particularly, the growth of privatization hit a delicate point involving the basic right to healthy nutrition with the rolling back of land reforms in the early 1990s, Bush 2015, which released a mass of property-less labor from the land only to meet the reality of shrinking industry, productive capacity, and decent jobs. More on this perverse transformation in Chapter 5. If security imparts development, which it tautologically does, then it is understandable why for the last 30 years the and Africa have experienced lumpen development. A process of accumulation by colonial wars of encroachment that had receded after independence took hold once again over much of Africa and the beginning in 1979, immediately after the Camp David Accords. The decades of the 1980s and 1990s are known as the lost decades for sub-Saharan Africa and the One explanation for this poor performance may follow from the fact that the neoliberal context altogether was outperformed by the state intervention measures of the post-war years. However, the average negative per capita growth rates for these 2 decades, -2 to 3% or as per the WDI, and the faulty distributional mechanism that took hold of these economies once the commodity boom arrived in 2002 cannot be simply relegated to some global statistic when wars and dislocation were tearing at these continents. Egypt's shift to the side of the United States, and the imperialist encroachment process, were partly the cause of the Congo Holocaust and the invasions of Lebanon and Iraq, among other disasters. Events may so progress such that the insatiability of US-led capital will soon devour other nations, as is happening in Yemen. As world integration with the Arab economy became less based on trade in manufactured goods and more on the export of raw materials, class cross-border alliance between comprador Arab classes and US-led capital became yet more forte for the simple reason, the comprador depended more on the international market for wealth accumulation. The bonding process of cross-border ruling class alliances is not simply economic, but also sociological, involving the falsi cation of old development experience, the resurrection of royal symbols and the creation of new representations arising out of the neoliberal school to solidify the economic bond. Under neoliberalism, the Arab state gradually morphed into a security apparatus with less and less of popular consent arising from social investment. Figuratively, the head of the state could be reduced to the head of the Internal Security Ministry. The ideological apparatuses of the state would mostly tout the ideal of free markets and the inherent backwardness of local culture, which is allegedly to blame for the failure to meet the lofty goals of modernity. In persona-ed institutions of this sort, economic growth that generates wealth would not trickle down, certainly not in substantive amounts to improve welfare. The guiding light and partners of the comprador class, the Bretton Woods institutions, were much like Egypt and other Arab states undemocratically governed, namely, governed by the United States and Europe. These institutions knew very well that Arab states were nothing but vessels for impaired working class participation and, hence, incapable of effecting socially stabilizing redistribution or peaceful democratic transitions. Their cant of the possibility of Egyptian or Arab good governance was part of the bonding exercise they undertook to boost the ratings of their partnering regimes. Capital's international institutions projected an image of goodness upon imperialist partnering regimes by implying that good governance by these regimes, whose formation was guided for precisely the opposite purpose, was a possibility. The ideological grip of capital through administrative machination suppressed any sign of serious intellectual challenge from the heterodoxy. In one example of such clampdown, a 2009 UN report that hinted at the depth of the crisis before the Arab Spring was blocked before publication. In one paragraph of the report, the study highlighted the difference between the concepts of crisis in the developed world and the There is a Eurocentric tone to the word crisis in an underdeveloped region that has had the highest rates of con-ICE globally. In the totality of existence, which is called underdevelopment, where wars and displacement rage in countries like Iraq, Sudan, Yemen and Palestine, and where after some 3 decades of high positive growth rates nearly a third of Egyptian children suffer from malnutrition, the word crisis has little or no meaning, for it is an everyday occurrence. But, the case may be that if economic wealth for the more developed world can be created by non-economic factors, by dispossession and dislocation of peripheral formations, then that could mean that the creation of wealth in the center is positively related to pauperization of the periphery. If even remotely or partially true, then the road to peace should begin here. UN 2009. In explaining the modus operandi of developing conditions and the relationships that were driving them, a published summary of the above report. 88. The summary appeared RST, after which the report was in small part boulderized, but more generally suppressed, which had gone through to publication despite the many hurdles, noted the following. Certain Arab countries have been locked into a particular orbit of de-development. De-development depends on the extent to which the interplay between national and international forces allows for the retention of a bigger share of the social surplus in the national economy for the sake of industrialization and development. Certainly, cross-border class ties have come into play, facilitating the process of surplus usurpation. The development of the region in relation to security is therefore an outcome of the multi-tiered power structure. The continuing UX of international relations has thus far situated many Arab countries on the dispossession side of capital accumulation. Of the two paths of capital accumulation, accumulation by commodity realization and accumulation by dispossession, the region is subject to the diktat of the latter process. UN 2009. And as to how this Arab/African development became distinguished from other third world processes, for reasons of diplomatic discretion, the report shies away from naming the hegemony of American imperialism in the region and the brutality of its sponsored dictatorships that accounted for the collapse of development. Analytically, the report stresses imperialist overdetermination in general, and how the terms of power preceded the making of the terms of trade. Terms of power in lieu of terms of trade offer us a new perspective for analyzing the determinants of the autonomy structure of Arab states. Those terms of power are determined by the interplay of national comprador forces and international forces within a context in which capital accumulation, rent-seeking, and profiteering are predicates of, and hold primacy over, nationalistic forms of social organizations. Security arrangements in the Arab region are rarely the result of domestic developments or even of regional developments, they have to be understood in the context of the international division of political power, of which the represents the periphery. The geostrategic importance of the area has meant that the international powers have, to a large extent, an interest in determining its security arrangements and thus its autonomy over its own policy. Such a focus on the international roots of the security arrangements in the does not, however, negate the effect of domestic and historical factors. Nevertheless, it provides a rudimentary framework which enables these factors to be distilled and reorganized for a better understanding of the issues. UN 2009. 89. As the report notes, The reasons for the pervasively poor developmental showings can best be understood from the standpoint of imperialist power relations. Foremost among these relationships is the set of social relations geared toward generating divisiveness along constructed and imperialistically funded identities that differentiate working classes. The condition of decaying global labor solidarity had reached such a low point such that the Muslim-Copt clashes of the 2011 revolt mirrored the ideological retreat of universal labor. A principal contradiction with capital was diverted into an interworking class con ICT, yet the romantic left never questioned how, with such rifts, the political upheaval will be capable of socially restructuring the power of the dominant class. In a context devoid of the political power of the working class, it is not so much the effectiveness of monetary or fiscal policy that shapes the development outcome, rather it is the national ownership of such policies. Such policy autonomy is missing in the case of Egypt and the broader In Egyptian monetary policy, the history of growth in money supply shows that money expands principally to satisfy foreign exchange demand or the demands of wealthier individuals who will enjoy the bounty of the convertibility of national currency into dollars at XED rates. The evidence for class-biased credit expansion is jointly supported by the extensive rise in credit to the private sector, the growth in the share of the less liquid elements in the money supply as proxy for, around 13% average yearly growth between 2010 and 2011 as per the WDI, the informal dollar peg policy and the skewed income and wealth distribution that increasingly favors the moneyed class. As happened elsewhere when financial or speculative bubbles build, the credit from central banks aids the wealth of financiers. Prior to the INTA, it would be moot to speak of money supply growth leading to innovation in a protected and semi-closed economy in which most of basic consumption was satisfied by local means. In a sheltered economy with dual exchange rates, as Egypt was in the Nasser period, the money supply grew by the pressure of credit demand stemming from within the national economy and the targeted supply of credit that the central bank produced in relation to the requirements of the VE year plans, Saif al-Dawla 1965. National money demand was satisfied by the issuance of local currency and credit, whereas the demand of foreign exchange was controlled by the state, which observed an adequate level of national reserves to stabilize the XED exchange rate. Recalling that this was an economy of price and capital controls in which the excess or shortfall of the money supply was addressed via open market operations conducted namely at the national level, innovation was tackled by price control, while the Treasury soaked up excess money supply. In actuality, there was a dual system of exchange rates whose manifestation 90 was multiple markets with multiple interest rates, that is as if there were multiple currencies, some for national use that are not traded internationally and others for external use. The purpose of these multiple interest rates was to enhance domestic investment by domestic means and to protect the necessary consumption bundle from innovation. In Arab socialist Egypt, this was all the more possible because imports, much of which were military materiel bought with cheap loans from the Soviet Union, represented a low 20% of output. Until 1973 the rates of imports were lower than 20% as per the WDI. As of the mid-1970s the share of imports rose and its composition changed with time as more of the basic consumption bundle began to be imported, Abdel-Fattah 2000. When in the early 1980s petrodollars in AUS, Gulf-generated remittances and US aid AUS, raised the supply of local currency, and the constraints on price, trade, and capital control eased, significant amounts of dollars seeped into the private sector. The exchange of dollars into Egyptian pounds to appropriate assets in the newly liberated market jolted the coordination by which the demand for goods and foreign exchange would not affect everyday commodity price innovation. The need of dollars raising the supply of national currency on the local market forced an initial XED exchange rate devaluation in 1980. As the prices of basic necessities to the consumer began to rise, wages followed lethargically, but never caught up. The significant real wage decline occurred in the few years prior to the 2011 uprising. As imports supplemented national production by the early 1980s, the price rise was not so much attributable to more money chasing fewer commodities, real wages of the working strata did not rise sufficiently to offset inflation given the absence of organized labor, but to price mark UPS as result of limiting local production and freeing licensed imports. Immediately after the RST relaxation of import restrictions in the early 1980s, there were no shortages in basic goods, Amin Ahmed 2007, but the removal of subsidies on national production, along with a monetary policy that shifted credit away from publicly owned industry and agriculture toward the private sector, also rearranged value transfer from the working class to the comprador class. Empirics and financial short-leashing. It is difficult to reconstruct an empirical macroeconomic pro-LE of Egypt given both the inadequacy of neoclassical market measures when applied to developing formations and the high degree of inaccuracy in the data. 12. Mubarak's successive governments, in cahoots with the World Bank and the IMF, concealed the deteriorating social conditions by reporting a rosy economic picture. The easiest way to view this is to assess the progress of the Gini Index as reported by Egypt to the World Bank or as it appears in the World Development Indicators, WDI, database and compare it with another existing measure. Whereas the Gini Index as reported by the WDI implied that Egypt was as egalitarian as Austria, and its income distribution remained stagnant over time, as viewed in the WDI on March 8, 2014, the Income Inequality Index constructed by James Galbraith, UTIP 2008, shows that Egypt was becoming more unequal over time. By the start of the uprising it had one of the highest rates of inequality in the world. 13. But the Gini GERs are no haphazard falsification. Fabricated GERs related to progress achieved under neoliberalism run through the whole gamut of social variables and provide the grounds for the policy EDCE that has so far contributed to the uprisings. 14. Just prior to the 2011 revolts, only around 5% of Egyptians were reported to be living in abject poverty at below $1 or so a day, AMF 2009. The GER was revised upward to nearly 20% following the uprising, AMF 2012. However, anthropological research in the countryside reported that the impact of agribusiness biasing changes in land tenure law on dislocation was significant, and that poverty rates were on average rising, IB 2012. According to H. Kishk of the National Center for Social Research in Cairo, by 2012 more farmers were neglecting the land because successive changes to land tenure laws made them feel landless. Kishk, 2012, also brings up the issue of lower prices and revenues wrought from the sale of locally produced crops, which disincentivized working on the land. At any rate, Egypt, as do most Arab states, imports nearly half of its basic foods, cereals, and is the biggest wheat importer globally, FAO Country Cereal Balance Sheet 2015. For Clark, 2001, this makes it, and others, vulnerable to US-initiated economic political pressures and food embargoes. Given the shortage of food stocks, sanctions similar to those imposed on Iraq between 1991 and 2003 would, within 90 days, bring Cairo's 12 million people to the brink, of whom 10 million are in real poverty, Clark 2001. As will be seen in Chapter 5, food production has fallen further since 2001, and the peasantry, effectively dispossessed by Law No. 96 of 1992, which undermined tenancy security, made a gradual exodus from the land. The news item that uncovered the hollowness of supposed growth came at the end of 2009 when UNICEF noted that despite a number of positive economic indicators, Egypt has a hunger problem and that nearly a third of all children are malnourished, IRIN 2009. Despite this grim picture and the fact that informal sector employment is above 50%, poverty employment is not really employment, the OFFICHL unemployment rate was reported at below 10%, Hassan 2008. Fabrications, both systemic as a result of the Keynesian accounting identities and blatant, as in data doctoring, are the ideological mainstay of the compradorial class and its international allies. Moreover, although comparatively significant, at around 5% annually over 30 years, Egyptian economic growth came to depend increasingly on raw material export and foreign sources. Prior to the uprising, Egypt was exporting 500,000 barrels of oil a day, worth nearly $15 billion a year in 2010, OPEC 2010a. Over the last VE years, average workers' remittances were as high as 6% of GDP, and tourism provided an even higher rate of around 10%, IMF's various years. Egypt attracted more than $40 billion in foreign direct investment, FDI, between the years 2005 and 2009, which, incidentally, is high relative to the rest of the African continent, UNCTAD-WIR, various issues. 15. The country also recorded huge market capitalization growth rates. Over the VE years prior to the 2010 uprising, the average yearly value of the stock market was anywhere between $80 and $100 billion, according to the International Monetary Fund, IMF 2009. 16. Public debt as a percentage of GDP went down from 100% in 2005 to around 75% in 2010, WDI 2011. 17. The current account DCIT relative to nominal GDP was also insignificant at just 1% during the penultimate year before the uprising. Just prior to the uprising, Egypt's dollar reserves covered nearly a year of imports, and the in-nation rate went from around 18% in 2006 to 10% at the end of 2009. OFFI child unemployment stood at 9%, ILOKILM 2010. But these were exactly the gears that concealed lumpen development and the building social disaster. Egypt has steadily liberalized investment, ownership restrictions, and trade and capital barriers. It further liberalized trade by doing away with many of the quantitative or quota barriers and high tariff levels, ICRAM 2006. The onset of heavy liberalization was ushered by the Paris Club in 1991 in return for a $20.2 billion debt write-off, Human Rights Watch 1991. By 2000, the primary balance resulting from cuts in social spending for an expanding population showed a modest surplus of 1.64%, ICRAM 2006, 175. The working class was subjected to fiscal and monetary austerity, whereas the comprador class reaped the benefits of double standards in macroeconomic policy expansion. A synopsis of macro policy. The state effected a two-pronged macroeconomic policy, RST, credit outs to the wealthier class enhanced in part by foreign sources and a diminution of resource outs to the working class, which reacts the shrinkage of social spending or the austerity associated with addressing an alleged budget DCIT, balancing the primary budget, 18 and, second, an implicit or explicit dollar peg regime that exhausts national moneyed capital, which could otherwise be destined to the working class. Building national reserves and servicing debt at the expense of the bread and butter basket. 19. This dualist policy reacted the dichotomy between the national productive economy and the internationally integrated comprador and financial sector. The supply of credit is used in a pernicious manner. The rate of reduction in the labor share is partly determined by the degree to which social spending programs are cut to meet servicing the internationally imposed debt. The pegged exchange rate also requires a contraction of the supply of money destined to the working class, which tallies with the reduction of real wages. As elsewhere and under open capital accounts, the interest rate is kept artificially high to secure the balance between savings and investment, control inflation and achieve balance of payments equilibrium. Although under standard circumstances, if the interest rate falls, either savings will be insufficient, or inflation will start to rise, or the balance of payments will slide into DCIT. In cases of political uncertainty such as Egypt's, the interest rate is merely indicative of the risk premium. The key driver of economic stability is not the gradation of the interest rate, but the political guarantees that the United States offers, through the Gulf as well, to support financial and political stability. Another point of departure from the standard in Egypt is that high interest rates over long periods are associated with regressive distributive shifts and financial and balance of payments crises, Similar to what is in Argytis and Patelis 2001, Chang and Grabel 2004. Interest rates have to remain high in Egypt on account of openness and risk. Monetary policy has no relevance on consumption given the almost non-existent financial market for the working class. The policy of reducing wages raises the share of capital in the social product, and money supply, that of capital, is determined by its own rising transaction demand. The bank deposits cum transactions of the capital class are what drives the creation of money. Pushed by openness, monetary holdings jumped from 33% in 1971 to 90% in 1983 and have remained high since, mirroring the shift in income maldistribution, WDI, various years. In Egypt, the correlation between high interest rates and maldistribution or shortfalls in foreign currency is observable, but at the same time, it is spurious. The failure of industrial policy, capital account openness and risk, along with the primacy of shifting political forces against labor cause income inequality. The principal transfer mechanism hinges on stabilizing the exchange rate via cuts to wages and social spending. Putnaik, 2009, explained that under a supply constraint, a rise in government borrowing will more than proportionally raise private surplus through pro-T-ination squeezing out forced savings from the workers. As the government borrows to spend in a situation where the scope for raising output and employment was limited, if government expenditure rises, then there would be ination that would squeeze workers' consumption, and simultaneously boost pro-TS, Putnaik 2009. A higher supply of money for which there is not adequate economic activity, would raise prices of workers' consumption goods while the savings and the share of pro-TS of the financiers who had initially lent the state would increase. 20. The capital class benefits from higher levels of nominal GDP and returns on financial assets. Although the financial class should not fear ination or a worsening balance of payments causing currency depreciation, as spending by borrowing appears to be in its own interest, it nonetheless loathes the idea that the state can boost the economy on its own and, consequently, people may perceive capital's role as unnecessary. This is a sociological explanation that advances the premise that capital's quest for control ranks higher but is not contradictory to fulfilling its pro-T motive over the long run. However, in Egypt, the capital in question is neither national nor nationalistic. There is an Egyptian capitalist class immersed within imperialism as a secondary relationship. Employing the same sociological relationship of control before pro-TS, imperialism performs a tightrope act between the looting that debilitates Egyptian labor and the aid that keeps Egypt barely owed for it to circuitously extract value by the power emanating from Egypt's containment. However, ination is never an abstract monetary phenomenon, and it must refer to a composite measurement of prices that always denotes see aggregate measures of commodities prices, Weeks 2014. Historically tracing the workings of ination on wealth shares in Egypt, one NDS that ination did indeed reduce labor share and the real wages and, conversely, raised capital's share by the real growth rate and, obviously, by the lost share of labor from the social product, in value terms and sine ed in money. That is pretty much what has happened elsewhere in the developing world where labor lacks the muscle to GHT capital, but here one must add, there are higher rates of abjection alongside an ideological assault aimed at hollowing the culture of resistance. In the present epoch, the Egyptian working class is not represented politically by any real form of political organization of sine can't wait. As such, it does not present an economic alternative of its own. Its lower real wages and declining share of GDP should decrease demand and lower prices, but they do not. The fact that prices rise when workers' demand is lower can only be attributed to imperfect 21 markets and monopolies that mark up prices to consumers and, concomitantly but less frequently, as a result of the dollar peg and rising world food prices. If the money supply destined to the working class and wages shrink, prices may be expected to decline. However, the workers' consumption basket includes a combination of demand-determined and cost-determined prices, and the fact that prices tend to rise implies that it is monopolistic decisions that are leading the price hike. The rising price level of basic necessities in Egypt originated in a policy of worker pauperization concealed behind a monetary phenomenon. The fact that inflation began to taper down in the few years before the uprising could only mean that poverty levels were skyrocketing. Despite inflation, one notices that prior to the uprising of 2011, the exchange rate held steady and sometimes when it rose slightly. The value of the unaided national assets of the wealthier class remained XED in terms of dollars. A comprador class that controls the government fears neither inflation nor a worsening of balance of payments because austerity against the workers generates the tax revenue to offset the costs of stabilizing the dollar assets of the rich. These forces are at play, and the working class is engaged primarily in terms of how it can be regimented and, secondarily, in terms of the loot that is drawn from its right to decent living. A looted class devoid of resistance ideology is the aim of US-led imperialism. The dual macroeconomic policy in an open capital account context with pegged exchange rate is a resource allocation mechanism. When the price level is derived from the product market and the nominal wages are fought for by organized labor, inflation becomes relevant to the unorganized working class and it acts as a supplement to state tax policy. Inflation targeting monetary policy was accompanied by spending cuts on projects that would expand employment, skill contraction, and frequently resulted in a primary budget surplus. Debt creation to expand the resources available to the capital class for investment and short-term speculation raised their asset prices and pro-TS by more than the amount of initial spending and its associated debt. The gist of the monetary policy was to index the pro-T rates to inflation, but not the wage rate, or to augment short-term pro-T rates in the private sector and to force the working class to pay for it through inflation of wage goods. The money sine cation of the wealth pie, the total value in the economy, expands in terms of dollars XED against the national currency by lowering the share of the working class in total income. Thus, in the UX that underlies the making of social conditions for the creation of relative or, inclusive or, absolute surplus value, it is the latter conditions that have come to portray more of the Egyptian capital accumulation dynamic. Until the uprising, the trends in selected macro variables such as inflation, unemployment, deficits, and so forth were exhibiting an improvement. Despite this World Bank-assessed quasi-crystalline economic performance, Egypt could not be anted as a model of neoliberal success, as in the racist motto the Golden Boy of Africa designated for Tunisia, as was Tunisia. From the time when the Economist Intelligence Unit in 1993 dubbed Egypt as Bangladesh on the Med in one of its fast-sell journalistic scoops, the country's poverty levels remained glaringly visible to visitors and locals alike. Crude estimates situate the 2010 real wage at half of what it was in the early 1990s. 22 brawls outside a Cairo bakery when bread prices rose in 2008 led to the deaths of many and made major headlines, Slackman 2008. 23 Egypt is one of the few countries in the world where rising food prices have resulted in immediate fatalities. When disguised hidden unemployment and underemployment are considered, the real unemployment rate in Egypt would easily be several times the OFFI published rate, poverty employment included. More than 50% of private sector employment is in the informal sector. With the economy often recording negative growth in output per worker, energy consumption. 98. Rising only by the rate of population growth, WDI various years, and highly productive sectors like manufacturing shrinking in size, the rate of effective units of labor contributing to production, the kernel of productive employment, could only fall. The broader swath of the labor market was not about the exchange of labor services for a wage. Employment was a rigged game in which cronyism and consent were reproduced by a combination of clientelism, coercion, or repression. Gradually, the rift resulting from over-regimenting the labor process and restraining national capital expansion widened until it burst open in the uprising. The igniting moment came as a result of ideological disarray within the ruling circles and loss of control over key areas of state functions. Imperialism had noticed the institutional fatigue, the alienation of all social groups from the political process and the overall senility of politics, yet it had not moved to stabilize Egypt. As soon as troubles broke out in 2011, the comprador scrambled to blindly snatch and dollarize national wealth without concern for political stability, depleting reserves. More than 20 years after the uprising, the flow of funds from the Gulf states and other sources has failed to redress the dwindling of Egyptian national reserves. Reserves fell by around $2 billion a month in October, November, and December 2011 and in January 2012. Since February 2012, reserves have fallen by around $600 million a month for a total of $15.2 billion. In late 2012, reserves covered just around 3 months of imports, UN 2012. Despite the regimes enacting limited controls on dollar withdrawals from national banks, reserves in 2015 remained low, covering around 3 months of imports. 24 The currency stabilization efforts resemble the act of laying a sieve with water. Reserves stood at 3.9 months in 2014, UN 2015. But subsequent moves to cut spending, raise the interest rate and partially remove subsidies were complemented by increasing AUs and aid from the Gulf, except for Qatar, which withheld its aid after President Morsi was deposed. The situation in 2015 still depends on AUs that are contingent upon how the United States dictates to the Gulf the necessity to steady Egypt's balance of payments in relation to rising regional tensions, UN 2015. Since 2003, the inflation rate grew at a yearly average of around 10%. In the 2 years after the uprising, the inflation rate registered an average of 11% growth yearly. As noted, the underlying causes of inflation are unrelated to shortages of goods in the local market. For the most part, prices rose in relation to monopolist imports on essential and non-essential goods. Real wages fell in line with the minimal power exercised by politicist trade unionism. Since the uprising, the growth rate has taken a setback. It was 0% in 2011 and 1% in 2012, however, having grown around 2 to 3% as a result of considerable Gulf cash-in AUs, it began to rise slightly again, UN 2015. These are the lowest rates of growth recorded since 1978, the year in which Egypt entered into the Camp David Accords. In the 8 years prior to the 2010 uprising, the Egyptian economy grew at an average of around 6% yearly. This growth was also underlain by considerable oil and geopolitical rents, US aid and remittances. Development-wise, as noted, neoliberalism was an epoch of inequitable growth and industrialization along the forced removal of peasants from the land without the creation of sufficient, decent, jobs to absorb them. Account taken of the advance in technology over time, the output-capital ratio in the period 1960 to 1970 was estimated at a range of 1.1, whereas for the decade of 1998 to 2008, it fell to a median range of 0.95, Marchetti and Foley 2011. Investment per worker, measured at constant prices, rose by an average of 9.2% every year from 1963 to 1979, and nearly stopped growing, 0.08% growth, for the years 1981 until 2008, unchanging from its earlier levels, Marchetti and Foley 2011. Obviously, after 2011 and the collapse, the same rate would be negative. In addition to the higher output per worker, these estimates clearly delineate the dynamic efficiency of the socialist economy. According to the estimated household income inequality, UTIP 2008, the index of inequality declined at a rate of 1% yearly from 1964 to the late 1970s, roughly the end of Arab socialism, and then rose at the rate of 1% during the Sadat, Mubarak years, UTIP 2008. Linear projections on the Texas Income Inequality Database show that by 2010, Egypt would have had one of the highest rates of inequality globally. 25 Mainstream assessment of Egypt's performance often neglects the fact that although the population growth rates were rising, investments in total, and in agriculture in particular, were declining and creating fewer decent jobs. The demographic argument, which often posits Egypt as a rich land that nonetheless has many people beyond its carrying capacity, Abernethy 2000, 42, assumes that macroeconomic policies have remained dynamic and nationally based. It is rather an ill-informed position as well, because macro variables such as growth, job creation, and population synergize in terms of rates of growth and not as at levels. Under healthy macro dynamics, high population growth becomes a blessing. Arguments of this nature completely miss the point that under Arab socialism the economic policy was nationally controlled and served national social interests, as opposed to imperialistically controlled under neoliberalism. During the Muslim Brotherhood's MB short hold on power, June 30, 2012 to July 3, 2013, the previous regime's social and economic policies stayed put. Monetary policy implicitly depends on a dollar-pegged national currency, which varies in relation to the U.S. monetary policy stance and, as such, remains outside the purview of the Egyptian government. The Central Bank of Egypt may intermittently resort to increasing the interest rate with the avowed purpose of stemming the flow of funds and stabilizing its national currency. But because of the high degree of risk at home, the interest rate is not the variable that is locking in resources. What is stabilizing the national economy and preventing it from going into a tailspin is the political assent of the U.S. administration to the positions and practices of the Egyptian regime. Moreover, the reasons why the national currency would owe out or stay at home have to do with the perception of risk, which is mainly how the United States grades the performance of the Egyptian regime and the ease of convertibility and fund transfers abroad, rather than the minor impact of the difference between world and national interest rates. Since 2012, the Egyptian banking sector's deposit amounts have surpassed its loan amounts, UN 2014. Banks mainly lend what remains in funds after transfers abroad to the public sector, government bonds. In view of the paucity of loans extended to the private sector and the wide latitude of trade and capital account openness, policy interest rate change would not enhance Egyptian domestic demand. Fewer loans to national businesses were on offer. With unstable conditions lingering, commercial banks continue to prefer government bonds/bills to private lending. By the way, this is the same rationing of finance to the private sector conducted under Mubarak, but because of the higher recent risks, less credit is afforded to the national private sector. The necrotrophic relationship. Unlike the data reported by UNIDO on the share of manufacturing in total value added, which is close to 16%, or the share of manufacturing American Samoa reported by the Arab Monetary Fund in 2011 lies slightly below the 10% mark, AMF 2011, 79. The share of manufacturing in GDP for the is lower than that in all other developing regions except those in sub-Saharan Africa, World Bank 2011. The share of high-technology exports from total manufactured exports is at around 2% on par with sub-Saharan Africa, World Bank 2011a. The quality of investment in Egypt moved away from high-productivity capital to what is referred to as finance, insurance, and real estate, or low-productivity capital, UN 2008b. The productivity of capital declined from a ratio of 1.1 in 1963 to 0.9 in 2008 as per Marchetti and Foley, 2011. The share of private investment in total investment went from below 10% in the early 1980s to over 50% in the years preceding the uprising, WDI, various years. Meanwhile, the rate of the tax contribution of the private sector fell while the share of waged private sector laborers went down in relation to GDP, UN national accounts, various years. The private sector share of income steadily rose while it continued to tie its national assets to the world dollar market and/or as comprador capital shifted its moneyed assets to international dollar-denominated capital. Seen from its social side of consuming and allocating resources, capital edged ever closer to a full-scale mercantile mode of accumulation. Much like natural capital, merchants eschew the drudgery of industrial productivity and reinvest little back in society. Merchants proper do not earn their pro-TS from the infusion of knowledge in production, hence, bettering the skills and incomes of workers is not represented in their scope of activities. Because of the high-risk environment, the internationally integrated merchant class qua comprador also exacts high borrowing costs on short-term loans while remaining more or less liquid to bail out at short notice when crisis sets in. The whole of the economy mimics the high velocity of exchange associated with hot money. Money capital could out quickly, busting the economy. The window of opportunity in which both merchant and national capital drain the national economy is determined less by the degree of national economic stability or rising demand and more by imperialist acquiescence to regime practices. Recalling, so long as US-led capital consents to regime stability, the geopolitical rents will be on hand to cushion its national shortfalls. Also, the merchant mode of accumulation is growth without expansion of the productive capacity or a reskilling of the labor force. Together these processes disengage huge sections of the labor force and, in a time of global socialist ideological retreat, relinquish the social and ideological space to an imperialistically sponsored civil society, Islamist aid organizations funded with Gulf petrodollars, which disguise anti-labor functions as charity. Around the 16th century, when the world began to abandon mercantilism and engaged in productive investment, integrating commerce with industry, a cultural step forward was taken. Culture here does not 102 refer to folk or elite tradition but to the universal store of humanity's knowledge that has accelerated via the engagement of science in technological application. By contrast, what has occurred in Egypt under neoliberalism is the gradual disengagement of national industrial capital from commerce, after which the latter activity became the dominant mode. Reversion to mercantilist modes was accompanied by cultural regression and loss of socialized knowledge. Merchant capital exhibits worse outcomes on development than the typical comprador class of Latin America. Whereas a comprador class and a nationalist bourgeoisie differ in terms of whether the sphere of accumulation and its circuit are nationally or internationally linked, the merchant, capitalist class in Egypt is more fully fused with international national capital because its concrete activities depend more on the security provided by US-led imperialism. After more than 3 decades of snatching national resources, not only in terms of the sturdiness of the sociological relationship bonding it to Nan's capital, but also in terms of dollarized losses, this class loses little from forfeiting its production base in the home economy. It does not run a branch plant economy at the behest of multinationals resulting from the maturity of the life cycle of the product as did Latin American comprador. Central capital shifts commodity production to the periphery after it ages at home and leaves a comprador in charge to repatriate pro-TS. At least in such an instance, factories would be springing up at a higher rate in Egypt, which is not the case. Merchant capital's principal activity is to tap into national resources, national assets and foreign exchange earnings, by ephemeral investment/speculation, devalorization of national assets, and the sale of imports to the national economy. In this depressive cycle, undervaluing people, not their labor power but the actual humans, as if they were low-priced commodities became part of the shift to the merchant mode and its attendant value usurpation process. Capital as a social relationship regulates its metabolic rate of reproduction in relation to the cycle of value destruction and value creation, Mazzaro's 2005. The context in which this activity occurs is neither the result of individual agency nor the will of some ray-ed agency that runs history. Increasingly, dominant modes of thought relegate historical agency to bigger-than-life individuals or to static structures whose elements are catalogued in a given unrelated order without the objective determinations of actually existing history, Mazzaro's, 2011. In addressing past and present developments in the mass media is awash with Arab presidents or kings, bigger than history, who often parade as clowns, or with explications of social phenomena classy as separate historical instances or emanating from non-existent past cultural phenomena. For instance, jihadists are either a product of the just here and now or they simply relate to separate reconstructed instances in pre-capitalist history that explain their revival. They are not portrayed as a sequel to irrational but purposeful violence under capital. As to the clowning part of Arab leaders, all one has to do is observe the hilarious performance of the two post-uprisings presidents in Egypt, Morsi and Sisi. They inherited a crisis existing within the context of a larger global crisis and guided by the same neoliberal drivel and peace with imperialism cant, which had initially intensified both the national and the global crises. It is not likely that any president kowtowing to the imperialist line would appear as anything other than a clown. This has to be understood from a value formation and destruction optic in which a country the size of Egypt serves value making via commercial exploitation. Unless they shake off the imperialist yoke, all they can do is prostrate or trade the inhumane embargo on Gaza, in part among other things, for a few more months of borrowed foreign savings. That mainstream's history is reduced to structure devoid of social relations or just inaided personas is not naive. It is how the conventional social science adopts fascist platitudes as the science of imperialism. For Mazaros, 2011, without understanding the true character of the hierarchically articulated structural determinations of capital's increasingly more destructive societal reproductive order, with its organic system in which the parts sustain the whole, and vice versa, in their now paralyzing circular reciprocity, there can be no significant improvement in these times. The mainstream analysis writes off history as the dialectic of the discontinuous and the continuous exercised by social humans and the objective, real, social relationship in which they have entered. The social nature of the world into which human beings are born, its class institutions and other social organizations, legal or political, that have for so long oppressed working people and against which working people struggle cannot be overlooked because the historian cannot feel the social relationship or shake hands with it. 26 To reigning ideology, the men and women that make history are biological and not social. History to Egypt is the hunger, the potential famine and the forthcoming drone or robotic/drone wars that Egyptians can neither shake hands with nor kinoodle. This is not the elephant in the room, but is the room itself, in which the destruction of nature and human lives is necessary for the reproduction of the social relationship and the productive power of capital. To use a higher order generalization for the sake of perspicuity, capital is nothing less than the corrosive self-consumption of humanity and nature that serves narrow private interests and creates negative social outcomes as opposed to the banality that new technology replaces old technology and imparts progress as in Schumpeter's famous, 1942, creative destruction. Uprising or revolution. For an uprising to transmute itself into revolution, class restructuring should translate political gains into social gains. When the power position of the working class weakens, and benefits do not accrue to the laboring masses, the revolution succumbs. Two salient cases characterize the Arab uprisings. The RST is the war-condition case of Yemen, Syria, and Libya, where the offensive to replace a single comprador class with traces of nationalism into a state with several compradorial classes reigning over multiple territories was carried out by outright Western military intervention. The second case, represented by Egypt and Tunisia, is the initial rise of Islamists to power, which occurred without perturbing the class structure of the ancien regime. Despite the fact that social conditions worsened after the uprising, ideological Islam and the despondency attendant on post-uprising failure appear to have lowered the threshold at which people's distaste for their condition leads to revolt on one hand, and reorganize the ruling class standing in the power structure of the state on the other. Furthermore, the initial Islamist commandeering of the Egyptian uprising led to the redomination of old bourgeois ideology, of which Islamic ideology is the corporatist epitome. Corporatist is not simply the subjugation of the state to corporate interest, it is rather a higher degree in the coordination of capital's power through the state as a result of deeper crises, which involves inhumane measures to discipline the working class, and, as Lenin, 1902, pointed out, this could occur because bourgeois ideology is far older in origin than socialist variants, is more fully developed, and has at its disposal more imperialist support and immeasurably more means of dissemination. In addition to the overarching neoliberal ideology, which practically shuns all alternatives like a jealous god, the state as an organ of class rule was left intact. The state's public power, of which the deep state is a recycled offshoot, its armed men, prisons, coercive institutions of all kinds, state bureaucracy, and a state machinery that has become perfected under capitalism could not have been revamped because the substance of the rising forces was anti-proletarian, Lenin 1916. There was not even a farcical elite circulation à la Mosca, the same faces in public OFFICE remained unchanged. For an illustration of Mosca's elite theory see Bato Moore, 1964. In Egypt, it can safely be stated that there was neither a successful political transition. 105. Displacing the merchant capital-led class nor a redistributive social revolution. The turn from the MB to the military putsch is a nominal change in which the army or real power broker, as foretold by Abdel Malek, 1968, had really never left the political scene. James Petras's position that the United States Sacre said the dictator to save its class ally has been borne out by the course of events so far, Petras 2011b. During the uprising and afterwards, the United States continued to inject funds to stabilize the situation, DNE 2011. The United States has invested nearly $100 billion in the Egyptian military, conservative estimates capitalized at the annual interest rate of 5% or would sum to $96.5 billion, unadjusted for ination and security apparatus since the Camp David Accords. As soon as they ascended to power, both the MB and the upper ranks of the Egyptian military readily declared that they would abide by the terms of Camp David. For the broader masses, these accords were landmarks of surrender under which national security and development parted ways and both were lost. The Brotherhood's rise to power did not emerge as a revolutionary spur of the moment. The organization was part and parcel of the rule of the comprador class, which later grew into the fully edged merchant, capital class, in 2015. Sadat, following the 1977 bread revolt, selectively released malleable anti-Nasserite brothers and the regime has cohabitated with them ever since. Awadi 2004, in 2015, 27. The only Sinai-Kant organized group prior the uprising was the MB, in 2015. On the policy side, RST the MB and later the Sisi regime have sanctity at existing distributional mechanisms. In every aspect, the process of accumulation continues to be one of dispossession and dislocation. Under the MB, the policies of the ancien regime were not reversed or adjusted, rather, they gained momentum, UN 2012. The desocialization of policy and the displacement of labor, either by the import of labor-saving technology or by extra economic means, accompany growth in the relative surplus population. In the meantime, the fervor of Islamization, at RST, and the revolutionary zeal experienced during the July demonstrations in 2013 died down and were followed by despondency and arrests of political opponents. In addition to repression, the restructuring of the ideological instruments of the state to promote a higher dose of pragmatic coexistence with imperialism continue to postpone resurgence. In all the preceding, 1. May recall the hypothesis that is being developed upon, insofar as value transfers are directly or circuitously materialist in the forms of imperial rents for us-led capital, these presuppose an Egyptian satellite state or a debilitated social formation under the aegis of the imperialist power nexus. Uprising without socialist ideology. The Tahrir Square event and everything that came afterward appears as tragedy without a trace of farce or comedy. The romanticism of Western left discourse about the uprising is incapable of building an alternative ideological model. The daily dependency of the working class on the despotic power structure for earning its keep is not replaced by a system of socialist convictions commensurate with people's sacrifices and longings for long-term social security. The presence of labor, aristocratic elements within the ranks of the Egyptian left, principally as an appendage to Western Marxism but also to some extent developing nationally under the aegis of merchant capital, breeds the sort of consciousness that drops the alternative of armed struggle from the national agenda and capitulates to the illusion of change by liberal democracy. The unthinkably ludicrous part of the picture is that of democratizing in the presence of malnutrition, with reactionary Islamists leading frequent armed attacks against the state and robbing the left of its disgruntled working class. The material basis of social democracy and its labor aristocracy rest mainly in the pillage of the working classes in the Third World that are partly funneled by democratic concession to Western working classes. Bourgeois democracy is synonymous with the reasonability side of capital, its states, institutions, and ideological structure, which through wage, bribes and identity differentials sows just the right amount of division amongst labor. In distinguishing between inter-Western working class schisms and Western developing world working class rifts, questions of degree matter. The very idea that any value, in qualitative, quantitative form or as a social relationship, the state of being of value, working its way toward the center via capital's stabilizing relationship of bourgeois democracy, its capital's key mechanism of resilience, is as relevant as the sine cation of value occurring as a result of the difference between the premature deaths as a result of neoliberalism, poverty, wars and mortality, death in the absence of morbid causes, as put forth by Sutcliffe, 2006. The shorter peripheral lifespans are sine cation of differential value transfers between North and South. Undoubtedly, Arab and African survive with so little, and their lives are extinguished way before the historically conditioned life expectancy. The hold of liberal democracy on the consciousness of vast swathes of Western workers, which vacillates ideologically between social fascism and fascism, is not haphazard. It is rooted in the differential and historical value extraction from the days of chattel slavery to the present wars of imperialism. The late philosopher Leibowitz captured the culmination of lopsided development in revolutionary consciousness as such. The next American Revolution, at this stage in our history, is not principally about jobs or health insurance or making it possible for more people to realize the American dream of upward mobility. It is about acknowledging that we Americans have enjoyed middle-class comforts at the expense of other peoples all over the world. 2011, 72. As ows of imperialism raise the wealth and boost the higher wages of central classes, they also underlie the determination of nationalistically based class consciousness. This is not to say that central revolutions are not a possibility through praxis. The problematic of revolution in the center has to be framed in terms of the material grounds forming consciousness and the difficulties posed by such social conditions. Most developments in Western Marxian theory, Western in the ideological and not in the geographic sense, when following the resource-out channels, either neglect the social repercussions of imperialist booty or paint it in an incoherent way. Revisions to the Marxian law of value, the state of becoming in the contradiction between exchange and use values as observed in the various stages of the class struggle, of which imperialist war is the epitome, comes to deal more with how prices would revert to value in a fantasy world, without seeing the sociological aspect of how nationalism/sectarianism and politicizing cultural distinctions segregate international working people. The rational side of capital, its ideology in practice, must hold back the objective grounds for the unication of the international working class. In a sardonic critique of the supposedly benign prices that will adjust to value leading to even development by a progressive capitalism, including the equalization of wages by the pull of market forces, Weeks, 1998, notes that while the logic of the law of value implies capitalism is progressive, it is relevant here to recall Oscar Wilde's aphorism that madness is carrying any argument to its logical conclusion. That some workers of nations of exceptionalism are rightfully richer on account of technology and cultural characteristics is an idea that replaced the superiority of race with the superiority of culture or machines. The class core of the existential linkages, the real value chain that begins with imperial assault on the periphery and ends with the product on the Western market, and one that unites a child picking cotton in Egypt to a car factory worker in Germany, is purposefully hidden from view. Worse yet, it is at times quanti-ed. In terms of prices to show that the whole wealth and lives of the Third World are insignificant. In actuality, value, in its real and qualitative aspect to which the toil and lives of peripheral working classes contribute, is appropriated by the international bourgeois classes and passed in welfare gains mainly to Western working classes, Emmanuel 1972, Cope 2015. A weakened and subjugated Egypt has provided cover for such transfers. Tangentially, I am aware of the interplay of forces that shifted austerity to the north, but as I argue in Chapter 6, the threshold for parting with working class dividedness depends largely on how the class struggle mediates the national or the particular into the international or universal. In the same way that sectarian politics can arrest the realization of working class power in the state, Islamic forms of identity that are petrodollar-funded slice across Arab and Egyptian working classes. In view of socialist decline, current identity politics spawns the inverse of what Lee Boggs, 2011, saw in the black liberation movement's extending its struggle to include all sections of the working class, an identity-based struggle that grows out of itself. At the current conjuncture, the same intermediation between identity and class cannot occur because the overarching ideology that was socialism then, and from which people's struggles drew strength, has been supplanted by a sort of meta-ideology that is neoliberalism. The funding and dissemination of these divisive modes of identity, such as Copt and various Islamist identities in Egypt, serve the purpose of implosion within the working classes, collapse as a class for itself followed by fragmentation. The imperialist selection of Islamic politics for this purpose has historical roots in the collaboration of the MB with the British in Nasser's time and later in the US funding of jihadists in Afghanistan, in 2007. Although in real history it was not Islamic ideologies that governed, they merely expounded God's opinion, Rodinson 1978-73, the mainstream relegates underdevelopment to some undying concepts of Islam. However, modern poor developmental showings are better understood within their specific historical circumstances and as a result of the social forces that have shaped them, or as Rodinson, 1978, sees it, as a result of political déclassing rather than religious precepts. Political Islamists provide a valuable service to imperialism in that they shift the axis of the struggle into reassessing divine moral values behind underdevelopment as opposed to prioritizing the appropriation of a higher share of the social product through anti-imperialist struggle. In relation to the circuit of capital, and that is what really counts, both the Islamists and Sisi's regime sanctify the rule of the market even more than does neoclassical economics. In any case, given poverty in Egypt, imperialist-guided funding of obscurantism through the Gulf or US aid requires only a small 109 fraction of oil ounce. At a foundational level, political Islam does not oppose Sisi's comprador capitalism. In peripheral formations like Egypt, the crisis of capital is constantly severe and the anti-imperialist struggle as such should have priority over internal squabbles in distributional arrangements nationally. National security precedes the making of social security, although in the ideal state, they complement each other. The struggle is for national autonomy. It is a struggle in which an alliance of social classes under the leadership of the working class against various forms of imperialist encroachment resurrects an inviolability of the sovereign Allah Hobbes. At a general, but not exclusive, level the point is, there cannot likely be anything resembling a humanist development in formations integrated with global capital via war encroachment without situating the development agenda in an anti-imperialist context. If anything remotely resembling an egalitarian development agenda were to be applied under the aegis of imperialism, it would only be to meet the objectives of the imperialist ulterior motives of imperialist stabilization measures. In Egypt, the imperialist bargain struck with the local comprador under INTA expels huge numbers of workers from gainful employment and debilitates social security. In risk terms, the weakness of Egypt lessens the calculated risks for US-led imperialism to penetrate and exploit other dependent formations in Africa and the Middle East. The destruction to developing social formations releases cheapened human and natural assets and lays the social groundwork for the rate of commercial and labor exploitation to hold steady or preferably rise by absolute appropriation. When the production process depends on a growing global network of cheapened inputs, the most vulnerable places in the Third World are deconstructed to be consumed at exponential rates conditioned by the lessened power of the global working class in relation to rising pro-T rates for capital. The nationalization stage of imperialism has integrated multifarious concrete capitals whose success is not to be measured only in the quantitative aspect of amassed universal money form or dollars, but more importantly by the degree to which capital subjugates labor by ideological unions. The reproduction of labor power requires not only a reproduction of its skills, but also, at the same time, a reproduction of its submission to the rules of the established order, i.e. a reproduction of submission to the ruling ideology for the workers, and a reproduction of the ability to manipulate the ruling ideology correctly for the agents of exploitation and repression, so that they, too, will provide for the domination of the ruling class in words. Althusser 1994, 104. 110. 110. If one allows oneself to reason teleologically, the latter, the sociological condition, is a precondition of the former, the economic condition. Despite being surrounded by the glitter of ostentatious displays of comprador class wealth contrasted with the squalor of slums, the ranks of peripheral labor aristocrats parading under liberalism swelled after 1990. Egypt was no exception, especially as many leaders of the revolt expressed anger without any vision of transforming the existing order. Modes of bourgeois democratic governance in the Western Hemisphere, which have mostly arisen as reorganizations of the imperialist homeland for the purpose of plunder, became the moral and political standard by which the ransacked Egyptian periphery was to live. Workers earning poverty wages, or idle people who could not afford a decent standard of living, had the choice of voting for the old regime or the Islamists. Ideals of democracy without material substantiation, as in command over value transfers, mystify the comprehension of social processes and apportion blame for development to culture, tradition or moral retrogression. The argument that Egyptians did not know any better is just about bending the moral categorical imperative on the universality of human rights to the utilitarian ends of empire. If Saudis or Egyptians oppress women or in ICT hunger, imperialist mouthpieces would wryly posit that this is just their culture, when in fact such pain is an existential condition, a concrete universal that knows no national or cultural boundaries. With the left lagging behind as a result of the erosion and decline of internationalist values, there is a vacated ideological space into which imperialism injects the politics of reaction and identity that serve its strategy. Imperialism in the epoch of socialist retreat has the luxury of choosing its enemy, Amin 2010. In the midst of ideological defeat, the liberal compromise of the Arab left became alien to the broadest sections of the masses. In Egypt, the poorest peasantry and working classes voted radical Salah groups into parliament next to the MB in the RST post-uprising election, Bianchi, 2012. Together, Islamists, the Al-Nawr party and the MB, occupied two-thirds of the RST parliament after Mubarak. The alternative to moderate fundamentalists became the extreme fundamentalists. To express it formulaically, as opposed to viewing it as historically contingent, this retrogression ensues from a history of decline in industrialism and social development and a drop in socialist and humanist values intersecting with the premeditated strengthening of the Salah doctrine with Gulf petrodollars. Capital's ideological thrust decouples practical modes of consciousness and replaces them with modes of reasoning that shift the mythology of good and evil from class con-ICT to divine absolutism. A non-existent pre-capitalist or Islamic past is continuously reconstructed, rewritten, and packaged in print as if it is science, although no critique of it is acceptable because it is divine, and the fantastic. 111. 111. Part of the story is that heavenly intervention in worldly affairs assumes new heights. The imaginary abounds while the real political force of class vanishes in this misty cation. The discourse splintering the working classes in the Arab periphery applies to the center with some superchale permutations on a basic principle, which is always to conceptually confound social class with identity. There is no class without identity, but when the real living process by which people earn their keep and recreate themselves is said to be rooted in cultural practices dating back millennia rather than in everyday material ties, as in earning wages to survive, theoretical fatalism comes to presuppose religious fatalism. It is not that culture is pitted against materialism, the two are intertwined and in a totality in which the determining moment lies at the level of the object or the materiality of living conditions, Lukács 1967. However, working-class alliances come apart when the particular circumstances of the struggle do not intermediate the general condition, when Islamist, Coptic and other identity politics reduce the struggle to what's in it for me. The me here does not include every member of the cultural group, but is the false belief each member identifies with to offset the blatant inequality within the cultural group itself. The perception of a universal common good, which would lead the individual worker to see the necessity of bringing the local struggle against imperialism to fruition to the benefit of the whole, is lost in preoccupation with identity group precedence or perceived insult to the group or its beliefs. As elsewhere in the sectarian or identity-laced divisiveness in Egypt is lurking beneath the social plane and being fed by uneven development and deleterious dollar funding. In the same way, the attacks on the Copts during the Arab Spring diverted attention from the broader uprising issues. Sectarian con-ICT can be resurrected when the next uprising looms to abort the revolutionary transition. Disaster-stricken and identity-fragmented peripheral formations facilitate value transfer and, in a purely analytical sense, contribute more to value formation via commercial exploitation and absolute, as distinct from relative, surplus value, although these types of value are not differentiable in actuality. Surplus value cannot just be mimicked by the rate of exploitation of central productive labor or the central pro-TS, rents, interest, and royalties. Where to draw the line between productive and unproductive labor in the formation of value must include the issue of commercial exploitation, the slave-like labor of the Third World, the war industry and the ontological conditions for capitalist reproduction that articulate peripheral modes of production by violence. The moment the Eurocentric optic drops, the Asian sweatshop working class and the invasion of Iraq consuming a significant part of its population in the Western-sponsored war industry, become 112. 112. The productive labor whose value is undersigned by the price that ensues from the power balances of the class struggle. Destruction of value and the grabbing of value at little or no cost, mostly by violent means, is the mainstay of imperialism in the and Africa. Value seizure from defeated social classes, both within a state or as a result of state collapse, in at least one of its value facets, counteracts the tendency of falling pro-T rates identified by Marx. I am focusing only on spec-IC mitigating factors, for it is beyond the scope of this work to discuss the imbroglio of the tendency of the rate of pro-T to fall. To be spec-IC, the reduction of the raw materials costs is one counteracting component of the falling rate of pro-T, Marx 1894, but the engagement of unpaid or lowly paid labor, war-tied-up labor, and the huge yet dispensable reserve armies of labor are in a priori condition of capital. The pedestal that was slavery in Marx's words never parted the scene of capital accumulation. Under commercial exploitation, which grinds down the human, material, and ecological constituents production in a peripheral country such as Egypt, the contribution to pro-TS from imperialist hegemony is doubly effective. More so than lowering the costs of constant capital, which in turn may contribute, inter alia, with all the other mitigating factors, to raising pro-TS. Commercial exploitation creates huge reserves of labor that pressure wages downwards, including the wages of the central working classes. Commercial exploitation and politically weakened peripheral working classes cement the ideological grounds on which capital increases the rate of social inequality vis-a-vis legal equality before the state. It pushes waged employment closer to forms of slavery. This decline in social rights is what Balibar, 1991, should have had in mind when he addressed the making of the terrain for structural and differentiated racism. In Egypt and the Islamic world, the Islamization of political culture severs working class unity. Waged work under capitalism is social, and the ties of labor are organic. The positive sum game of higher wages resulting from the secular trend of rising organic composition of capital and productivity moves in reverse when the working class is divided. A divided class lacks the power to obtain higher wages, as became apparent in Egypt prior to the uprising when real wages dipped significantly. But organic means that the setback suffered by peripheral social classes will also hollow out the power of the central working classes, except for the way the organized dimension of capital, its resilience via bourgeois democracy, bribes central working classes. Account taken of the rising organic composition of capital, and its byproduct, continued rising wealth in real history, the concession through democracy to workers of the North must undermine the relative share of the social product in the South. The hegemony of capital and its favored political. 113. 113. Identities ensures that at no time will the organic ties across the globe coincide to consolidate the power of global labor. The pizza that was ordered from Tahrir Square to be delivered to Capitol Square in Madison is one such coincidence in real time that capital abhors. Benjamin 2011. Imperialist contamination through Gulf and American aid to abort the struggle and reduce the ripple effect of revolutionary appeal has been underway. Labor aristocrats assume different roles, but at a general level their purpose as interlocutors of capital is to delude working people with the idea of bourgeois democracy and to widen the gap between social being and social consciousness by placing identity over class. In Egypt, the determining moment in capital accumulation combines dispossession, value grabbing and commercial exploitation bereft of progress in national industrial development. Negative productivity growth implies that diminishing rates of added value are experienced nationally, and the profits of the ruling merchant class accrue from lowering the share of labor and from circulation. Circulation, of the exchange of commodities, creates no value, Marx 1867, and in Egypt, the greater part of additional value is snatched from the life-sustaining resources by which society stabilizes itself. The dollar space into which nationally grabbed wealth grows necessitates an alliance of the Egyptian ruling class with the central classes or with classes rooted in the dollar-based international financial structure. On the IP side, working class alliances across the globe remain brittle. The ideological resonance of pizza buying for Wisconsin strikers, as a token and symbolic gesture, was quelled, Kroll 2011. In any case, if that is the most that happens in terms of global labor solidarity, when dislodging capital requires forms of violent struggle, the working class is back to square one. Capturing value in Egypt for the Egyptian working class necessitates controls on trade, finance, and more egalitarian resource redistribution. The chances that measures of this nature would apply without working class ordained violence in such a strategic place are remote. Closing comments. Morsi posited that he needed 100 days to turn the economy around in Egypt, El Sharnabi 2012. Sisi says he needed longer given the complexity of the task, but 3 years after he ascended to the highest public office, at the time of writing in 2016, policies have not changed, and living conditions have not improved, Accorsi and Piazza's 2014. In Egypt's negotiations with the IMF, Sisi's ruling class is materially inclined to concede to the loan terms. The headlines from Egypt, however, speak of dwindling wheat stock, rising food prices, fuel and drug shortages and a restive. 114. 114. Population, Abeza 2013, Saleh 2013, Westall and Perry 2013. Qatar slowed its financial support for Egypt on the grounds that past disbursements did not suffice to relaunch growth, and later withdrew its support for reasons to do with the political persecution of its allies in the MB, Doherty and Saleh 2013. Currently, other Gulf states the financial gap needed to sustain the dollar-pegged currency. Ongoing strikes and civil unrest in several cities could spiral into chaos, necessitating the intervention of the armed forces, Desmet and Malfait 2015. The conditions for another uprising are maturing at the level of working class dissatisfaction and, more important, at the level of ruling class disarray, which continues to mount. For us-led capital, the dilemma lies in not overstretching its military resources as the domino effect of Arab crises engulfs the whole region, on one hand, and stabilizing Egypt long enough to curb the intrusions of Russia, China behind Russia, too, on the other. The bints of booty from the U.S. surrogate sovereignty over the Gulf, at least for the time being, exceed the gains from capsizing the Egyptian social formation altogether. Meanwhile, Sisi's measures of stabilization include the reduction of public expenditure, labor market liberalization, further shifts from government-led to private sector-led investment and export-oriented growth. These policies meet the disciplining conditions imposed by Bretton Woods institutions, which always arrive under the false pretense of poverty reduction. The cause of poverty reduction is best served by more rapid adjustment to skill imbalances, rapid adjustment to lower ination and external deficits, and the use of higher interest rates to achieve these ends, internal and external financial sector liberalization, deregulation of capital controls, deep and rapid privatization of state-owned enterprises, and, perhaps the strongest unifying factor, rapid and major opening up of the economy to trade and foreign direct investment. Kenber 2001. If one breaks down the effect of these supposed poverty-reducing policies, we get the following: reducing spending on social programs, reducing wages, credit, and money supply to the working class, opening up trade in food and industry to destroy national agriculture and manufacturing, higher interest rates to supply credit and hold the national currency steady for the national bourgeoisie, and, lastly, not that privatization is ideal, but privatize under an uneven legal and political structure. Shifts public assets to be liquidated by the merchant class. That is not a theoretical rebuttal. That is what has happened in Egypt and elsewhere in the Generally, poor theory must resort to falsification of fact. The money trail from such policies is anti-working class. If it is a question of the facetious position of waiting long enough for the brilliant outcome to materialize, the working class, unlike World Bank staff, has precious little time to wait. 115. 115. Prior to the uprising, the World Bank commended Egypt for its fast pace of reform. Past liberalizing reforms, however, did not attract developmental investment, plant and equipment, sustain equitable growth, or create enough jobs, as the pre-uprising neoliberal literature claimed they would, as in Dasgupta, Keller, and Srinivasan, 2002, 90, and 5 ER, 2000, 113-114. Although the World Bank demands openness, the single most devastating cause of Egypt's poverty is precisely openness. Had Egypt curtailed openness to recirculate its wealth nationally, it would not have lost nearly as much in value transfers upward and abroad, to its own merchant class and to the dollar domain. The onus of central bank-funded pegging to the dollar under open capital accounts, in addition to exposure in food security, leaves the country at the mercy of us-led capital and its Gulf associates. Just as in the days of Arab socialism, more equitable redistribution, capital and trade controls, multiple exchange and interest rates all remain requisites to shift the development course from its dependency on handouts into a sui generis industrially driven economy. But a reminder, a sounder development strategy might undermine us-led imperialist hegemony. With Syria and Iraq having fallen and Iran staggering, nearly the whole of the region is RMLY in the grip of us-led imperialist forces. However, Pax Americana is different from Pax Romana. In fact, it should be Bellum Americanum. The Roman Empire needed stability and population growth to raise tribute, whereas us-led capital raises tribute via productivity growth and by the selective destruction of physical and human assets, especially in vulnerable third world areas. Already, US-sponsored and petrodollar-funded Sala organizations and ideologies infiltrate the lowest segments of society. The stratum of the working class willing to sacrifice the most in anti-imperialist struggle and its efforts diverted into fueling the prosperity of capital by expanding the justification of the war on terror or the destruction of value for pro-TS. For the time being, the social forces that shape history are those of capital, and the conditions of working class struggle appear much more insurmountable than they did before the uprising. Coming to terms with the iron st of the Sisi regime that has proven more repressive than Mubarak's, and with the even more aggressively blocked ideological horizon for social change, the participation rate in the parliamentary elections of October 15, 2015, was as low as 2% on the RST day of voting, with a total participation rate as low as 15% or 27%. The despondency that marked the populace after the failed Arab Spring is beginning to hinder the prospects of a socialist resurgence. For the time being, socialist discourse fails to punctuate in the slightest the development debate. However, as the numbing effect of neoliberal demagoguery wears off, which it will inevitably, another potential popular insurrection will gain momentum. The speed of historical time, or the time it takes to effect social change in the information age, will increase further and overcome the lethargic pace of chronological time. As Marx tellingly put it, the more production comes to rest on exchange value, hence on exchange, the more important do the physical conditions of exchange, the means of communication and transport, become for the costs of circulation. Capital by its nature drives beyond every spatial barrier. Thus the creation of the physical conditions of exchange, of the means of communication and transport, the annihilation of space by time, becomes an extraordinary necessity for it. Marx 1877, 1973. In Egypt, the circulation of exchange value did not by itself generate an expansion in the national means of communication, because exchange under the dominant merchant mode shuns the creation of value by industrial or productivity growth. Advanced means of communication, as is the case for much borrowed technology in the Third World, originated abroad. But merchant capital is pure exchange, and an extension of the means of communication to the periphery follows from the inherent growth in technology globally. Just as the RST anti-parasitic drugs for malaria reached Africa as English cows contracted a parasitic disease similar to malaria for which the English pharmaceutical industry had developed a medication, the means of communication also reached Egypt to facilitate the role of exchange as a spin-off to the product life cycle. But social media and information technology might also facilitate revolt once again. Not that revolutions need an internet connection to burst into the open, but to the extent that revolutionary deliberations escape the control of capital as actual struggle plus détournement, one may extend Debord's 1967 notion of using images and revolutionary language to undermine dominant ideology. Another Egyptian revolt may be dubbed an internet revolution. For that to happen, social space has to collapse into and partly reappear as cyberspace. The speed of the modern means of communication had already made redundant the socializing factory or of the 19th century, which arose as the space to conquer for an all-out revolt. The secular trend of faster circulation, quicker value usurpation and their attendant speedier information exchange found a new platform, factory or, for working class revolt. Whether the next rebellion will transmute into a social revolution will pretty much depend on socialist ideological spread and development globally. 117. Chapter 3. The infeasibility of revolution. In Syria. That the Syrian regime had squeezed the Syrian state to an extent that it had jeopardized its very conditions for existence is borne out by the recent uprising and ongoing social and political unrest. The reasons for the ongoing collapse are many. In the literature they oscillate between the purely economic to the wholly political, with shades of synthesis in between. To whichever side of the argument one leans, the Syrian military in alliance with various strata of society is allegedly the perpetrator of the ruin or, literally, the subject of this passage of history. But the most relevant overtone of the uprising to date has little to do with domestic conditions and more to do with the great tectonic collision between the Sino-Russian camp on one side and the Euro-American camp on the other. The world appears to be reliving a proxy war for the division of peripheral formations, resembling to some degree a pre-World War I scenario. Prior to the uprising, the Syrian regime and its associated social class usurped the resources of Syria, deepening its misery and driving it to the point of uprising, doing so with the tutelage of Western powers and World Bank, WB, instructions on liberalization. Since the uprising, the Syrian regime and its associated class, battered as they are, could not have remained in power this long without the support of the Sino-Russian constellation. Thus, the discourse that connotes the Syrian regime with the subject of history is a miscategorization and an inadequate conceptual tool for communicating developments in a process. The regime is to blame catchphrase extracts selective details from the historical process in order to provide a less than full understanding of the ongoing conditions. It is social science meant for an ideologically biased culpability game, or one that exonerates us-led imperialism from its crimes against humanity. Tangentially and on ethical grounds, or by Kantian moral equivalence, all parties involved in the making of Con-ICT are implicated. But by an act or reasoned position that mitigates the intensi-cation of the atrocities of the us-led class and its ideology on a global scale as a result of Syria succumbing to the us-led imperialist camp and the subsequent deepening of the rule of capital, it is 118. 118. Only the Syrian cohort realigned with U.S. militarism that bears the burden of responsibility. At the Kantian equivalence stage, the responsibility is not greater for those whose acts have worse consequences. Responsibility in that sense is unquantifiable. In the historical era of monopoly capitalism, whose principal relationship is capital, the ethical challenge is to motivate the issue historically by asking what revolutionary act of resistance should be carried out to thwart the rule of the us-led capital class, its free market policies, poisonous democracy and human rights cant and accumulation by militarism and nance. Moreover, given the strategic importance of Syria and the region, this Con-ICT and its outcome have daunting repercussions across the globe. The practical, ethical, imperative is to situate the Syrian national struggle in an anti-imperialist context. The notion that a small military clique in a strategic corner of the globe commands history is prima facie absurd and, in principle, methodologically odd because it depicts a partially skewed view of things or a falsi-cation of fact. Neither Syria, as a political entity, nor the very constitution of its internal conditions can be said to be primarily affected by nationally generated forces. As I argue in this chapter, it is not by chance that Syria parted with Arab socialism, and that the allocation of the social product to developmental ends receded after two principal military defeats, in 1967 and 1973, and, at any rate, this was an era of global descent into neoliberalism. As more Arab countries ewe into the us-led moderate orbit, Egypt in particular, the regional balance of forces further tilted against Syria. In spite of its pan-Arab hubris, Syria's weakening security position became glaringly obvious. In a self-serving manner, which coincided with the goals of us-led imperialism, the regime and its associated class turned the state of defeat into ideological defeatism and employed it as an alibi to pass more of the pragmatic concessions that eroded development and enriched the capitalist class. For a long time, the Syrian working population tolerated the heavy toll of austerity as the price for its anti-imperialist position. The state bourgeoisie, however, siphoned off national resources and betrayed the popular sacré-cie. Changes to national class formation, specifically, the expansion of the culture medium for private sector growth, the free market incubation context, responded to the contiguous demands of us-led imperialism and the ascending Syrian bourgeoisie. Since the Battle of Maysalen in 1920, which appears to have been more like mass suicide than a military confrontation as a few thousand ill-equipped Syrian Gders confronted a French mechanized infantry division with aerial support outnumbering them VE-1, the creation of Syria and the course of its history have been primarily shaped by monolithic extranational. 119. 119. Forces. Superior military force still stands out as the foremost component of the power structure with which Syria is faced. In this chapter, I argue that the determining relationship in recent Syrian history represents a cross-border class alliance in which the regime and its class were structural partners of us-led imperialism, until the time of the uprising. As is often the case, class ties of the leading capital interests supersede national interests. In the shadow of a distorted power structure, the Syrian regime and its associated class gullibly internalized the neoliberal cant, transplanted their reproductive base to the dollarized global market, and thereby became a class whose material and ideological bases are an extension of imperialism. One in its latter stages of neoliberal development, the class in charge of Syria became that part of the cross-border relationship with imperialism whose realization in war strengthens the US-led imperialist goal of hegemony. It became the class that said its own social formation to its former imperialist partner, who had already laid down its inauspicious path of class apoptosis. In its desultory unity with imperialism, attracted to and then opposing it, the Syrian regime and its associated class are secondary in relation to the making of Syrian history, in which secondary means that its capacity to guide events is merely a minor derivative of a balance of real global and ideological forces. In its current personae cation, the regime is left to fend off a concerted global reactionary assault on the national territory. The regime and its associated class are afforded real, if narrow, margins within which to enact and administer a certain state of affairs, but the historical scene, the context itself, was shaped by the results of an inter-imperialist struggle for the control of the Middle East. The peculiarity of Syria's weakened security composition of sovereignty in a highly strategic region implies that the class in charge was appropriating more of its surplus from the geopolitical rents wrung from cross-border relationships. Although every national ruling class enjoys some partnership with extra-national classes, the fact that geopolitical ties determined both the degree of ours into Syria and the productivity of the leading domestic sectors meant that the material basis for national decision-making lay principally in these extra-national relationships. The regime and its associated class were trading not only goods and services, but also the weight of Syria in the regional security structure, which in 2015 drew an on-the-ground Russian intervention. That is why, when the regime decided to fully adopt the neoliberal strategy at home, it also went to the extreme of structurally fulfilling the diktat of US-led imperialism, including its links to the CIA's black site renditions. It is in this interrelated class context that the regime's margin of maneuver and autonomy are denuded. In hindsight, as the region falls victim to accumulation by wars of encroachment, Syria was predestined to be eaten by this implacable trend of history. Conventional propaganda acting as received wisdom posits that the Syrian regime represents the principal agent of contemporary Syrian history. Like the superhuman heroes of Greek mythology, a handful of people in power in a supposedly somewhat secluded state are depicted as the evil force responsible for Syrian political and economic disaster, with resonance disturbing a global balance of power. In parallel, Syria the nation-state itself is rated as a prime agent of history, one that was incapable of meeting the challenges of democratization and modernity for inherent reasons of corruption, culture, or a state whose people are innately ahistorical. In reality, neither the regime nor Syria as a state can be said to enjoy any sine-qua degree of seclusion from the rest of the world. Once the fact of interrelatedness is established, then, one must investigate the determinacy in the interrelationship. The purpose of this chapter is to read the gradual departure of Syria from the framework of Arab socialism and rebut the received assumption of history constructed on the basis of personal powers. It is to assess recent Syrian history from the point of view of the interconnectedness of the Syrian class structure with imperialism. Equally important is to demonstrate through tracing the circuit of capital or critically reading an account of recent economic history, insofar as it can be documented, that the process of accumulation by encroachment qua imperialism that is headed by US-led capital, is the primary subject of the developments in Syria. Unlike most past colonial practice, US-led capital benefits more from a fragmented, devastated, and non-sovereign Syrian society than it does from Syria as a cohesive entity. The intermediate relationships of history are the real classes, but the real human beings who personify those relationships and their respective agencies are couched within the historically given forms of social organization that reproduce the conditions for class rule and value us. The ruling Syrian military mercantile class, international financial capital and its governance structures, exemplify the dominant social forms through which the ruling class, the class alliance of national and international agents rooted in the dollar material domain, self-realizes. It is through these objective and impersonal class processes that the exercise of ruling class power holds back necessary social change. 121. 121. Much has been written about the Assad regime's early political swerve to the right in key historical moments, its containment in 1976 of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, and the Lebanese National Movement, LNM, its devolution of resources along sectarian lines, and its participation in the coalition of the willing in the war on Iraq, to name a few. This chapter, however, mainly focuses on the economic evidence of class collaboration between the Assad regimes, both father and son, and imperialism until the dawn of the uprising in 2011. The collaboration itself ended in 2011 when the US and its allies turned against their partners and decided to bring down the whole of the social formation, as they have done in Iraq. Subordinately, this chapter addresses the pattern of value divestiture as additional proof of an structural class alliance between the Syrian military merchant class and US-led imperialism, as a result of which national development faltered, contributing in turn to the rise of a war economy and its associated war bourgeoisie, whose essential characteristic is the drawing of surplus through intercommunal gding. I follow the evolution of resource allocation from the Arab socialist stage to the neoliberal mode and justify my claim that these neoliberal developments paved the road to disaster on two counts: the international shift in the global environment toward nationalization, neoliberalism, and militarization, and the inherent tendency of the Syrian state bourgeois class to grow into a bourgeoisie proper. A note on state and class. The case may be that conceptually no state rises above class to occupy the driver's seat of history. However, for Syria, the collapse of class into state is more pronounced, that is, without the subtle disguise in bourgeois democratic or legal institutions of class power in the state. As a deployable concept, the Syrian state, innately fraught with contradictions and later unraveling, would be less than adequate for capturing the role of social forces in a political process. The Syrian state was already on a downward path, which is post facto proof of the overbearing weight of class over state. The eating state autonomy that Poulantzas, 1978, claimed to have observed, and which sustains social reproduction at the behest of capital, vanishes to the point where the state reduces itself to a mere instrument of a ruling class continuously subjugated to imperialist pressure. Capital can assert hegemony over society through the state by controlling the destabilization that results from short-term profiteering. However, that function is not an alternative that the Syrian ruling class chose, it is imperialism that carries out the strategic choices. For the purpose of this chapter also, the subject of history is not an analytical interplay between individualistic agency and structure, it is 122. 122. An articulation of classes reconstituted by imperialist aggression. To effectively analyze this articulation, one must recognize the primacy of class relationships over classes considered as aggregations of individuals. As already stated in the introduction, social classes cannot exist outside class relationships, whether in alliance with or opposition to imperialism. Ruling classes are real social relationships in a state of UX whose determination, development, and growth lie in their capacity to appropriate wealth by means of value realization and dispossession. A capitalist class in the act of expropriating the working class is capital accumulation. Relationships between classes are co-determined by the social relations of production. In Syria, as in many Arab countries, the specificity of value expropriation by dislocation of direct producers and war came to characterize the social formation. By these I mean surplus accrued to the ruling military, merchant class without rising productivity, a monetization of natural and social assets, or as in crushing the social formation to cheapen people and resources. Once the circuits of value are opened, the scope of capitalist development into which nationally grabbed wealth is to necessitates an alliance of the ruling class with imperialist classes rooted in the dollar-based international financial structure. The relationship of the Arab ruling classes with imperialism is only marginally supported by the surplus seized in money form from their respective states. With the obvious exception of the Gulf states, the relatively small amount of money capital drawn from Arab nations in general and Syria in particular by the ruling military, merchant class is not the primary concern of US-led imperialism. With neoliberal reforms, whatever Syrian dollar assets existed, they were recirculated abroad and eventually held in US Treasury bills. In the Middle East, the core objective of imperialism is strategic control in order to pressure the rest of the world into submitting to imperialism's political and financial order. By contrast, the objective of the Arab ruling classes is to requisition the national accumulation process for the purpose of generating and dollarizing wealth from the national economy itself. More often than not, these objectives do not overlap. Although the Syrian military, merchant class and US-led capital co-align their objectives when their earnings are tabulated in dollar form, these classes draw their earnings from differing sources, channels, and practices. Although the dollar joins and universalizes two strands of capitalistic social classes, the Syrian merchant-inclined social classes remain subservient to US-led financial capital because they had to dollarize their capital as they grow. The level of submission to imperialism was such that just before the uprising of 2011, the dollar could be exchanged for commodities on the streets of Damascus, Mutar 2016. In this uneasy symbiosis, regime and US-led imperialism, the 123 regime's class represents the subsidiary partner, while imperialism generates its rents from the power it draws by debilitating Syrian working-class security and the sovereignty of the very state from which the Syrian bourgeoisie arrogates its wealth. Hence the interests of these two cross-cutting partners were set to diverge. U.S. imperial rents rise by the degree of strategic control of oil it exercises in the Middle East, a process that principally underwrites the dollar as the world's medium of wealth holding, Avramides 2006, Putnaik 2009. Always within the context of imperialist hegemony, Iran's relative autonomy undercuts the stature of the U.S. empire and its ambition to control the eastern ank of the Gulf. Although prior to the uprising, the Syrian regime's relationship with Iran was businesslike, Iran's and Hezbollah's anti-Israeli positions had provided a facade of legitimacy to counteract the growing popular dissatisfaction with lower wages and as a result of the regime's growing share of wealth. Post-uprising, the stabilization arrangement that the Syrian regime had instilled at the behest of US-led capital withered. In the new phase of the US-Iran stalemate, the rules of the game changed. More than just the capitulation of the Syrian regime, but the destruction of the Syrian social and physical infrastructure was in the offing. The reintroduction of national proxies of imperialism as partners in the formation of the state is the new mode of recolonization in the Middle East. US-led imperialism has developed a new pathway to colonial conquests, a weak and fractured state in which its political leverage, principally backed by military means, settles the political process. As the momentum was building against Iran, a Syria that was slowly fragmenting under robber capitalism had to be dissolved. The power of US-led capital does not decline with the destruction of Syria and, unlike the stagism put forth by the astute socialist website Lenin's Tomb, too the Syrian Con-ICT experienced a single phase, the phase of war without scope for resolution. Given shattered Arab states, the power of US-led capital measured by the degree of its strategic control is at its peak, threatened only by the potential impact of a Russian intervention that is symptomatic of shifts in the global power structure. The notion that the US is weakened or has failed in the region, and that a revolutionary force in Syria could or would erect a pluralist democratic state there, or anywhere in the Middle East, is illusory. It is the unease of China and other major developing nations in relation to their holdings of unsubstantiated dollar debts and the anti-American measures they exercise that determine whether US-led capital weakens or not. The debate on reforms. As usually occurs with the imposition of neoliberal policies, the Syrian ruling class pushed the share and revenues of huge sections of the Syrian working class below the historically determined minimum income. They effectively expanded the objective grounds that contributed to the making of the recent uprising. In most analyses, however, one-sided economic causes, without grounding in a broader politico-economic context, are presented as the reasons behind Syria's slide into the abyss. The collapse of Arab socialism is attributed to statist economic practices and their alleged outcomes, such as low levels of productivity, resource misallocation, institutional weakness, debt build-up and foreign exchange shortages. 3. But this is not true. It is as if no one bothered to check the statistical facts as shown by the annex to Chapter 1. Only on account of investment per worker, which rose to $3,117 per worker in 1980, measured in purchasing power parity dollars, and later went down to a plateau of $2,000 between 1985 and 2008, the dirigiste past appears far more advanced than the neoliberal era, Marchetti and Foley 2011. It was during neoliberalism that productivity growth became negative, unemployment rose, public and private institutions exhibited a marked lack of efficacy, real wages declined and innovation rose significantly. 4. The estimated output capital ratio after 30 years of gradual neoliberalism and supposed modernization was at around 1.05 in the early 1970s and dropped to a plateau of around 0.95 to 1.0 from 2000 to 2008, Marchetti and Foley 2011. To undermine the credibility of state intervention under Arab socialism, public policies are given a life of their own, deemed inherently catastrophic and assumed to decay naturally, hence, contributing to social breakdown. However, the social collapse occurred after the imposition of neoliberalism. The catchphrase "running out of steam because of so much government spending" is the tired and empty metaphor that neoliberals parrot as the reason why Syria shifted gradually to neoliberalism. Under state dirigisme, and until 1980, social conditions in Syria were on average far better than anything experienced afterwards. By about 1990, as a result of the RST doses of neoliberalism a decade earlier, the rate of capital accumulation measured by the growth rate began to falter, and state-led investment shrank. The neoliberal solution was as always to raise the openness level and, also as always, to substitute public investment for private investment. Liberalization is said to mobilize local and foreign capital and facilitate debt relief loans and other subsidies from the international community, Barkey 1992, Richards and Waterbury 1996, Hoppenger 1996. Authors like Perths, 1995, Poling, 1994, and Suker, 1994, contend that it was basically Syria's economic crisis of the late 1980s that pushed the regime into pursuing a market-driven economic order. But that crisis actually occurred as a result of the initial swerve away from the socialist model, relaxing currency convertibility measures and the decentralization of economic decision-making. Richards and Waterbury, 1996, further posit that economic crisis under Arab socialism forces fiscal and political adjustments. They describe the move toward market-friendly transitions as being unnatural because there are some interest groups who are benefiting from the status quo. First, the crisis of Arab socialism was not foremost an economic crisis, but a political one. However, it is a good starting point for the authors to question the behavior of the bourgeois class as opposed to refying any policy like the exchange rate policy, for instance. Yet is it not somewhat natural for capital to grow exponentially and for the state bourgeoisie to make the most out of any transition, especially given its grip on power? Also, because the state bourgeois class can deploy the initial funds necessary to convert public assets into private assets, it will secure the most for itself in any transition. Similarly, one questions why the authors do not probe the macroeconomic context in which bourgeois behavior proceeds. Implicitly, these authors assume that there is some ideal state of perfect market competition, pure prices allocating resources efficiently, and a translucency of information, which in fact sound as if they belong to some religious mythology of sorts. What is natural is for capital to use its enormous power to devour anything in its pursuit of profit, and not otherwise. In a roundabout way, Richards and Waterbury's comments bestow upon economic policies a life of their own. Yes, they reify the market and its policies and omit the fact that policies intermediate vested interests, which are exponentially expanding capital, class interests. In another moralistic condemnation by second-hand moral values condemning the epiphenomenon of the unethical in market capitalism, Beblai and Luciani, 1987, introduce theories of the rentier state, a government that routinely derives a key portion of its income from external rent or export of raw material, and consider the state as the principal recipient and distributor of external rent in the economy. They describe Syria-like economic transformation as being primarily driven by a fall in rent. This fall pushes the state to decrease its role and increase the role of the private sector. The state is viewed as the main facilitator of economic liberalization as it responds to economic pressures. The liberalization process happens as an outcome of the interplay of internal challenges like economic deterioration, rather than of international pressure, or more specifically of external political considerations. Probably more so than anywhere else, in an Arab context the state is privately owned. The explanation is not patrimonialism with a ludicrous personalization of history but the grip of an internationally integrated class on the state, to which real persons in power are appended. The devolution of the share of rents to the working class in an Arab context principally assumes stabilization functions, whereby rents drive consumption but do not raise productivity, save the reported astronomical rise in Gulf state productivity in recent years, which is incidentally not actual productivity growth but increased output per worker. The calculation of productivity includes oil revenue rising as a result of rising oil prices between 2002 and 2015. One is prompted to recall that the class for whom stabilization proceeds is determined by the hegemony of its leading partner, imperialism. Although the contradiction between the pressures to accumulate and the need to stabilize is not easily containable, the fall in rent can be redressed via more egalitarian distribution or equalization funds rather than in heightened political or economic repression, the latter of which functions through liberalization. Rents are associated with nearly all economic activities. Increasing usurpation by a transforming capitalist class has always been the practice in 127. 127. Peripheral capitalist societies. There were no economic exigencies behind the fall in rents to the Syrian state. At the time of transition from Arab socialism to neoliberalism, productive capacity and investment rates were still high in comparison to the pre-uprising ones, WDI, various years. There were, however, political exigencies. Capacity, measured in modern productive capital per worker, wealth, and their associated rents dwindled as a result of neoliberal free market reforms. The persistence of neoliberalism increased the share of the rich in the real wealth pie that was growing ever smaller. 5. Types of rent and the social mode of life developing around them, as in knowledge-based to boost productivity or ignorance infusing by imperialism to boost resource grab, assume their state of being depending on whether they are anchored in the sovereign industrial space or in commerce and extractive activity without much industry tied to the international financial arena. As the global ideological shifts of the 1980s dawned, the opportunity for further rent-making from a redivision of the national income also opened up, raising the rents of the ruling at the expense of the ruled class. The wealthy biasing reforms stiff-end the regimentation of the labor process to the point where workers would gradually forcibly consent to the social structure coming undone as the transition loomed. The mainstream rent literature, which attributes rent grab to some pathological personal drive rather than to an inherent tendency of capitalism, suffers from an illusory disconnect between the formation of social classes and the state. Rents are congenital to a market economy. The idea that Arab rents are unearned income when national rents are a blessing that helps the market adjust to equilibrium is not only discriminatory, it undermines what the anti-colonial national struggles were all about, which is the ownership of national resources by the working class. The short-sightedness of such an approach is in the superficiality of collapsing rents into their price forms. Imperialism does not prop up a comprador class only to amass dollar returns from capital outs. The real rents that imperialism seeks are in the differentials between the value that it cheapens with the able assistance of its lackeys and the price it pays for the resources. Yet the mainstream cannot see that the operations of the law of value deeming socially necessary labor is not about the manifest quantities of labor and their prices, wages, but about the sedimentary class power shaping the social conditions for exponential pro-T-making. Does it require too much effort to see that capital regularly deconstructs unions and bombs weaker developing countries to get cheaper wages and resources? In Egypt, Bebla'i became prime minister in 2013 as a result of a military putsch, but neither the acute moral transgression of his soldiers gunning down protesters nor the asphyxiating foreign exchange crisis could halt the rent grab by the Egyptian ruling class. As I have been at pains to point out, ruling classes in the are subordinates of imperialism. Hence, to postulate that falling rents lead to policy switches in favor of more openness depends less on what national ruling elites want and more on what damage openness imparts to the imperialistically sponsored regional security arrangement. Rents to the state bourgeoisies from external sources and from superior domestic economic performance were higher under Arab socialism than under neoliberalism. The cause of the policy switch is not to be found in the quantity of rent rising or falling, but in the broader ideological shifts and in the level of commitment of the class in power to the national economy. While some analysts stress economic crisis as the main driver of economic liberalization, others point toward political considerations. Kalaki, 1990, and Haggard, 1990, adopt the view that in authoritarian, state-controlled regimes, political considerations precede economic concerns, especially when the latter entail higher risks for the political survival of these regimes. These authors argue that political logic supersedes economics, as economic decisions end up being governed by the regime's political considerations. Taking a more synthesizing view, Heydman, 1992, contends that the political logic of economic rationality dominates, and that authoritarian regimes can actually react rationally to economic crisis, especially when the crisis creates a threat to their security. He adds that under these conditions, the logic of politics becomes, in some measure, the logic of economic reform, Heydman 1992, 15. In a similar vein, Hinabus, 2001, posits that in Arab authoritarian regimes like Egypt and Syria, the ruling elite's preoccupation has been to secure both their class interests and regime security. This concern has required compatibility and balance between political and economic logics. He points out that while a neo-mercantilist regime subordinates economics to politics, it recognizes that national power requires a healthy economic base, Hinabus 1993, 199, because usually neither logic can wholly prevail, Hinabus 1994, 98. Eventually, if political logic does not place itself in harmony with economic logic, then economic crisis will unfold. Poole, 1993, also draws from some Arab countries examples of how both economic and political imperatives, the latter ranging from political uprisings to external intervention, accompany the process of limited and partial economic reforms. He adds that political liberalization in some Arab states has been shaped by both economic liberalization and the tactics and 129. 129. Strategy of regime survival, Poole 1993, 50. The transformation is also considered to be a response to neither an internal economic crisis nor a regime's political considerations exclusively. Rather, it is the interplay of political and economic considerations that shapes the transformation process, Niblock 1993, Hinabus 2001, Heydman 2000. But of course this eloquent give-and-take model had already crumpled in the face of reality, as the uprisings arrived. The mainstream purposefully obscures the dominant relationship of us-led imperialism to the ruling comprador classes. It just ignores the tidal ideological wave of neoliberalism that is woven into every action of capital and, right or wrong, it is the mindset of the class rearranging the measures of value destruction/creation at the behest of the leading global capitalist class. Why emphasize right or wrong? Because in the absence of an effective organized international labor power platform, there is no right or wrong in what US-led imperialism carries out. It makes history as it pleases, and even its blunders are assets supporting its course of development. The most credulous remark I have heard recently from one of the above authors, to remain unnamed, in a closed meeting with Chatham House Rules is that Europe and the United States are at a loss on what to do in Syria. They have nothing to do with it. The only measure that took hold is the gun of the state security apparatus to offset the disastrous conditions created by a ruling class that pawned its national formation to imperialism. The biggest economic crisis occurred during the uprisings, and maintaining regime stability would have depended on serious reforms steering society away from neoliberalism. But nothing of the sort happened after the uprising. Neoliberalism is more than the economic policies slotted under it. It is the ideology of national capitalism, which includes inter alia the call for small government and the false dictum that market freedom is social freedom. Realistically, so long as links between the international national market and the national economy remain, it is not possible to escape neoliberalism. Once the circuit of value is kept fully charged by open capital hours, it is the national class that has the last word. Not that economic crises in developing areas easily lend themselves to sequential logical construction, but the distinction between the economic and the political may be analytically overemphasized. It is a political consideration, namely control over the labor process, that holds primacy with respect to the degree, timing, and even targeting of reforms. The labor process, to be sure, is not only about changes to the structure by which direct producers sell their labor power to the capitalist, or how capitalists translate labor power into labor in more advanced technical conditions separating manual from mental labor in developed economies, or in how super-exploitation in the periphery ties to central production, as in Burawa, 1985, it is also the historical commercial exploitation and the wars of colonial aggression. 130. That are the stepping stones of the capitalist labor process. When measures of social control over the working class are imposed, the money-form earnings of the ruling class re-ect the degree of regimentation and discipline exercised over the working class, the capitalist labor process. When that labor process happens to be in Syria, it becomes, in one minor manifestation of it as compared to imperial power refueling, another war of colonial aggression dislocating millions of worker refugees. The regime's political rationality does not rest solely on internal factors, rather, it is the role that Syria plays, in a highly volatile and strategic region, that more convincingly buttresses the argument for the primacy of politics. But whose politics and whose primacy is it, when the regime is willingly held hostage to international national capital? As robber capitalism was ransacking Syria under the watchful eyes of the international financial institutions, IFIs, pushing the state into self-destructive con-ICT, not a single anti-neoliberal remark was uttered to arrest the unfolding disaster. The story of economic exigencies forcing reforms does not provide a complete picture. It has been anecdotally said that Hafez al-Assad would insinuate that the regime cared less for the economy than it did for the politics of stability, do whatever with the economy, but leave the politics to us. Given the wealth amassed by the military, merchant class, such a statement is truly anecdotal. In any case, if liberalizing reforms transform public assets into private assets at a rate that produces a crisis of authority in which the ruling class loses its consensus and is no longer leading but dominates by coercive force alone, Gramsci 1971, then the anarchy of capitalist pro-tiering has overtaken the rationality of class hegemony through the state. This phase of extreme pro-tiering value grab was not deliberate Syrian ruling class suicide. It was an act of the broader class of international national capital, to which the Syrian ruling class had hitched itself, self-re-empowering by destroying the value of a social formation that might potentially stand as a base of action for the Syrian working classes. But in this era of socialist ideological retreat, to draw a parallel from Gramsci, 1971, 556, the great masses have become detached from revolutionary ideologies, and the crisis consisted of the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. The rise of the Islamic State, IS, and other fatalistic politics readying the Islamic world for recolonization are such symptoms. The post-uprising Con-ICT put an end to the reasoning that relegated the purview of economic decisions to the regime. Haidman, 1992, 17-32, remarks that only when economic crisis represented a serious issue in the sense that it threatened political legitimacy did the regime take measures that would serve and safeguard its security. Moreover, Hinabus, 2001. 131. 131. 116, observes, elites can therefore, to a considerable extent, determine the pace and scope of reform according to their own goals and interests while adapting it to economic and external exigencies. As Syria suffered from military aviation congestion over its skies in mid-2016, this nicely synchronized adaptation did not remotely correspond to the way current events have unfolded. Economic reforms were subordinated to the political priorities of imperialism, including regime security and its economic basis for reproduction, which had burst asunder. 6. I am aware that worsening social conditions may not determine the timing of an uprising. What such conditions do is create the objective circumstances for that uprising. From 1980 until 2000, Syrian free market reforms were gradual and targeted. Economic liberalization was conducted under the decisive control of the ruling military, merchant class, and in a way that apparently eschewed threats to the core power structure. Now, despite early reform gradualism, we stand confronted with an appalling social and economic condition that includes war and the shattering of the territorial integrity of the state. In politics, the regime appeared savvy because US-led imperialism tolerated the minor costs incurred as a result of the Assad regime's anti-imperialist posturing. In key regional confrontations and in areas of working-class development and empowerment, the regime did not attempt to crack the imperialist-imposed ceiling. This is a matter of historical record. The Syrian military, merchant class in charge actually pushed the limits of resource usurpation to the point that the state was on the verge of crumbling. In spite of being in a state of war with Israel, in which its security foundation was at risk, the Syrian regime squandered the economic and political arrangements that in the Arab socialist past had safeguarded it and the state. Although the prospects that Syria faces are predeterminedly more violent, the regime did the opposite of what Gramsci envisaged for a war of position that would require enormous sacrifices by innate masses of people and a concentration of hegemony and more interventionist government, which will take the offensive more openly against the oppositionists and organize permanently the impossibility of internal disintegration, with controls of every kind, political, administrative, etc. 132. Reinforcement of the hegemonic positions of the dominant group, Gramsci 1971, 495. The historical trajectory of the regime is reminiscent also of Hamza Alavi's point about the excessive practices of a state bourgeoisie, which may bring down both the peripheral state and its associated ruling class, Alavi 1972. But the specific historical reason why a Syrian military, merchant class in charge of the Syrian state would allow the anarchy of capitalist accumulation to erode its stability is that once this class pursues a capitalist mode of appropriation and becomes an extension of imperialism as such, its exercise of hegemony through the state is no longer its own, it has relinquished hegemony to imperialism. The Neoplatonic tenets of neoliberalism. I am aware that Neoplatonism may seem a bit strained, but I am using it as in a formal structure of perfectionistic axioms having only remote reference to reality, worked only where they were superseded, in the case of East Asia. In capacity lacking social formations, neoliberalism wrought havoc wherever it was applied, UNCTAD 2007. In Syria, neoliberalism reallocated resources away from and weakened labor, cheapened its value and weakened national capabilities. It transpires that whether piecemeal or all at once, the neoliberal mantra, once acted upon, delivered a death sentence on Syria as a state residing in an overdetermining international environment over which the United States is willing to undertake nuclear war. U.S. Department of State 2013. The Syrian regime misread the essence of imperialist objectives and its own rapport de force with imperialism. The regime's stance on the liberation of Palestine, and its contemptuous hubris in relation to other inalienable Arab rights, thinly camouflaged under pan-Arab rhetoric, lost their appeal as millions of Syrian stomachs were hunger-gnawed, and the eye of the Tunisian president in 2011 showed the possibility of regime change. The state was unraveling along two intertwined axes, RST, to serve us-led imperialist objectives and, second, as a result of national economic blunders and loss of hegemony by the regime. Monumental obfuscation. The history of neoliberal reforms and their contribution to Syria's uprising and war has to be read in light of two interrelated forms of obfuscation. The RST and more primary form is about the process by which the Syrian ruling class, in charge of a country at war, had deluded itself into applying reforms that debilitated its social base and dried up the source from which it draws its rents. As it slowly integrated with imperialism, the regime failed to understand imperialist motives of greater geopolitical control and, instead, believed that its accession into global financial circles could be promoted by a combination of rapprochement with imperialism, on one hand, and the 133 transfer of value and dollarized national assets to the center, on the other. The second form of obfuscation relates to how the regime deployed its technocrats to numb the consciousness of its population and promote the idea that after neoliberal reforms, the trickle-down effect would result in major welfare improvements. Syria is an important player on the Middle East stage. It draws geopolitical rents by virtue of that position. Because of frail defenses, it acquired the status of a front-line state against Israel by Arab League consensus and, subsequently, received significant aid from other Arab countries. The Assad regime, father and son, played both sides of the capital divide, drawing rents from national as well as international spheres, with its own merchant class roots swaying innately toward the larger spaces of US-dominated national capital. After all, when capital outgrows its national economy, it can only head toward the safety of US Treasury bills. The neoliberal bent gradually shifted the basis of accumulation of the state bourgeoisie from national industry, protected and controlled by the state, to one of wealth drawn from higher capital share and imports for sale on the local market. The diminution of national industry became a corollary of import-led growth and the implicit terms of war losses to imperialism. To boot, the Syrian state's role in CIA rendition/torture programs, its participation in the First Gulf War, and its later furtive role in squeezing Iraqi resistance, are landmark pro-US-led imperialist positions. But the most important contribution the regime provided to the military face of capital was to furnish it with the conditions for prolonged civil strife in Syria. The Assad regime was colloquially dubbed the "let's make a deal" regime. In its early stages, the balance of power of the Cold War created the medium for its survival. In the post-Cold War era, the regime lingered because there was no imperative to immediately end Syria as a social formation by an invasion, as was done with Iraq. Its developmental process, however, was incapacitating and self-defeating. The regime's repression hollowed out the participation of the working class in politics and, in terms of military capabilities, it was literally defenseless. In other words, Syria was doing itself the kind of harm on which imperialism gazed with gloating schadenfreude. Whereas the Sino-Russian strand of capital required a foothold in the Middle East and a more or less sovereign state in Syria, the Assad regime was drawn toward the United States by a drive to secure its loot in US-controlled financial markets. Earlier in 2000, Iran and Russia had practically written off their debts to Syria in an effort to further consolidate their regional positions, but the wealth of the military, merchant class was becoming increasingly dollarized. At the same time, the Syrian military, merchant class promoted 134. 134. Private Banking and Full LLED World Trade Organization, WTO, standards despite Syria not being a member of the WTO. Syria's WTO membership was opposed by the United States and Israel until months before the uprising, when the United States gestured its approval of Syria's reform progress and off-aired the country observer status, WTO 2012. US-led imperialism had a broader goal, certainly exceeding Syria's $40 billion income, approximate GOR for the year 2007 in nominal dollars as per the WDI, its pre-uprising GDP. The regime's strategy failed to peer beyond the facade of the money form and to understand the essentiality of con-ICT and dislocation in the to expanding the resources available to capital globally, nationalist rents and socialized value or idle resources at the disposal of capital. Syria is part of the global expanded circuit of capital which, through subjugation, involves the transformation of global value and surplus value into pro-T, and the transfer of value from the south to north according to the low prices paid for goods produced by cheaper labor in the south, Lawson and Cope 2015. The power of imperialism and its ability to destroy and create value spans the planet. Rising rates of exploitation cum pro-T are the result of the total global capital accumulation process. Both idle and productive assets are elements at the disposal of capital, and both organically contribute to accumulation. This integrated relationship is a condition of being, or an ontological condition, for humanity under capitalism. Retrogression and idleness of resources have been the trademarks of an Arab region that is more like a surplus depository for the more active dynamics of production in other parts of the global south. The agencies of the imperialist class, which create the context in which private capital can boost its earnings, enhance the ragged conditions in insecure states, slowing the rhythm of industrialization and preparing the stage for higher potential earnings through militarization. The ultimate sovereign in the under the guns of imperialism that, as always, are the ultima ratio regum, the NAL argument of kings, is us-led capital incarnate in the comprador classes kowtowing to its directives, its drones and the dozens of US military bases strewn around the region. Not that oil is unstrategic, but the hype surrounding the strategic relevance of oil doubly contributes to the social and political underpinnings of global accumulation, RST, by keeping all those without strategic control uneasy with respect to an abrupt halt of oil supplies and, secondly, by heightening militarism and increasing global transaction risks, hence raising the rents through rising risk premiums exacted by the US-led Dollar-Arbist-Nanchal order. The uncertainty surrounding the safety of the oil supply is girt into the costs of Nanchal transactions worldwide. The dislocation of the pauperist Arab masses by war and indirect colonization. 135. 135. Resituates the balance of forces whereby the money form and its associated Nanchal system present themselves as real and symbols of power. As market crisis sets in, the imperialist power progressively disengages more of the social material in the Third World for resource-grabbing purposes. This power also fragments and appoints itself as a proxy sovereign in order to reproduce the terms of trade and price ratios in its favor. The enigma that the cost of imperialist wars exceeds the monetary returns from certain ex-colonies occurs because exchange prices are not set by benign market conditions, but by the fact that powerless corners of the Third World cannot negotiate the price at which they valorize their assets. Imperialist wars of recolonization, especially in the strategic Middle East corner, keep the world tense and create the disastrous social conditions that implicate global production in the destructiveness wrought upon the more on this in Chapter 6. Value as a qualitative category is created by the totality of physical and human material and relationships available to capital, of which the human or crucial element creates the additional surplus value. The dislocated billions in the Third World, let us say the huge tranche whose income is only 5% of world income, by their very poverty form part of the material relationship of capital. The real and ideological pressures that the pauperist and politically disempowered Third World masses exert by reducing production costs via cheapened primary resources and lowered wages are critical for pro-to-making. Their successful emergence, by contrast, would damage the progress of private appropriation by selective and necessarily uneven capitalist development. Their debilitation by war entails a weakening of their states, such that imperialist military intervention potentially may at any time tip the internal balance between national forces in its favor. Syria is in such a condition. The imperialist goals had more to do with undermining the state than did the tribute channeled from Syria to international financial circles via neoliberal policies. Syria's role to US-led imperialism was a prophylactic by which it warded off imperialist competitors. The leaders of the regime were historically predisposed toward the war process, and given the intensity of the reactionary assault, there was no option but war. In one early gaffe indicating the mindlessness of key regime gurus, the notorious Assad cousin Rami Makhlouf said in a New York Times interview that Syria protected and will continue to protect Israel from Al-Qaeda, Haaretz and Reuters, 2011. During the early stages of the uprising, the regime attempted to bribe the workforce by raising salaries, or to appease the Islamists by appointing Islamic bankers to government positions and allowing women teachers the niqab. One ought to note that a remarkable myopia concerning the regime's balancing act vis-a-vis imperialism took hold in the years preceding the uprising, but not with 136. 136. Respect to the regime's class and its international ties. For the imperialist class the war was healthy. More so than that of his father Hafez, the regime of Bashar, since his accession to power in 2000, and the class associated with it infused the cultural sphere with the rhetoric of neoliberalism and began to speedily dissociate itself from a relatively planned and heavily state interventionist past. Initially, the reforms were connected to raising private investment and to eroding the subsidies attached to the basic consumption bundle delivered to the working population. But, gradually, the glitz of these reforms began to be visible in ostentatious displays of wealth on the part of the upper echelons of society. The gains to the military, merchant class in terms of control over the labor process, regimentation, and repression also rose as socialist workbenches, shorter working hours, were transformed into a more stringent third-world sweatshop environment. Most reforms were predicated on the rise of private investment. However, in view of uncertainties beyond the instantaneously foreseeable, the private investment rates did not rise sufficiently to offset public investment and the total rate fell. On average, the investment rate fell from 25% in 1981 to 20% in 2010, WDI various years. In addition to the uncertainty that would dampen animal spirits, it was unlikely given the paucity of private finance that the private sector would succeed in driving up investment rates. Private undertakings piggyback on public investment and, peculiarly in Syria, privateers expand public finance via their hold on the state to meet their own private ends. The latter case is what occurs in every nationalist economy, but the process in Syria was personalized. With low oil prices holding steady until 2002, real growth rates were on average around zero, and unemployment figures reached the two-digit level, UN 2008. Growth would only pick up when oil prices regained momentum in 2003, and this growth was both jobless and inequitable. Despite this malperformance, the Syrian regime deployed its technocrats to promote liberalization and to subordinate and control the social process for wealth-grabbing purposes. In 2008, when the financial crisis overtook the planet, the interlocutor of the ruling social class in government announced that their economy was spared and that some $11 billion in investment was forthcoming from abroad. 7. This was a period in which stunted growth in children under VE had reached 28%, UNICEF 2013. 8. Instead of arresting these reforms when their initial dose failed, the regime intensified the neoliberal arrangements, freeing more resources for transfer into private ownership. To invert Waterbury's remark, it was natural for the regime and its class to continue with the reforms because, in a context of openness that could neither be regulated nor abide by non-existent free competition, the regime and its class were the prime beneficiaries. Veering steadily away from national industrialization, the regime was shredding the virtuous circle productivity growth/welfare, self-reliance and its own support base. 9. The regime snuffed the RST Damascus Spring, around 2000, and cloaked its neoliberal bent with the social market economy proposal of Syrian economist and politician, Issam al-Zaim. Evidently, there was nothing social about these reforms, and al-Zaim was very critical of the process, UN 2007. 10. In the latter phase of neoliberal reforms under Bashar, the regime lifted price controls on basic commodities, removed most tariff barriers, and further freed the capital account. In one indication of the primacy of labor's subjection to capital, the regime lifted subsidies on certain essential commodities, including heating fuel, upon World Bank advice, but dispersed cash handouts in lieu of subsidies on account of targeting and rationing spending. Despite the fact that the cost of subsidy was lower to the state than the cash disbursement, the aim of this policy was to humiliate and subjugate the workers. The price of staple commodities rose, and the inflation rate jumped on average to more than 10% from 2006 onwards, the Central Bureau of Statistics of the Syrian government, CBS various years. 11. In the absence of autonomous labor organization or trade unionism, the corresponding rise in wages was inadequate, Ecobedo 2011. By the time of the uprising, the regime had significantly privatized some swaths of previously nationalist agricultural land, widened the income gap, dealt a blow to national industry and promoted import-led growth, Mutar 2016. Typically, poverty rose and public health and education plunged in both quality and delivery capacity, Shaol 2010. 12. The central bank stabilized the national currency with reserves, so that locally amassed wealth denominated in the Syrian pound could be converted into dollars at a stable rate to the advantage of the military, merchant class. When the currency is pegged to the dollar, drawing resources from the national economy to steady the currency represents a form of subsidy to the national money holders, an EFF or to stabilize their wealth in terms of dollars. By the end of reforms, and just prior to the uprising, unemployment was still rising and real wages were at half their 2006 level. 13. The process of diverting resources away from the interests of working people reached the point in 2009 that nearly 71% of Syrian workers were earning less than £13,000, approximately $274 monthly, when the average household expenditure on food alone was estimated at £14,000, approximately $295 per month, CBS 2009. This decline in living standards occurred in a country where the BBC had reported in the early 1980s that average purchasing power was exceptionally high as compared to other countries in the same bracket of development. The Syrian regime, transformation by successive defeat, unconditional openness in a developing context, wastes wealth, either through affluent consumption or by diverting capital abroad at prices dictated by the more powerful players in the global markets. Open capital and trade accounts are the gateway by which the military, merchant class converts national wealth into dollars and integrates nationally into the global national structure. How much the outflow of the social product in money or commodity form is constricted by policy, or, conversely, how much is diverted into waste in either idle savings or exorbitant consumption, are expressions of the degree of working class autonomy in and command of the social product. A higher degree of protection and socialization in Syria reacted the extent to which the state as a sovereign entity erected the necessary safeguards to link development to national security concerns. These are gross benchmarks that apply to all fragile states developing under conditions of war or the threat thereof. Defeats in war and weakened national security impose their terms of surrender, either directly by incorporating the victorious party into the composition of the state, as did Paul Bremer in Iraq, or structurally, with gradual liberalization. Both reveal at once the regime's proclivity and its supplication to the enemy. Recall that in the case of Syria, it is not the Syrian outflows per se that are of concern to us-led capital, but the value drawn from the security arrangement in the Middle East, to which Syria contributed. Imperial rents are drawn from the strategic control of an oil region. A cursory reading of the economic history of Syria reveals the close correlation between the allocation of the social product to working class needs and the degree of security and sovereignty enjoyed by Syria in relation to the balance of forces with Israel and the United States. As consecutive defeats took their toll, the social class structure and political rhetoric shifted to accommodate the allocation of the social product away from working class living and, hence, weakening national security. The agency that is Syrian class formation lurks only in the shadow of greater imperialist forces and, as such, it is more of an object rather than a subject of history. Post-independence Syria. Syria became independent on April 17, 1946. After its defeat in 1948 by a newly established and Western-armed Israel, and a period of political turmoil resulting in the downfall of President Shishakli in a 1954 coup, a state of normalcy emerged, and the only free parliamentary elections in Syrian history took place in 1955. Despite being dominated by more conservative elements, the elected parliament undertook several socializing measures that protected the rights of farmers against eviction, redistributed some state land to peasants and enacted the law of social security. This parliamentary experience was soon to end with the creation of the United Arab Republic on February 22, 1958. Although short-lived, the unity experience entrenched socialization. Apart from the establishment of agricultural, residential, and consumer cooperatives, the newly founded Ministry of Agriculture and Agrarian Reform confiscated unutilized land and established a number of agricultural cooperatives and collective farms run by peasants. Schuman 2005. The United Arab Republic ended on September 28, 1961 and, in 1963, the Baath rose to power in a coup d'état. The immediate steps of its National Revolutionary Command Council included nationalising all banks, lowering the ceiling of maximum land ownership, nationalising education, and erecting tariff barriers meant to protect local industry and agriculture. In the year 1965, socialization measures reached their peak, under Prime Minister Yusuf Ziyouin. This was a period of massive socialization in land, industrial sector, textile industry, pharmaceutical industries, food production, electricity, and cotton. It was also a period in which direct redistribution to the poor was initiated, subsidies and price caps were introduced, and all imports and exports were to be conducted through the state. The main targets of macroeconomic policies were full employment, exchange rate stability, and socialized health and education. The expansion of the public sector to encompass all economic activity represented the prime objective of this regime. The private sector, constituted by construction and contracting, tourism and craftsmanship, was relegated to a minor position trailing the government plan. In typical Soviet style, the VE-year plan envisaged the transfer of ownership of production and distribution from the private to the public sphere. It also envisaged a departure from a pro-T-oriented economy toward an economy based on societal welfare. This epoch constituted the heyday of security and post-independence achievements, Schuman 2005. The beginning of decline. Syria's defeat in the Six-Day War of 1967 represented the RST turning point, one which would restructure the internal class formation in a way that was amenable to the diversion of the social product away from working class and national security interests. In Yusuf Ziyouin's words, "We knew that Hafez Assad's ascension to power came as a result of the 1967 defeat and arrangements related to Security Council Resolution 242, as quoted in Ismail, 2010, 14 in November 1970, Hafez al-Assad assumed power. As ARST stepped toward the reshaping of the socialized allocation mechanisms, under Article 14 of the new constitution, he decentralized the devolvement of state revenues to departmental heads and enshrined the right to personal and individual private property in the new constitution. Effectively, he personalized the handling of state funds and began to reverse an earlier trend meant to supplant all forms of private property in production. Syria gradually moved from a high output capital ratio investment, high growth rate phase into a lethargic phase leading to collapse, WDI growth data shows that the period 1960 to 1980 exhibits 2 percentage points more per capita growth than the period 1980 to 2010, and in spite of the fact that from 2002 oil exports pushed growth rates to a high level between 2002 and 2011. The new class in power, dominated by Assad and his clique, began a two-way process of resource usurpation reacting piecemeal capitulation. In one devious measure, Hafez Assad relegated the right to exchange national for foreign currencies to various heads of departments in the government. In the mid-1980s, the scramble to exchange the national currency for dollars in neighboring markets, driven by merchant class motivation rather than a need to import necessities, resulted in hyperinflation and the collapse of the price system. 15. Merchants seeking the scarce dollar on the national market resorted to smuggling their paper wealth abroad by means of regime patronage. While Syria's national currency UD'd the neighboring markets, national reserves were being depleted to stabilize the neighboring market exchange rate. As national money was sent out, the central bank chased it with its dollar reserves to bring it home. The dollar reserves dwindled, putting further downward pressure on the national currency and lowering its exchange value. The difference between the OFFI rate and the market rate skyrocketed, and the state needed more Syrian pounds for dollars to satisfy import expenditures. The national money stock grew many-fold under the pretext that national departments needed to import mainly production goods denominated in dollars, but money traders demanded more and more Syrian pounds for dollars. In spite of the fact that consumption needs were nearly fully satisfied by internal production, the lower exchange rate had pushed costs of essential inputs upwards and drove prices up across the spectrum of domestically traded goods. This process was the doing of a state capitalist class dumping the national currency in search dollars and the initial act of socialist deconstruction. The drop in Gulf aid during the 1980s as a result of Syria's support for Iran in the Iran-Iraq War, was not significant and was also nearly compensated for by Iran and other remittances. The aid may have been thinner, but the remittances were higher, CBS 1980 to 1990. In any case, this is a faux argument because even if aid had risen, the leakages from money smuggling were rising at such a rate that no reasonable amount of aid would have kick-started the Syrian economy again. Because of Syria's political alliance with Iran, Arab transfers fell from $1.8 billion a year between 1979 and 1983 to $500 million between 1986 and 1988, Hinabus 1993, 188, Drysdale 1982, 7. However, Iran compensated Syria for its losses, especially those related to transit fees on oil from the Iraqi, Syrian oil pipeline, Perth's 1992, 57. In 1982, Iran supplied Syria with 1 million tons of free crude oil and up to 5 million tons at reduced prices, EIU 1989 to 1990, 32. One is reminded that, since many in the top ranks of the regime could simply carry out their exchange of dollars for national currency at will, especially as top-ranking military officers carried bigger hauls of national currency across the borders at the behest of merchants, the exchange rate sank along with the growing personalization of public institutions. Oddly, the causes of inflation in the mid-1980s were attributed to a monetary policy that tallied with the lowering of the budget DCIT, Sucre 1994. The rising DCIT, although remaining manageable, was an EFFECT and not cause, since initially the money supply was rising to satisfy the foreign exchange demands of state apparatchiks. In other words, the money stock rose to meet the desires of those in a position of power who, under the new 142 Constitution, were granted a laissez-faire deal with the money supply. It leads nowhere to speak of money supply leading to inflation in a protected and closed economy in which most basic consumption is satisfied by local means. Rising money supply is symptomatic of inflation but not its cause. In a closed economy with dual exchange rates, as Syria's economy was then, money supply grows by the pressure of transaction demands in the national economy, demands that are satisfied by the local currency, the non-tradable sector, and by the demands of foreign exchange in relation to national reserves, the tradable sector. A dual system of exchange was construed on the basis of a dual exchange rate, as if there were dual currencies, some for national use and others for external use. The purpose of these multiple rates was to enhance domestic investment by domestic means and protect the consumption bundle from ination. In Syria, this was all the more possible because imports represented a low 20% of output, an average rate under Arab socialism, in which the import of Soviet weapons at low interest rates or through barter were sine qua non. The capital account was strictly controlled and the ratio of tradable to non-tradable goods was low. Thus, when the general price level rose, including the prices of basic necessities to the consumer, it was not because there was more money chasing fewer commodities, there were no shortages in basic goods, rather it was because monetary policy targeted value transfer from the working population to the nomenclatura through ination 16. One can simply imagine the whole picture as such: as ination rates rose and the labor share of income fell, the remaining portion of income went to the ruling class, which then converted part of its growing share of income to dollars. Pursuant to this debacle, the president's brother emerged abroad, after being pushed into exile, with enough capital to finance the RST Arab News satellite channel. The early failures resulting from resource usurpation under Assad's restructuring were predictably attributed to the faults of the socialist past. However, as already noted, statistical evidence shows that in the socializing age Syria grew at a much faster rate than in the liberalizing age. GDP per capita growth rates in Syria registered 3% during 1964 to 1974. This rate then dropped to 0% during 1975 to 1995, a period characterized by gradual economic liberalization, World Bank 2009. The prosperity of the socialist past was alleged to generate its opposite in low investment rates, high unemployment rates, inflation, and the sharp decline in growth rates. Privatization, downsizing the public sector, subsidies, and removal of price caps were the alternatives being readied in the background. The circuit of real wealth or value was shifting from working class to ruling class as a result of these policies. The regime was keen to lay blame on the socialist experience, whose top leadership perished in Assad's jails. Yet the early reforms were carried out as if somehow the working population was oblivious to the austerity that came with market reforms. To use a socio-psychological phrase, the working class appeared subliminally distracted by defeatism, and the price of defeat was such that it had to accept national resource divestiture as an act of patriotism. The empirics of resource transfers in the Syrian economy expose the shift in social wealth away from the productive base and working class consumption into resource-eyed and affluent consumption patterns. These corrosive policies began with the liberalization of Hafez Assad's corrective movement in 1971. Measures that assigned a limited role to the private sector were advanced selectively and gradually out of concern that a strong revival of the private sector would bring about anti-regime mobilization by the old bourgeoisie and the bazaar class, which were dominated by Islamic politics and backed by Saudi Arabia. The cliché was a private sector may generate demands for greater political participation and more political liberties from the déclassé bourgeois class, Gambil 2001. The struggle with the Muslim Brotherhood between 1977 and 1982 was another reason for the slow pace of liberalization under Hafez Assad, Hinabus 2001. Assad was not against rooting development in the private sector, but it was the old traditional Damascene class that he was against. This class had to partner with the military merchant class or leave the scene, whereas the professional, wage-earning middle class, whose petty ambitions were not contained by Cabral-like radical socialist measures, and who remained the main beneficiary of the socialist policies of the 1960s with the public sector providing employment, became a gradual loser as of the mid-1980s. The early liberalization measures increased the role of the private sector, allowing it to operate in areas previously restricted to the public sector. By 1991, Law No. 10 purported to provide incentives for greater domestic and foreign investment. Couched in the law were lenient pro-T repatriation. 144. 144. Measures, unprecedented facilitation of imports, tax exemptions on corporate pro-T for a 7 to 9 year period and the removal of restrictions on transfers of foreign exchange, Mutar 2016. In 2002, the regime adopted measures of partial liberalization of trade and pricing policy, abolishing the last remnants of the policy of import substitution. In 2007, the regime removed price caps, lowered subsidies on basic consumption items and raised the prices of basic agricultural products. Under the false alibi of the social market economy, the full gamut of openness was undertaken. This was a blatant case of capitalism parading under the logo of socialism. The empirics of cozy pragmatism. Although Syria's liberalization started in the early 1970s, it was not until the early 1990s that it received an OFFI proclamation. The need for change at that time was expressed in terms of the need for economic pluralism, Alta Adjudiya Aliktisadiyya, Hoppenger and Boeckler, 1996. This term was used in most of Assad's OFFI statements and refers to the regime's efforts to unite the public and private, a mixed sector, and bring them into the service of the national economy, al-Iqtisad al-Watani. In the early 1970s, Hafez Assad introduced corporations of the mixed sector type into tourism and agriculture. Limited trade liberalization was introduced by opening up to the conservative Arab states and to Lebanon in particular. Authorizations, subject to a quota system, were granted to licensed importers of previously prohibited goods, Hoppenger, 1996. Customs duties on about 190 products imported from neighboring Arab countries were lifted entirely. Moreover, restriction on the importation of a wide range of manufactured goods was reduced and called the Exceptional Imports System. Restrictions on cross-border movement of capital were eased, and the opening of bank accounts in foreign currency for nationals and foreigners was also permitted, Perth 1995. These reforms coincided with the Syrian army's role in quelling the rebellion of the nationalist movement in Lebanon and constraining the more radical elements of the PLO. During the 1980s, the private sector was allowed to retain 50% of its foreign exchange proceeds, later raised to 75%. These proceeds were then allegedly used to import necessary raw materials and industrial inputs needed for industrial and agricultural production. But, as Mutar, 2016, has shown, the import structure gradually changed toward consumption and luxury items. The number of private retailers grew from 72,000 in 1974 to 99,000 in 1981, CBS 1975 to 1983. The early liberal set of market-oriented reforms favored the commercial bourgeoisie, as distinct from the industrial entrepreneurs. The easing of state regulation created a new commercial bourgeoisie intertwined with the regime, or a military, merchant class. The exchange rate decree of April 22, 1980 was a gesture to the merchants, by which they were allowed to acquire their foreign exchange at a lower market rate. However, in addition to devolving the responsibility of handling foreign exchange to government departmental heads, allowing merchants to convert part of their national currency at favorable rates, was another factor that escalated price inflation in the mid-1980s. The quantities exchanged were not as significant as hauling cash in army lorries to nearby Lebanon, but the measure served to cultivate segments of the bazaar class. Moreover, merchants limited the supply of raw materials, machinery, and assembly kits and sold them instead on the black market, Barrow 2011. The merchants, to the detriment of the industrialists, smuggled from Lebanon more goods that competed with the products of the industrial bourgeoisie, Lawson 1984. The regime further assisted the wealthy merchants by gradually introducing selective custom and tariff measures until they were all lifted in 2006 to 2007. In contrast to the buoyant mood at the Chamber of Commerce, the mood was somber at the Industrialist Union in Damascus just prior to the uprising, Mutar 2016. Although relaxing import restrictions pushed prices up, the pro-T margin of the merchants was secured, Mora and Victoroas 2003, Longguenis 1996, Lawson 1989. In 1985, the value of the Syrian pound in Beirut, the neighboring market, dropped from 10 pound/dollar to 18 pound/dollar, and continued to slide thereafter, Sucre 1994, 27. In 1986, a new encouragement rate for non-commercial transactions was introduced and set close to the free market rate of 22 pound/dollar, Perth's 1994, 58. At the end of 1987, the pound was officially devalued from 3.95 pound/dollar to 11.2 pound/dollar. In order to curtail the contraction of the Syrian pound, in September 1986 the government introduced Law No. 24, which imposed severe penalties on smuggling national currency. The principal smuggler was Assad's brother, Rafat, who hauled excess Syrian cash to purchase dollars at the neighboring markets, Robinson 1998, 163. Merchants also binted and played around the multiple exchange rates. For instance, many items that were bought at the official exchange rate of 42 pound/dollar were then sold at the free market rate of 50 pound/dollar. The difference was pocketed by the merchants, Robinson 1998. While official GERs recorded inflation at unprecedented levels of 60% in 1987, up from 36% in 1986, unofficial GERs reported inflation as more than 100% in 1986 and 1987, Sucre 1994, 28. Toward the end of the 1980s, this was coupled with official currency devaluation, only the official rate, in order to alleviate the pressure on budget deficits resulting from nancing the huge gap between the state-sponsored rate and the market rate. The cumulative effect of lower productivity levels, a trade deficit, budget deficit and inflation precipitated a stagnation crisis from which Syria did not recover. The number of public sector industrial workers decreased from about 141,000 in 1985 to 139,000 in 1988, and the number of workers in the public construction sector decreased from about 155,000 to 138,000 in the same years, Perth's 1992, 44. While state employees, farmers, and industrial workers suffered from real income losses due to inflation that redistributed income upward, merchants acquired more wealth, NAMA 1986, 323 to 324. Regarding unemployment, the growth rate of the population was high as of the 1940s, reaching 3.2% in 1960 and tapering down to 1.9% in 2014, CBS and WDI various years. To ascribe high rates of unemployment as of the mid-1980s onwards to demographic growth whose rate has tapered down is false. The point is that the rate of job creation declined under liberal leasing reforms. In terms of proportions, and that is what matters at the macro level, growth receded and went to areas that do not generate decent or high productivity jobs. Capital productivity did not change, meaning that growth was of the low technology type. The fertility and growth rate of the population were falling steadily, hence, the supply pressure was diminishing along a time trend. In summary, this could only mean that market reforms cracked the growth job creation nexus that existed under Arab socialism. The available data on wages and prices show that while public sector nominal wages rose by about 300%, retail prices rose by approximately 600% from their 1980 level, Perth's 1992, 43. The inflationary momentum, as can be seen from Figure 3.1, continued building long after the mid-1980s. Figure 3.1 also shows that the rate of inflation rose in tandem with the degree of liberalization. It intensified in the last decade prior to the uprising. In the absence of wage indexing to the general price level, inflation acts as an indirect tax and shifts wealth to the ruling class. Meanwhile, from the scant data available on income distribution, Figure 3.2 reveals that income inequality nearly doubled in the period ranging from the mid-1980s to the mid-1990s, implying that the reduction in real wages as a result of inflation was significant. Scaled projections using trend analysis imply that the gap had widened still further by the time of the uprising. The share of wages out of national income declined from 40.5% in 2004 to 33% in 2009, Merzouk 2011. 17a Gross estimation accounting of income maldistribution using the category compensation to employees from Syrian national account data reveals that it was less than 30% of the national income at the time of the uprising, CBS 2011. Another large upward income redistribution occurred as a result of rising oil revenues. The 1990s witnessed the exploitation of new oil fields in the northeast and southeast of the country, Butter 1990. The origin of oil production dates back to the mid-1970s when oil exploration and extraction were permitted to foreign companies on the basis of shared production. During the 1980s, Shell discovered a string of fields and continued its exploration with other U.S., European consortia in different areas of Palmyra, Deir-ez-Zor, and the Euphrates Basin, Meade 1996. Oil production picked up in late 1986 at a rate of 60,000 barrels per day, BPD, which gradually increased to 200,000 in 1989 and to 300,000 in 1991, Meade 1996. Major companies, such as Shell, France's Elf Aquitaine and Tullow Oil of Ireland were active during the 1990s, Meade 1996. Foreign oil companies were permitted to use market exchange rates instead of the OFFI shale rate. Similar agreements were extended for the exploration of gas in the newly discovered fields in the course of the 1990s, Meade 1996. An estimated 380,000 barrels were extracted daily during the 1990s and, as a result, oil export revenues rose to $2 billion in the mid-1990s, AMF 2002. Between 1994 and 2000, Syria produced approximately 565,000 BPD. Production reached its peak in 1994 at 600,000 BPD, after which production levels tapered down. Pre-uprising production levels are estimated to have been 440,000 BPD in 2006, OPEC 2007, and post-uprising levels are unknown because of IS control of oil fields. In another gaffe, the regime alleges that GERs related to oil revenues are supposedly part of national security and, hence, confidential. However, importers report the amount of oil produced and the costs, which would make it straightforward to estimate such revenues. It is absurd to see such a state of decline in technocratic know-how in Syria, a country that once boasted intricate input-output models and extensive data collection under Arab socialism. Accelerated reforms beginning in 2000. Syria's economy never really recovered from the 1985 negative shock. Even as oil windfalls boosted the national accounts, the misallocation of resources and rising imports were retarding the social impact of rising oil revenues. As a result of openness, Syria became more vulnerable to internal or external economic shocks. More resources were diverted to low output-to-capital ratio activities, with the exception of oil. The falling investment rate in plant and equipment and basic infrastructure undermined indigenous productive capacity. A summary of the facts reads as follows: inflation had been rising since the mid-1980s, unions were co-opted by the regime, the share of wages was dropping, and the economy moved from public investment-led industrialization to surplus capture as rent and a commercial mode of economic activity. Just prior to the uprising, most commercial exchange was bereft of a national industrial origin. Industry's share shrank to a quarter of its value in 1970, UNIDO, various years. Particularly disconcerting is the fall in the composition of industrial machinery imports, particularly die and mold, between 2000 and 2010, which clearly denotes a decline in autonomous industrial know-how, Uncomtrade, various years. the Bashar regime decided to confront the social problems that its neoliberal reforms had caused, by enacting more intensive and comprehensive packages of neoliberal reforms. 19 However, this time around, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, was called upon for advice, Barout, 2011. 20 The regime lifted nearly all remaining caps on capital and trade account controls. Customs duties on imports for local manufacturing activities were drastically cut, and laws that had restricted foreign exchange operations or transactions for almost 17 years prior to the uprising were also abolished. In 2003, Bashar issued Legislative Decree No. 33, which rescinded Decree No. 24 of 1986 and Decree No. 6 of 2000, which had de jure limited foreign exchange dealings in the private sector. Decrees No. 6 and No. 24 were de facto superseded because Investment Law No. 10 had provided investors with exemptions from restrictive foreign exchange laws, the Syria Report 2003. The promulgation of the banking law in January 2001 authorized the establishment of private banks for the first time in 40 years. Since 2001, 6 private banks have been established in Syria: Bank of Syria and Overseas, BSO, Bank Bemo, Bank Audi, the International Bank of Trade and Finance, Arab Bank, and Biblos Bank. Their combined deposits were estimated at $3 billion in 2007, Mubaid 2007. There were few restrictions on foreign bank operations. 51% of all banks were to be owned by Syrian nationals or companies, and 25% of bank shares had to be controlled by Syrians, Mutar 2016. These privileges were usually granted to the new bourgeoisie, rather than to competitive market bidders, Mutar 2016. Along with private banking, the Syrian Stock Exchange began operating in mid-2009 as part of the plan to spur the money market. Prominent figures from the new bourgeoisie were major shareholders in these banks. For instance, leading businessmen such as Rami Makhlouf, Nader Kella, Isam Anbuba, and Samir Hassan were the founding shareholders of Biblos Bank, the Syria Report, 2010. As to whether these private banks have expanded the availability of finance to private and public investors to facilitate the undertaking of new investment projects, the answer is no. The recent performance of these private banks proved that they have been involved in usury-like transactions as distinct from financing industrial and developmental projects, Barout 2011, Mutar 2012. In 2003, the United States invaded and colonized Iraq, and Syrian exports to Iraq, which had risen via contraband trade during the 1991-2003 embargo, fell drastically. The negative consequences of the war on Iraq further dampened the performance of the Syrian national industry. The immediate collapse of Iraq cost Syria about $2 billion, of which half were gains from the oil pipeline between Syria and Iraq, Spindle 2005. As revenues from exports fell, capital in-house from Iraq rose via remittances and EEing capital as a result of rising resistance to American occupation. In-house from Iraq rose from $457 million in 2004 to $803 million in 2005 and to $1.3 billion in 2006, IMF, 2009. Moreover, remittances from Syrian expatriates, mainly in the Gulf, are estimated to have reached $820 million in 2007 and $850 million in 2008. The Syria Report, 2008. Syrian debts, meanwhile, were on average and throughout Syria's modern history relatively low. Syrian net debt to Russia was relatively small and also serviced at concessional interest rates. The Central Bank of Syria stated that Syria's external debt stood at $6.5 billion in 2007, representing a mere 20% of GDP, and that debt service amounted to a mere 7% of total export revenues. In terms of macroeconomic ratios during 2000 to 2010, there was a declining debt service-to debt ratio, higher in-house to GDP rates, and higher savings to GDP rates. In spite of this superficially sound picture, spiraling inflation kept on eroding the purchasing power of working people. The real growth rate was on average 6% for the 9 years prior to the uprising, WDI various years. Roughly, the pro-T rates of the ruling class were a cumulative 6% on total income since 2002, in addition to money form value snatched from the working class as a result of inflation and the declining wage share from income, and the historically accumulated surplus from immiseration of the working class. But where development counted most, in the area of jobs creation, this oil-driven growth yielded little. There was certainly huge informal poverty jobs creation, but no count of decent jobs creation versus jobs destruction in the pre-uprising decade. Given the shrinkage in the public sector, where real wages took a nosedive, and the swerve away from industry, it is very likely that decent jobs destruction may have exceeded decent jobs creation. The principal activity buoying growth was the value added from the sale of additional imported goods on the local market. Imports as a percentage of GDP rose from about 30% of GDP in 1980 to nearly 40% in late 2000, averages calculated from WDI, various years. With a ban on public sector expansion in place, world-type unemployment soared, principally in the form of disguised or underemployment, ILO, various years. 21 Ironically, the regime attempted to place the blame for rising prices, inflation, on the pressure Iraqi refugees exerted on demand. However, there was no shortage of supply in the essential items, Mutar 2016, and the causes of inflation, a redistribution tool already in use for nearly 3 decades, beginning 1985, were to be found in 2 interrelated subsidies for the military, merchant class. The RST was the building of national reserves to support their dollar wealth holdings, the second was the removal of price caps, which had in the past disciplined the drive for higher pro-T rates. Prices were liberalized while sustaining the subsidy to inputs that businesses employed in production, such as energy and labor costs. In summary, there was a circuit of value sine ed in money form that had favored the ruling class, which stemmed from a declining labor share, as a result of absent labor representation and inflationary pressure, rising pro-Ts from commerce, as it had supplanted the market space previously occupied by national industry, and, ultimately, the money pro-Ts in Syrian currency traded for dollars, at XED exchange rates supported by the revenues of the state. 22. Misal locating resources. In every measure of the circulation of capital and the spigots of value, the evidence points to ruling class usurpation. Income maldistribution, deindustrialization, and demobilization of real resources abound. Engrossed in the neoliberal framework of its imperialist partners, as in losing an ideology of its own, Assad's class completely dropped the gradually relinquished many. 152. Forms of national security, including the sort of development that would have bettered the living conditions and empowered the working class against imperialism. There are 2 premises to keep in mind. 1. Imperialism is a dynamically aggressive relationship that would not forfeit a moment, which would allow it to bring down Syria's security foundation that includes its developmental capabilities, and, 2. In view of the highly unequal balance of forces, it is necessary to rely on popular resistance and forms of guerrilla warfare, which require a betterment of the conditions of the working class and already had proven worthwhile in the and elsewhere. Moreover, the consistent misal location of resources offers proof of structural collusion between the Assad-led class in Syria and US-led imperialism. The Assad-led class became a structural partner of US imperialism, a partner that maneuvered between the poles of placating pan-Arab populism and heeding the hegemony of US-led capital. This class also became a disposable scapegoat whose participation in the weakening of its own social formation enhanced the power standing of US-led imperialism. The Assad regime represented the political form of a state bourgeois class whose process of transformation was co-determined by shifting global ideological currents suppressing state autonomy and its inherent tendency to widen its scope in material reproduction. Its historical affinity for world capital progressively exceeded its commitment to its own national working class. More decisively, However, the successive Arab defeats, which were particularly Syria's, were not one-time losses. They were major events whose impact was ideologically deployed to destroy the spirit of resistance. In much the same manner as a Syrian soldier who would have to remove military insignia in order to enter the Quneitra region per the 1973 armistice condition, impoverishing the working population stripped Syria of its ideological symbolism or real momentum for confrontation while attenuating its real sovereignty. The social reforms carried out in the 1950s and 1960s allowed Syria to develop the internalist value cycle of a nationalistic formation, which effectively combined security and developmental goals in preparation for defense against Israel's superior military capabilities. In the atmosphere of the Cold War, Hafez Assad's regime walked a tightrope of gradually desocializing Syria without causing undue domestic instability. Although the regime's relationship to society was one of capitalist accumulation through the state as capital's organized dimension disciplined excesses that endangered national bonds. The Assad-Peres regime assessed Syria's security capabilities, of which Syria's level of development was part and parcel, in terms of the calculated risks they would pose in tilting the balance of forces in a way that would not provoke imperialist belligerence. In any case, the population was led with anti-imperialist ideology lingering from the anti-colonial struggles, and no Syrian. 153. Leadership would have been able to walk in the footsteps of Sadat as early as 1978. All the while, the regime did not incite a preemptive Israeli or American strike, as did Iraq. It drew some of its rents from its role in the regional stability arrangement, Arab and Soviet aid. The regimes of both father and son may have resorted to asymmetric measures of confrontation, but these, all the same, were not of a serious nature. In crucial issues such as the relationship to the Lebanese and Palestinian resistance organizations and closer ties with Iraq, the regimes well knew where the imperialist taboos lay. One may note that these Assad regimes also contained, absorbed, and maintained records of revolutionaries from Kurdistan, Palestine and other internationalist groups that would have grossly disequilibrated an otherwise tense regional environment. It was convenient for imperialism to have a pragmatic gur in Damascus and, at the same time, keep a track record of certain revolutionary movements. Tangentially, one may suggest that if a more restrained form of profit-making from a growing industrial base had taken hold, the distribution of the social product would have progressed less inequitably, and Syrian welfare could have been better. However, it is a dead end to posit such a hypothetical question when the real forces that shape development are as militaristic as the US-led strands of imperialist national capitalism. Between putting Syria to work or setting it ablaze, the imperialist choice could not have been clearer. US-led capital's secular tendency to war-making combined with the Russian intervention in Syria is as close as one gets to igniting a global conflict, which, in view of the dictum that all arms races end in war, remains a very real possibility. From where we stand, any past moment, relation, or property of the social condition in Syria appears to explain the uprising. In this overdetermination, the principal social force that laid the grounds for blind accumulation in Syria, with a regime that combined absolute political and economic power, has been the imperialistically set undercurrent of history, the tidal wave of neoliberalism. Other moments, relations, and activities must be understood within this broader context in which the probative condition is the ideological victory of US-led capitalism. Prior to the 1990s, the World Bank's advice was circumspect in relation to how market reforms affect the stability of Syria, about 2011. Yet after the 1990s, as the region entered full speed into an accumulation by war mode, as in the string of wars burning across the Middle East, and the military, merchant class itched for dollar wealth after its experience in Lebanon, the WB upped its market mantra for Syria. By 1990, the clique in close association to the regime controlling much of the market, the whales of the market as they have become known in common usage, al-Hittan in Arabic, was plain to see. This was no fair-playing eld platform and pushing for further reforms would certainly entail social maladies. This synchronization of WB reform with war destabilization cutting across. 154. 154. The region could not have been haphazard. It need not be thought of in facile terms of personally orchestrated maneuvers, as in the mainstream simplistic conspiracy theory approach as opposed to its alleged value-neutral science. Classes do not work that way. Classes as the interrelated relationships whose ideologies institute platforms of actions that primarily reproduce the conditions for the dominant class by formal and impersonal means also reinforce the conditions for the promotion of that class. I do not want to dwell upon the silliness of magnanimous mainstream personal agency, which is more like a psychological illness than social science. All I will say here is that if there were such ingenious good-willed and Pope-like characters, why would there be such an objective, impersonal and horrid history for so long and in a class society context? Liberalization policy in Syria, slow measures at RST and then abrupt in its latter stages, 2006 to 2007, would inevitably resemble the shock therapy introduced in post-Soviet economies and the ensuing calamity. As the assets of the class in charge of development in Syria came to be denominated in dollars and circulated in the dollar-based financial system, the regime's structural partnership with international financial capital grew. The value of dollar deposits in Lebanese banks alone was estimated at $5 to $6 billion in 2005. 23 In the NAL stages of this process of integration with world financial capital, US-led imperialism dumped its Syrian class ally. As the Syrian regime moved away from the last remaining safeguards of Arab socialism, dubbed regulation, as if freeing the market does not regulate it in favor of the ruling class, to neoliberalism, the rate of transfer of value from the working class to the military, merchant class heightened the threat to national security and stability. The turnaround of the revolt, as mentioned earlier, was sparked by the loosening ideological hold of the ruling class on the state. More so than in less strategic countries, Syria's descent into neoliberalism is a form of war booty galore, not because of the wealth looted from Syria, but because of the imperialist power repositioning, as will be explained in Chapter 6. The pre-Assad Baath had consistently represented a state bourgeoisie that safeguarded but disciplined capitalist relations during the absence of a viable national bourgeoisie in the immediate post-independence days. However, it had also stubbornly upheld a populist anti-imperialist position and, in that sense, there was a roundabout incorporation of the working class into the state. The Assad regime decoupled the working class from the political process. However, it could not depoliticize a working class that revolted at a time when US and Saudi-led ideology and funds had nearly taken over the ideological space of the Islamic world. Closing comments. When the actual persona cation of the military, merchant class, duped itself into believing that the pittance earned by financial capital from conducting trade with Syria or capital outflows from Syria was all that imperialism sought, it succumbed to the myopia of dependent capital that often spells its own demise. It foolishly clung to the notion that US-led imperialist forces would be satisfied with the tribute drawn from the Syrian regime's adherence to neoliberal policy when, in actuality, imperialism draws far bigger rents from the rest of the world as a result of its hegemony over Syria or, now, from a weakened or broken Syria. On the opposition side, the majority were outright allies of US-led imperialism. The moment the war began, the articulation of warring factions that history or the international balance of forces had provided, became the new social relationship governing development, and Islamists who had composed the minority inside Syria prior to the war became the conveyor belts of war funding and making. Others in the opposition were so naive that they thought they could remove Assad from power and end the war with Israel as their neighbor. The theory of imperialism is principally a war theory, the core of which is that capital wrests power, destroys value, undervalues existing peripheral assets, and grabs resources in order to maintain its rates of productivity. The war in Syria destroyed the social and physical structure and left the country weak on the security front. Imperialist war is not a process that the political establishment of capital can arrest unless there is effective working class opposition. War and technology are alien to the working classes, endogenous to capital, or fall outside the immediate control of the dominant social classes themselves. To draw future policies or construct a modern Syrian history and policy framework without RST positing wars and dislocation amounts to a formal EFF ort without a referent in reality, a sort of theory of efficient history modeled after the phantasm of efficient markets. Victorious imperialist wars have tempered the ideology of resistance to the demands of capital and convoluted it into a form of self-adulation via Islamism. Much like the fantasy that the adversaries of the Syrian regime promote about the do-commerce nature of national capitalism and the possibility of a democratic transformation in Syria, the Syrian regime itself was extolling the virtues of free markets and the imminent transition of Syria into a new Arab economic tiger. However, situated in a region where 156 most politics are realpolitik-like and war and the heightened threat of war represent principal tributaries of capital accumulation, the Syrian military merchant class believed that with the services provided to imperialism in stabilization, rendition, and anti-development, these acts together would ensure its leading class accession into the global national club, a sort of class promotion in the international division of wealth. However, times and technologies are changing. The mercantilist mode, selling goods and stocking cash, is quite different from a mode which requires ever higher quarterly protests from an exponential capital production process that has to partially shred to pieces its human and natural inputs. The Syrian military merchant class misconceived the main contradiction as that between Syria's meager national wherewithal and the share of us-led imperialism from Syrian dollar aus. As will be detailed in Chapter 6, the real contradiction is between variants of capitalist forces, between us-led capital and Chinese and Russian capital that falls under the hammer of the US dollar and consequently strives to partly escape such US hegemony by weakening the US hold on Syria. The opportunity to tear asunder the Syrian social formation following the 2011 Arab revolts was unmistakable. The imperialist cohort wasted no time and said the weakest chain in its structural alliance, the Syrian military, merchant class, and with it, its historical receptacle, Syria. The drawn-out process of destabilization in Syria reinforces capital's control and the particular share of the US-led national elite vis-a-vis the other circles of capital. Wars that extend control via the devastation of security in vulnerable peripheral states also expand value beyond the customary value creation mechanisms. Longer working hours for Syrian workers are insignificant compared to the absolute consumption in the devastation of war of Syrian lives, a form of commercial exploitation. For US-led imperialism, the Syrian uprising was an opportunity to restructure the Syrian formation into a loose social mass in which the central state exercises little or no autonomy at worst, or prolongs the state of con-ICT at best. The dominant mode of imperialist control in the US is not meant to articulate the social formation by the medium of the state, trade, and capital US, but one where a state is engineered to promote the dissolution of the social formation itself. It is a way to wither the political representation of peripheral working classes and, conversely, an inexpensive form of colonialism. The perception that the United States is weaker as a result of leading unsuccessful campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan is fallacious. It may have weakened as a result of rising China, but not as a result of destroying huge swaths of the Third World. The devastation left behind by US invasions retrogresses the development of working people and writes off their potential threat. Moreover, 157. The protests of the global national class have been steadily rising in spite of the 2008 national crisis. Wars contribute to NANS, and the US-led national class draws imperial rents in inverse proportion to the degree to which states in this oil-rich region relinquish sovereignty over their fate and resources. A cross-border US-led class alliance practices war on the more vulnerable states to mold the social configuration into the form required for undervaluing human and natural assets. That is how victory and/or defeat are to be assessed from a class perspective, as opposed to hallucinogenic nationalism, and not by the cakewalk of advanced armies into semi-starving nations, such as what happened in Iraq. The semblance of a weakened US is misleading because the capitalist class deploying the state to serve its ends is stronger as a result of militarism. Capital is a single whole to the extent that the dollar integrates specific capitalist classes or mediates concrete processes of wealth creation into an abstract one through the dollar. The fetish of national divisions nourishes in the soil of imperialist divisions over resource grabbing, but beyond the mystique of the fetish, as the working class bears the burden of war, it is the working populations in poorer nation-states that lose the most. A consistently losing working class is one that is being pushed into a position from which it cannot exercise its social destiny as a subject of history. There are no ahistorical peoples, as in the chauvinist language of imperialist social science, there are peoples devastated by imperialist wars, who if they had their say, would prefer to stay out of such European history. In times of severe crisis and war, the state outdoes itself as the political medium by which capital is reproduced. The scope of business for the military merchant class of Syria was within Syria. US-led national capital engages the region as whole, save the Gulf, not for what it can draw from it in money-form gains, but for its debilitation. Value relations, to be sure, precede the money-form making. These are two different modes of accumulation for two incongruous social classes that meet when their wealth coincides in the dollar, but that part company according to how much the immiseration of the Syrian working class contributes to the hegemony of US empire. In this dialectic, many of the physical beings of the Syrian military, merchant class will perish if Syria continues to perish. This was the juncture at which the Syrian regime went too far against its own working classes and against its own interests. It has not yet come to the recognition of the unavoidability of armed conflict and the necessity of war to US-led imperialism. But all along, this unnationalistic class had misdiagnosed the imperialist drive for war and acted as a surrogate to US-led capital and let the Syrian state be imperialism's medium of repression and exploitation. To recap, Syria is no ordinary third world country. It has already extracted some unusual vetoes from China in the UN Security Council and is undergoing a Russian military intervention. For long before the uprising, the Syrian military merchant class drew its strength from the very defeat of Syria, and its gradual integration with imperialism over time culminated in deepening the objective grounds for the revolt. The overwhelming repower of imperialism bolstered the defeatism that the Syrian ruling class needed in order to pass off its reforms under the veneer of pragmatism. Defeatism provided the ideological alibi to forego the goal of combining development with security objectives. It is within this context that imperialist international institutions, armed with a toolkit of neoliberal policies, began to feed the regime's self-delusion of unrestricted freedom in pursuing its class interests. US-led imperialism's dominant ideology harnessed the blinkered subordinate military, merchant class to undertake the task of self-termination. Sanctimonious cant derived from international law pervades the discourse on the Syrian crisis. Meanwhile, the war rages, molding Syria into a shape possibly amenable to other future wars in the region. While US-led imperialism, its liberal Arab intellectuals and its labor aristocracy speak of human rights and democracy, the allies of US-led imperialism in the region channel weapons and jihadists to Syria, Sanger 2012, many of whom are the rejects of Europe, whose prisons exhibit a more than higher proportion of Muslim immigrants. It would stand to reason that the language of resistance to outside jihadist aggression and US-led imperialism in particular, as opposed to second-hand sentimentality, represents a more appropriate angle for addressing the Syrian issue. To speak in Mao Zedong's language of national liberation wars, the contradiction with US-led imperialism is the principal contradiction, while the contradiction with the regime is secondary. Mao 1937. Politically, the language of resistance is about building sovereignty, communal security, and national defenses. In economic terms, it is about reinstating protectionism, multiple exchange and interest rates and capital controls. In a nutshell, it is the delinking from the international national market that ensures the recirculation of value within the national economy, which was practiced under Arab socialism. For that, a cohesive and sovereign state in Syria is a rudimentary requirement. The GHT in Syria is a national liberation war that requires odd alliances against the imperialist-funded jihadists in order to reinstate Syrian state integrity. US-led imperialism stands against autonomous peripheral states more so than do other variants of capital, such as the Russian or Chinese versions. More important, the major powers rivalry is a window for Syrians and other working populations to exercise a certain level of autonomy. The compass of praxis has never swerved from targeting the appetite of the US appetite for war. These are real priorities, as opposed to one-sided analytical priorities. To make, however, one point is for sure, a weakened state in Syria supervised by US imperialist drones strengthens the tentacular grip of capital, not only in Syria, but over a planet fast being biologically extinguished by the excesses of capitalism. 159. Chapter 4. In the 2 decades following 1958, Iraq leapt from being a country that exhibited one of the highest income inequality and illiteracy rates in the world, to a country with an impressive record of human and social development, including a narrowing gap in earning disparities, Tadaro 1979. Economic and human development indicators also attested to faster than usual improvements in health, educational and social conditions, AMF various years. That was Iraq then. When, in Geneva in 1991, U.S. Secretary of State James Baker III warned Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq, that Iraq would be bombed back into the Stone Age, he probably meant that the United States would deprive the Iraqi civilian population of the right to security of person, water, health, shelter and, more generally, the requirements for decent living. 1 In 2015, Iraq has become a war-plagued and divided territory, and its RST Prime Minister in the Paul Bremer government of 2003, Ayat Allawi, has recently declared that the Iraqi people are longing for the days of Saddam Hussein too. This is Iraq now. Between then and now, hundreds of thousands have died as an immediate outcome of the RST-US aggression in 1991, the ensuing embargo and the all-out invasion and subsequent colonization. The war's impact fragmented Iraq as a state. There are territories that are ethnically or sectarianly cleansed under a nominal republic. According to a 2011 report, nearly 10 years after the fall of Saddam's regime, and with oil revenues that have increased nearly tenfold as a result of rising oil prices, more than 1 million orphaned children remained abandoned in the streets of Baghdad, Al Jazeera 2011. Rates of birth defects where depleted uranium-laced artillery rounds were read in U.S. bombardments are significantly high, Al Sabak 2012, Halliday 2013. What is not so unusual, given how sensitive Iraq is to US-led imperialism, the World Health Organization, WHO, covered up Iraq's nuclear nightmare, Ahmed 2013. The electric power crisis has lingered since 2003, and a government report prepared by the advisors to the board in the Prime Minister's OFFICE estimates that Iraq loses billions of dollars annually due to the power crisis, Shea Fake News 2013. 3 After the 1991 bombing devastation and the subsequent embargo, electric power was restored only few months later and with only national means managed by the government of Saddam Hussein. On the distribution of income side, labor's share of national income is estimated at a pitiful 11% or one of the lowest recorded levels globally, Guerrier Road 2012. 4 Apart from its Hollywood-style monster movie spectacle, the IS is no anomaly in the region. It nourishes its raison d'etre by mauling international law, erasing recognized borders and setting up an ethnically pure government. However, because Muslims inhabit many pluralistic states around the globe, the IS media impact is giving the jitters to the foundations of the modern state system. De facto, the IS carries out a colonial hate agenda similar to past forms of cultural imperialism, with the object being to rupture continuity with the indigenous past. IS measures include the erasure of nationalist identity, destruction of historical sites and the cultural heritage, especially in Iraq and Syria. The IS heightening terror, deeds and rhetoric, would not harm an imperialist capital that principally grows by militarization such as that of the US. 5. Moreover, whereas material and human-consuming war rages across huge swaths of the region, US-led imperialism acquired a positive development in the establishment of a de facto ally in the Iraqi Kurdish region, another loyal land base from which its military arm can further tilt regional battlegrounds. Iraqi Kurdistan has long been an American launching pad of aggression against the Iraqi state, and according to emerging anecdotal evidence, the ruling Iraqi Kurdish class had toyed with idea of erecting a statue of the late Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in Erbil. Under the aegis of US-imposed governments, rising Iraqi oil revenues have funded and entrenched social identity divisions that so far have produced more sorrow than solace. They did so through the US-reconstructed Iraqi state and its sectarian constitution after the 2003 occupation. To be sure, sectarian identity itself has no being or ontological being of its own, it is a political relationship dened within particular circumstances of the class struggle and in a historically determined social formation. As such, it was constituted by the colonially engineered state and not as result of its pre-capitalist historical origins, AML 1980. Even though feudalism was the womb in which sectarianism was conceived, modern sectarian identity is a product of colonial production relations as opposed to pre-capitalist relations because it is the form in which the colonially spawned bourgeoisie exercises its class power, AML 1980. In the new sectarianism of Iraq there is much that resembles the past in form, as the names of Islamic saints, valleys, and past symbols reappear anew, but almost nothing in content. More so than any other reconstruction of identity, the current Sunni, Shiite sectarian phenomenon des the dialectic of continuity and discontinuity. Whereas, in a dialectical relationship the past is sublated, negated, and preserved simultaneously, the literal extrication of nearly all contrarian sources of knowledge in Iraq and the erection of an unfalsifiable science of sect or ethnicity, put in place an identity whose ridiculously mythologized content bears only the remotest resemblance with the past. With the unchecked reconstruction of identity, divinities, saints and godlike imams are on record to have joined the battles of the sectarian wars. The assentation, the simultaneous discontent and obsequiousness of some under Saddam, has been replaced by unquestionable consent in which sectarian bonds and goals justify ethnic cleansing, at scales previously unseen in the region, by adherence to faith, autonomism-like. With Paul Bremer's constitution designating the control of the social product and oil revenues to Shiites, the condition for permanent civil strife were securely put in place. The sect-sprung bourgeoisie reconstitutes itself via the sectarian rent channel and a higher share of the rent often arises on the basis of intersectarian war. The combination of secluding identity myth from critique by repression, dependency on sectarian war income for livelihood and an individual or collective security that obtains from the sect or subsect have circularly. 162. 162. Supported the post-American War condition. One has to note that competition for loot around the sect drives a self-dividing structure. There are many new intersect divisions that were unheard of before. Obviously, while the AR rebelled against abjection and for civil liberties during the Arab Spring, in Iraq, the sectarian divide preempted the grounds for revolt. Iraqi workers are suffering worse conditions at the hands of their ruling class, yet they GHT each other instead of being their oppressor. In what has become a small world in real time, the supposed US war on terror, a positive externality to capital as a result of the war on Iraq amounts to an assault on the achievements of working people and their civil liberties everywhere. In imperialist power terms, which is the overarching condition for the continued worsening of the status quo as a result of rearing intercommunal con-ICT dressed in sectarianism, the debilitation of Iraq and Syria strengthened American, Israeli hegemony over the region. Israel has now the strongest army from the Indian to the Atlantic Ocean and most Arab armies are ineffective, Yadlin 2015. Not only in terms of the rising pro-T rates of the corporate, financial sector and the ideological power of US-led capital that had allowed it to suppress its own working class wages and segment it, but also in the demonstrable scare effect arising from its ability to destroy a country and set it on a path of permanent implosion. The Iraq campaign has not downgraded the ranking of the U.S. empire. If anything, the rise of China may have been stunted as a result of instability in Iraq, an area upon which it exercises little control. US-led imperialism, which includes Israel as the regional thrust point, is now interwoven into the governing structure of Iraq and the Gulf states, as much as was any colonial power in the past. An implosive Iraq, subjected to NATO repower and deprived of sovereignty, not only boosts U.S. leverage over the region and the globe, but beneath the perception of power it is also a process of destruction of physical and human value, a process that disengages unwanted resources from an oversupplied global production circuit. The costs of U.S. and Western aggression, couched under the rubric of humanitarianism, are more than offset by the dual leveraging mechanism of re-establishing power via the demonstration effect, or from the destruction of value that recompose value relationships in capital's favor. The U.S. has to demonstrate its ability to control or to easily win against a potential adversary, which drives the natural world to the safety of the U.S. market. Stripped bare of falsehood, the prices and the sums of natural resources they amount to are the sine qua non of the operation of the law of value in territories like Iraq, whose destruction reduces the control of Iraqi people over their wealth, and their labor and resources. The Iraqi peoples would be assessed in terms of imperialistically determined prices. After the imperialist-sponsored siphoning of the bulk of 163 national wealth, the remaining resources are insufficient for the Arab laboring classes to maintain a minimum historically determined standard of living. The law of value, the tailoring of concrete laboring conditions that go into a labor process to the terms of exchange, spans the acts of consuming people's labor power in production to literally consuming people in wars. This law of value underpins the emergence of the dollar form as the sine qua non of the ultimate power symbol and has continually favored US-led capital. As Rosa Luxemburg posited, 1913, militarism is a domain of accumulation, but what was not added by her emphatically is that the consumption of human beings in war is itself part of the reproduction of capital. Unlike the targeted killing of fascism, U.S. imperialism is racially and culturally indiscriminate in its process of war as the exercise of power and the representation of power. As is discussed in the concluding chapter, there are endless ripples to imperialist assaults. But just as a prelude, wars on embargoed and starving Iraqi working people have served to maintain U.S. control of oil supplies through direct military presence, further stabilized a natural order in which the dollar remained the world reserve currency and wealth-holding medium, reinforced militaristic, religious, and ultranationalist ideologies globally, helped compress the global wage, raised the dollar money supply by the trillions in costs that natural capital held in U.S. debts, taxed the U.S. working class and reduced its share of income, tested new war technology and improved old technology and, ultimately, allowed US-led capital to hold at bay ascendant and competing capitalist powers. In addition to following the descent of Iraq from its socialist period, which is blatantly obvious given its catastrophic condition since 1991, this chapter addresses some issues related to the causality of war and depicts the occupation of Iraq in relation to the imperialist objective of undervaluing third world assets and raising imperialist rents. This chapter examines Iraq's occupation in terms of accumulation by encroachment, as per Lenin's definition of imperialism, 1916. Causation. On a superscale or media-traded level, the supposed cause of the two wars, in 1991 and 2003, with Iraq swings between the dictatorship of Saddam and the aggression of an American empire. These explanations are working-class stultication efforts that respond to or shape impulsive community moods. Causality in history is multifarious. On the surface, how evidence is interpreted and classy ed in assessing causation is closely attached to the values and interests of different social classes. A victorious empire may write the salient version of history as it wishes, but in the existing crisis of the imperialist class order, Can any version of a victor's history closely re-ect the historicity? 164. 164. Of events? All that is required to answer a question of this nature is to see why mainstream historiography overlooks war-making as the raison d'etre of the institutions and cultural heritage of capital. In the complex and UID structure of history, there is a set of connected and determining relationships around which all other relationships congregate. Lukács 1919, Carr 1961. The materially foreground and principal relationship in the totality of the historical moment is imperialist aggression. Imperialist assault and its related consequences are a cut above all the other causes, they are the gyroscope steadying global accumulation. They underwrite Nance and, subsequently, intertwine themselves ideologically into the subaltern nodes of prevailing consciousness as defeat turns into resignation and sinks into the national état d'esprit of the conquered. The very weakness of the peripheral national structure becomes itself an incentive inviting further aggression. Low calculated risks on account of weak self-defense or internal con-ICT that mounts to resolve the crisis lessen the calculated risk of further imperialist aggression. After starving and bombing Iraq between 1991 and 2003, the country's defenses cracked. Iraq's initial bombing and later occupation were dubbed cakewalks. Moreover, as soon as the trappings of the American-instilled political order began to take shape, Iraq's medium of self-reproduction as a social formation became intercommunal con-ICT. 6. Whereas it required the second-largest U.S. military build-up since World War II to occupy Iraq in 2003, all it takes since the beginning of sectarian violence in 2006 is a small division GDing alongside an Iraqi military faction to tip the internal military balance one way or another. In a developing formation context, working-class consciousness transpires according to the forms of resistance the class undertakes vis-a-vis imperialist aggression. Laraine 1994. Analytical reasoning or pedagogy, as in telling people to do what is good for them, is subsidiary to consciousness emerging from praxis in the course of class struggle. How differing class positions are practiced and realigned against imperialism in national liberation struggles, which subjugate identity to class, is how a national working class transcends itself through internationalism. However, more than a decade after the invasion, the positioning of various national, sectarian, communal, forces in Iraq is less against imperialism and more against one another. Mediating these national struggles into a common anti-imperialist position is not an outcome that Iraqis can achieve alone, the state of the struggle worldwide and its 165. Ideological bearing on Iraq determine whether revolutionary residential will are again. The Iraqi working classes overcoming their American-imposed divisive identities is synonymous with their reclaiming the channels by which their bourgeoisie reproduces its wealth or with knowing that national liberation cannot be achieved while in the grip of us-led imperialism. Obviously exposing/targeting the sectarian cleavages that underlie the position of the bourgeois class as an ingding relationship subordinated to us-led imperialism as a result of its own weakness is the process that could conceivably allow the working population of the country to climb out of the current quagmire. The Iraqi bourgeoisie is the auto-conisting historical process by which differing bourgeois instituted in sectarian form relate to each other through violence reared by us-led imperialism. It is possibly the weakest form that a bourgeoisie can assume to protect its national interests and, hence, must exist in least sovereign states. The sectarian war line is the principal characteristic and appropriation mechanism of the Iraqi bourgeoisie. Tangentially, even though the Iraqi state is in a shambles, the Iraqi people remain historical regardless of the Eurocentric adage that people become historical through the state. All peoples are historical through their forms of organization and resistance, irrespective of whether the state adheres to imperialist standards of statehood. A state is just another form of social organization, albeit the one recognized as a society's central institution and whose historical function is the practice of its mediated sovereign rights. Any social form of organization on the periphery, or for that matter in the imperial center, is historical according to the degree of its anti-imperialist struggle. The legacy that people are historical only through a European dened social form is a leftover from the European ultranationalist past of the 19th century, which arose via the genocide of many supposedly ahistorical people who are no longer physically around, but whose spirit of resistance will contribute to the demise of the moribund European state system. The study of history has gone through several phases of development. Mazaros 1995. In the distant past, divine interventions or mythical heroes were valid interpretations of historical development. Historiography has moved further away from these accounts as it began to assess how common will and human volition could be effectively translated via political media and organized political action, epitomized in the political party or the state. That was Hegel's historiography, the height of idealism, wherein the state incarnated the ultimate ethical form of spiritual self-realization. The investigation of history then moved from the development of ideas to the Marxian notion of development in social relations and their attendant state of consciousness rooted in the development of material conditions. The way society reproduces itself, anchored in its relations of production, became a starting 166. 166. Point for analyzing historical processes that few could avoid. Scholars were, knowingly or unknowingly, having a discussion with Marx since the inception of such materialist explanations. Mazaros 1995. Materialist explanations of history, and especially of war, did not begin with Marx. Of course, materialism predates Marxism. For instance, in the mid-18th century Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1762, addressed the strains of economic want and war, ye very people, to which its situation gives no choice save that between commerce and war, is weak in itself. For Rousseau, it is that materially founded weakness that spurs war. Pre-industrial revolution aggression occurred because of scarcity in food or the basic needs of society, or a crisis of underconsumption. As underproduction visibly turned into overproduction by the time of the Industrial Revolution, underconsumption crises were more and more relegated to social and maldistribution reasons rather than to natural causes. However, Marx's theory of crisis describes more than just an economic crisis of overproduction. For Marx, capitalism is born faulty and persists in permanent social crisis. Anarchic accumulation and blind competition in the pursuit of pro-T run amok, maintaining pro-T rates, extracting surplus value by imposing scarcity of basic goods and underconsumption, and war-making are all interrelated facets of the social relationship that is capital. Speci historical circumstances trigger a recurrent fall in a system inherently predisposed to crisis. Marx's descriptive of the anarchy of production, his accumulate, that is Moses and the prophets, could be extended to the 20th century monopoly age with a twist, as the transfer of value through commercial exploitation from the periphery dips, developed formation crises become more acute, and their resolutions may entail more aggressive wars. This is the sort of aggression that recreates the conditions for the free or cheaply priced appropriation of human and natural resources. As emphasized all along, it is a reenactment of early forms of commercial exploitation that included slavery, but that reenactment now not only engages labor or resources at lowly costs, but also engages labor in war and soldiering with the purpose of extinguishing their lives, unlike the fast-recurring cyclical economic recessions of the 19th century. The lower frequency of economic cycle downturns in central economies during the monopoly age stems from the stabilizing effect of higher wealth wrought by the historical surplus value and the degree of market power and cartelization, which allow pro-Ts to soar, unused surplus, and delay the onset of new technology or innovation that writes off the costs of old technology. Perlman 1999. 7. Strategic control of peripheral resources often goes unmentioned, but it is the foremost constituent of political power, from which all forms of power follow, including market power. In a system originating in violent expropriation, it is the power in the market power that counts. Capital expands by expanding markets and by wars that cheapen or disengage inputs, or that strengthen it, capital, as a social relationship. The resolution of the contradiction arising from the need to meet the rising requirements of the rate of accumulation and the necessity to compete with other circles of capital in grabbing a bigger share of the colonies often involves war making. Lenin, 1916. The slogan "the US has to protect its way of life" is possibly the sole rationale available to the leading capitalists. It is now often invoked as pretext for a just war, when in fact under international law, the UN Charter, there exists no such rationale. As to the triggering of wars, many of the incidents in history that have sparked military conflicts are either premeditated or fabricated. Concocting the occasion to start a war is a standard practice. This further evokes the question of how an American working class can be so weak so as to be drafted into war. Both the US and Iraqi working classes are victims of the war to varying degrees, but the wage share of the US working class relative to the sinking wages of much of the Third World has historically risen in relation to imperialist conquest. Davis 1960, Emanuel 1972, Cope 2015. I must caution against an absolutism in conventional wisdom that always sees the Third World as a horde of Stone Age barbarians who are better off only as a result of handouts from Western capitalism. To be sure, subsistence income is a historically determined condition. US-led capital is a cross-border class alliance that includes many of the social classes linked to it through nationalization or downstream production processes. In addressing this issue, account must be rendered of the state of revolutionary consciousness weakening under systematist violent and neoliberal assault since the early 1980s and the resultant alienation within American society. Laraine 1979. In view of the crisis in socialist ideology, the same old concerns for job security preoccupy a majority of the working class. Precarious contracts are the standard market practice of the current era, and workers are said to be traumatized. Standing 2011, Bello or 2012. The strength of capital's ideology reproduces alienation from the self and the community simultaneously. These are processes that are devolved by the state. Althusser 1971, Mazaros 1970. The ethos of every man for himself grips the social mind, ripping it away from itself and its social context. Eventually, the social sickness deepens to the point that while the war rages, people watch the stock market's response to the bombing raids. An inference from Pappenheim. 1959. The vulnerability of wage labor to market conditions is a relationship that holds above all others in a crisis-laden labor process. Precarious working and contractual conditions, resulting from weakening unionization and labor's shriveled political clout in the United States, underwrite the distorted balance of power between labor and capital locally and globally. The putative legal or free exchange relationship between the free laborer and the owner of capital, which conceals beneath it a process of unequal power, resurfaced in successively dehumanizing forms at recurrent downturns in the business cycle as acute forms of wage slavery. The interdifferentiated American working class order, made up of such identities as blacks, Latinos, working class, middle class, and so forth, is also a sectional whole in relation to the international working class order. The remaking of the two-party system itself is not only a reaction of missing socialist alternatives to labor, but it is also a product of the imperial rents that steady the share of labor in American society. In a world of each class for itself, the equilibrating factor in maintaining the stability of sectional working class politics, or the subordination of the working class to capital, is a product of imperial rents. The destitution of labor is more dismal in developing countries, and capital often indulges in the consumption of the laborer together with his or her labor power in shorter time spans. Even the nominal appearance of level playing fields and fair trade, as in free wage labor, is blighted in a third world context such as Iraq's. Acute inter-working class divisions in least developed countries and the threat of imperialist intervention frequently coalesce to arrest any possible realization of a universal political expression. To borrow Lukács's aesthetics imaginary, American capital has projected its uglier image onto the periphery in material form. Lukács 1919. Of the many facets of global integration, it is this ability of advanced capital to clone its more repressive traditions in the Third World and simultaneously subject its own labor force at home to a barrage of mythology that severs the organic links of the global working class. In the present epoch, imperialist wars against the poorest people on the globe are less and less questioned by the working classes of the Northern Hemisphere. The large U.S. professional military and the government's capacity to issue large amounts of debt that can be paid off by foreign funds accrued on the basis of imperial expansion can ease the task of molding American public opinion to withstand the cost of war. Unlike in days past, imperialist armies lose comparatively fewer soldiers, and the public pays less. It watches the war on the screen as if it is a video game. Cui 2005. 8. US-led ideological assault. Also targets the Arab population to extinguish any budding forms of revolutionary consciousness. It especially targets any consideration of real measures involving the control of oil or any even partially autarkic policy of more equitable distribution that might lock in national resources. The method by which it has been pursuing this goal, however, involves a show of brutal force that is meant to snuff the spirit of resistance in addition to continuing the Islamization of identity since the colonial days. On the surface, the assault is combined with Western democracy can't directing blame back on the inherent despotism of Arab culture. In that regard, Israel's disproportionate use of massive violence, the latest of which are the wars on Gaza, is not haphazard. Israel acts as the role model for the United States when it wishes to silence certain forms of dissent, as in the shock and awe and other unsightly forms of overkill strategies. The imperialist purpose is to demonstrate the futility of resistance given the highly uneven military balance of forces. 2 weeks before his assassination by Israeli missiles, Hamas leader Abdulaziz al-Rantizi copied a slogan from George Habash, which could be roughly translated as, "We are winning because our people's resolve to carry out the struggle is unwavering." Soon afterward, al-Rantizi was assassinated. Any strand of revolutionary thinking that opens a window of hope for the dispossessed has to be cut short. Subduing the Arab in neocolonial parlance does not mean swaying the affinity of the subject toward U.S. imperialism. In terms of second-hand psychological emotions, there is more sadomasochism in imperialism than affection or empathy. Although one would avoid farcical mainstream refrains of hearts and minds, the real battle for the heart and mind is not to be won by changing the moods of the broad Arab masses toward the United States. This cliché was aimed at sections of Western audiences whose memory of imperialist pillage is extremely short-term or one whose predisposition is fed with the systemic racism that trails from the colonial era. As much as it can, war propaganda molds the Western working class into support for war-making while 170. It instills a belief in the uselessness of resistance in poorer peoples abroad. Winning people over is not accomplished on the basis of international democratic debate, for no such democratic platform for debate between peoples of the world has come into being yet. US-led capital's ideological assault triumphs by converting real human and political issues such as ethnic cleansing or the dispossession of the Palestinian people in 1948 into a theocratic question and a war rooted in mythology. The conversion of Shin into reality can be observed as the U.S. House of Representatives received the speech of Benjamin Netanyahu on May 24, 2011 with 29 standing ovations, in which two particular accolades, standing ovations 15 and 16 respectively, cite biblical references and a 4,000-year-old bond of Jewish people to the Jewish land. In mystifying real issues, imperialist ideology is assisted by three seminal allies in the region, Israel, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. Seminal, in the sense that none of the ultranationalist or theocratic ruling elites of these entities object to the dealings of the free market and the reign of capital. For all the hostility expressed toward Iran by U.S. political leaders, there is no essential antagonism, or a contradiction, based on one country's desire to socialize private property, between Iran and the United States, as was shown earlier in the destruction of the Iraqi national formation when the post-Saddam imperial administration made the decision to divide and further conquer by disenfranchising the largely Sunni Iraqi Ba'ath party while privileging the Shia population and religious parties. a move that Iran backed with money and military support in the sectarian thing that followed. Wahhabism would not have expanded to the scale it has, had it not been for American and Iranian-backed Iraqi Shia militias ethnically cleansing Baghdad and other Sunni regions, events largely televised by Al Jazeera and other mainstream channels to fan sectarian hatred and boost the ratings of capital through interworking class con ICT. The war on Iran, if and when it occurs, would not be for market expansion reasons, but more about the destruction of value and value grabbing. Additionally, all three regimes, Saudi, Israeli and Iranian, seek legitimacy, partially or wholly, via the religious identity channel that has a built-in tendency to collide with its surroundings. In international law, war is virtually unjustifiable, and the law itself cannot reconcile with virulent forms of nationalism. The United Nations Charter permits war in self-defense and only after approval from the Security Council. Not so long ago, lifeboat ethicists or survivalists in a world of scarcity, as opposed to a world of abundance and togetherness, introduced the phrase protecting our way of life as a premise that justice waging war or sinking refugee boats at sea to ensure that Western formations are not burdened with extra costs. As often repeated by the U.S. administration, the pretext for the 171 invasion and occupation of Iraq was to protect the American way of life. 10 Iraq, not by the type of regime it had and not because of Saddam Hussein, but by its very formation and constitution as a viable state, was assumed to threaten the way of life of the United States and some of its Western allies. Iraq was not going to invade the Great White North, but by developing and industrializing and empowering its working people it would have weakened the channels of imperialist rents to the center. Pentagon scenarios of plans to invade Iraq were drawn up during the Cold War, according to which U.S. attack planes concealed under Saudi sands will depart from bases in Saudi Arabia and prepare for the invasion of Iraq. One of the generals in charge of such simulations admitted that because the USSR was still around, the chances of a nuclear holocaust had deterred this desire of US-led capital. 11 Intolerance of even semi-sovereign states in the Middle East underpins the relentless intervention and destabilization. The post-Cold War ideological victory of capital furnished it with a free hand to promote the American way of life, the most visible facet of which is the seclusion of the rich in gated enclaves with private security guards, or more generally, in building walls along the national borders, a fortress America for the richer folk. Davis's, 1960, explanation of such expansionism rests on an ideology of a frontier Eden or an American history unfolding by manifest destiny, the idea of the uniqueness and superiority of Americanism as a frontier ideology, a frontier developing by unhampered capitalism at the expense of Native Americans and later other peoples around the world. The United States has been a net global debtor in money form for over 4 decades, but a leading economic and pro-T rates growth hub for the planet. As the successor empire to European empires, it also enjoys vast power and historical surplus value privileges that include all the measures of genocide and slavery that blocked the development and industrialization of the Third World. Foreigners hold an increasing share of U.S. government debt. The 4 major Asian central banks, Japan, China, South Korea, and Taiwan, alone hold over $5 trillion, Hudson 2010, 444. The backing of all this U.S. debt requires the consolidation of hegemony over oil states to counterbalance the money debt, Avramides 2006, Putnaik 2009. The pursuit of oil implied that the policy space of many sovereignty-weakened developing Arab states was diminishing. Historical structures, the 172. Inherited political superstructure, the social geography and the politics, especially anything related to the sheer weight of the US-led security arrangements and repower, just weighed like a nightmare on small developing states. States like Iraq, Syria, or Egypt could no more influence the global decision-making process than a village idiot can influence a town council. The potential of a failed state has come to represent the fate of nearly all Arab nationalist bourgeois classes or socialized states, of which, once more, Iraq represented a model of independent nationalism, with certain socialist traits. In fact, unlike Syria and Egypt, being constantly at war, Iraq could not have opted out of Arab socialism even if it wanted to. When it was bombed, sanctioned, and invaded, it still had its VE-year plans, subsidies, and free social services. At no time since 1958, Iraq's real independence from British rule, when Iraq was catapulted into the Soviet orbit, has it been at ease when slotted in between monarchical Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and the Buff-er state, Jordan. A quasi-socialist, anti-American, and anti-Israeli state wedged in the midst of these allies of us-led American capital would enjoy little chance of stability. Abdel Karim Qasim, 1958–1963, Iraq's RST president, brought the Kurdish leader Mustafa Barzani, 1958, back from exile in the Soviet Union, and within only few months, the latter resumed a protracted war against successive Iraqi governments supported by the United States and the Shah of Iran, which ended with the fall of the Bakr-led Iraqi government as it ceded its sovereignty over Iraq's only waterway, Shat al-Arab, to Iran, in the 1975 Algiers Treaty. 12 All along, the Iraqi Communist Party, which was later to support the American assault on Iraq in 1991, couched narrow sectarian and ethnic agendas under communist hubris and, effectively, fought the idea of closer Arab integration under the pretext of an ultra-left internationalist agenda. Kowtowing blindly to the moderated Soviet position, from the recognition of the partition of Mandate Palestine to supporting the United States in its war on Iraq, the Communist Party of Iraq had placed itself objectively in a collaborative position with us-led imperialism, on the basis of the vacuous position that all nationalisms contradict their internationalism. The Arab integrationist project, opposed by Qasim and the Iraqi communists, insofar as it potentially led to the formation of the anti-imperialist alliance qua the United Arab Republic, UAR, joining Egypt and Syria in a single state, 1958, represented a much bigger threat to the State of Israel and to U.S. interests than did the Qasim, Communist Alliance. For the United States, Qasim was considered neutral in foreign policy. In economic policy. 173. He certainly did not attempt to socialize, as Nasser did extensively in Egypt and Syria, or nationalise oil interests. 13. While Israel acquiesced to Qasim, the United States was uncomfortable with the support he received from the communists and placed more emphasis on the containment of potential communism. Communications between the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the U.S. Department of State in 1959 show that the United States was comfortable with Qasim's neutrality, but worried about the reach of the communists within his government. Qasim's evident resolve to achieve internal stability and adopt effectively neutral stance in foreign relations must contend with persistent regional and world tensions and with inherent instability of Iraq's political, cultural, religious, and ethnic makeup. Our hopes for measurable progress toward relative stability and genuine independence are riding on shoulders of one man, whose judgment regarding key factor of communism is still open to question. U.S. Department of State 1959. From post-independence until the end of the Iran-Iraq War, albeit to the dissatisfaction of US-led capital and its allies in the region, Iraq remains in a constant state of war. Trying to cut losses in the early stages of the war with Iran, the Iraqi regime attempted to seek a truce with an intransigent Iranian clergy as early as the RST year of the war, but to no avail. Taki 2008. Much to the dislike of U.S. imperialism, the most viable institution in Iraq, the military, emerged stronger from the Iran-Iraq War and, more sine qua, backed with a military industry that might potentially violate the ultimate taboo by redressing the balance of forces with Israel. Following the U.S. invasion in 2003, disbanding the Iraqi military was a top priority on the neoconservative agenda. The RST trigger for imperial assault was Iraq's efforts to escape the Iran-Iraq War legacy by attempting the impossible, namely to redraw Middle East borders and challenge the foundation of the colonially bequeathed security arrangement by annexing Kuwait. By premeditation or coincidence, that was a welcome opportunity to the victors of the Cold War. Analyzing Iraqi history from the wrong starting point, the point of vilifying and demonizing Saddam Hussein, intentionally or not, provided cover for the invasion. By reducing the country to a man, it became easy to destroy the Iraqi social formation through the false rationale of the man's authoritarian rule. This should expose the class whose values are being served in the explanation of historical causality. Many Western liberals have fallen victim to the erroneous methodological approach of congealing historical developments into the person of an insane or evil dictator at the helm of power in a small developing country. Many liberals, including Noam Chomsky, would criticize U.S. foreign policy and Saddam simultaneously, connotating two separate issues existing on distinct planes of thought, and thereby justifying the invasion. Speaking in 2002, Chomsky said that Saddam is as evil as they come, ranking with Suharto and other monsters of the modern era, which draws an image in the public mind that all measures are justifiable against him, including an invasion of Saddam, who also happens to be Iraq. Chomsky 2002. In 2015, when asked about ISIS, what I have referred to as the Islamic State all along, Chomsky's answer was that the US and Britain invaded Iraq, a major crime that created the background out of which IS grew and developed. Chomsky 2015. When the liberal moves from the personalist propaganda to the more adequate macro picture of history, the background, to explain the reasons for the rise of IS, the historical background becomes the US invasion, no longer the evil dictator. However, when developing further a picture of the background, Chomsky begins to select and falsify the facts. He continues, Iraq had already been virtually destroyed, rst of all by the decade-long war with Iran in which, incidentally, Iraq was backed by the US, and then the decade of sanctions. Chomsky 2015. Although Iraq emerged stronger after the Iran-Iraq war, the falsi cations here are many, including no less than that Israel supplied weapons to Iran to continue the war, that before the war, Iraq complained about several Iranian transgressions upon its sovereign territory, that Iraq was Soviet allied and armed, and that Iraq was the most important secular anti-Israeli state in the region. But let us select a slightly earlier point in history, the background of which Chomsky speaks, such as the toppling of Mossadegh in Iran in 1953, Abrahamian 2012, and the reinstatement of the Shah and his repressive rule by the United States and Britain. This intervention laid the groundwork for the rise of the RST Islamic State in Iran, a state whose constitution and extension into neighboring countries follows the sectarian line. Iraq complained to the UN Security Council about Iranian incursions into its territory, but its real worry was the sectarian violence in the south led by the parties of the now governing structure. Also let us consider the reactionary elephant in the revolutionary room. The Iranian clerical regime brutally suppressed and, in many instances, massacred the socialists upon assuming power. Wahhabzadeh 2010, it provoked sectarianism in Iraq and Lebanon as early as 1981. The other side of the story is that Iraq was effectively a Soviet-armed satellite and not a Western one. It was not the handshake with Donald Rumsfeld that would turn Saddam into a Western puppet, which was more of a staged Hollywood maneuver than relevant history. Given the effectiveness of 175 Hollywood-style politics, much of mainstream social science should be slotted under LM critique or acting and not history. The Soviet Union was already wary of Islamic Iran's anti-communist backlash and its sectarian inroads into its own multi-ethnic society. Baghdad was the most radical anti-imperialist and secularist city in the and its destruction was an imperialist must. The background of which Chomsky speaks was altogether the creation of the United States, including the Gulf states lending to Iraq and the channeling of weapons through Israel to Iran to prolong the Iran-Iraq war. The war itself was the value restructuring relation that imperialism groomed at the behest of capital. If the history of wars can be explained by the insanity of George W. Bush or Saddam Hussein, then a universal mental asylum would be the functional objective of the peace movement. Systematic human rights violations originate in a system of social relations that the United States propagates on a global scale. The Iraq War is class determined, Parenti, 2003. The argument against Saddam and the argument for war on Iraq are separate. Giving the United States a free hand in Iraq is a very serious breach of human rights inasmuch as it breeds the very cause of human rights violations on a global scale by reinforcing the war-induced international division of labor. Although, by its very essence, Iran is not anti-imperialist, international working-class support for the country ensues from the point of forfeiting another lucrative imperialist war opportunity for the United States, if it decides to bomb. The United States goes to war because its capital must reproduce itself by devouring new territories, resources, and people, by destroying to rebuild on its own terms, by hegemonizing the social value relations that are the backdrop of production and by controlling and holding off would-be competitors for the seat of empire. Imperialism is a mutating power relationship that is nurtured principally by violent aggression. These are the same old motives of colonialism, which are grabbing and undervaluing third world assets. In the legacy of the Middle East and its background, there is so much left over from World Wars I and II that it becomes unreasonable to assign historical agency to the post-colonial state as a state per se or, more ludicrously, to the heads of those states. Ipso facto, ample evidence from the post-uprising states or the trail of collapsing states that the Arab Spring left behind, suggest that the territories laid out as states by intercolonial compromise have staggered under sustained imperialist assaults that have progressively enfeebled their agency. The British occupied Iraq from the end of the World War I until 1958. Some may argue that it was formally independent, but the British ambassador, circa 1935, related an encounter with Prime Minister Hikmet Suleiman which, besides clearly showing the immense degree of British 176 Indians in Iraq, also re-ex the weakness of the Prime Minister's character. The ambassador informed the foreign OFFICE of how he told Hikmet Suleiman very sharply that his manners were bad. When the time came to tell him what was thought about it, the government's desire to buy arms from non-British sources by all in London, I was in some difficulty because I had, as it were, to hold him up with one hand and hit him with the other. I hit him, nevertheless, and the blow was hard, because I took him by surprise. Hikmet was very near resignation and we came to the verge of a complete break when he dined with me a few nights later and I had to give him a jolt about the way the Ministry of Defense, Iraqi, was behaving. When he called on me the next day, he told the Oriental Secretary that, if I meant to hit him again, he would walk out and not come back. Tarbush 1982, 143-144. The British ambassador was slapping the Iraqi Prime Minister at almost every encounter, very much like the reported incidents of ministers in the sovereign government of Iraq who were slapped by U.S. Marine Corps OFFICers after the 2003 invasion. Apart from the major landing in Basra in 1941 to quell rebellious Prime Minister Rashid al-Kilani, the British landed in newly independent Kuwait in 1961 to aid the state from annexation by the Qasim regime. Palpably, the third major landing occurred in 1990, once again to protect Kuwait from annexation by Iraq. The partition of the Middle East by the Sykes-Picot, 1916, agreement left its indelible imprint at every juncture of recent history. If states are, partly or coincidentally, a form of expression of a people's right to self-determination, then it is safe to say that none of the Arab peoples have commonly or, at least by majority consensus, decided on what they are or what they wanted to be. In hindsight, Arab history is the socially sickening transformation imposed by the superior military power of imperialism. History continues to be imposed by the shackles of an unequivocal US-led military advantage. In hindsight, the successful blitzkriegs of the Israeli army will suffice as proof of a balance of power favoring Israel. But one may ask, what about in between Arab-Israeli wars? Were the Israelis always that far ahead of the Arabs in military capacity? Two small paragraphs from the 1958-1961 archives of the State Department illustrate the point. The RST earmarks Israel's military superiority, and the second shows how the United States contrives to cover up Israel's acquisition of weapons-capable nuclear capacity. Undersecretary McGee expressed understanding Israel's apprehensions arising from its exposed position, but commented U.S. has great respect for Israel's military competence and estimates it as being matched for some time to come. 177. 177. For any Arab combination. He remarked U.S. has no evidence beyond propaganda statements that Arabs contemplating military move against Israel. He also pointed out that any drastic increase in Israeli armament, particularly to more sophisticated weapons, would likely result in corresponding increase in UAR, possibly leading to uncontrolled escalation which might add to rather than decrease instability in region. Department of State 1962, Israel's new atomic reactor. The ambassador told the president he believes we can accept at face value Ben-Gurion's assurances that the reactor is to be devoted to peaceful purposes. An inspection of the reactor by a quali-ed United States scientist can be arranged when the United States wishes, if it is done on a secret basis. Overt examination and announcement of the result to the world will require greater effort, but could be done. 2 lines of source text. Not D-Classy Ed Reed suspects that very few people in Israel knew of the development's true character, possibly not even the foreign minister, Golda Meir, until it hit the headlines. Department of State 1961. With respect to the latter statement and the docile way the United States addresses Israel's nuclear capabilities, it is relevant to contrast this language with the embargo and other threats the United States makes concerning the current Iran nuclear facilities. Hypothetically, the United States would not object to Iran possessing a few nuclear warheads. The real worry of empire in the region is not the degree of destructiveness that developing country weapons systems display, it is working class rule. It is democratization through empowerment of the working class via political and social rights enshrined in a state, or in mass class-wide organization and revolutionary ideology that really brings capital to its knees. The type of democracy the United States pushes down the throats of the working population is partial and selective, the image of its own democracy in its age of slavery and genocide of natives, which continues to be reproduced by mainly white voters afraid to lose privilege from integrating with the world working class or from compensating theirs and the victims of their class ancestors. These pseudo-democratic measures exclude huge sections of the population from representation even though they appear to be represented through the voting system. Standard explanations for undemocratic processes may cite the absence of an unbiased flow of information, the lack of provision for basic needs making social groups vulnerable to manipulation en masse, biased institutions of legal and social rights, a constitution that actually creates sectional groupings as states within a state, a voting procedure that permits the rigging of the process in favor of free market or us-leaning candidates, but most of all, the brittle condition of the state. All these ills are found in Iraq and, together, they obliterate the remotest. 178. 178. Possibility of a democratic process. The imperialist US-led consortium needs to continuously destabilize the Iraqi social formation and, as such, it must ensure itself the right to count the votes. If questions of degree were to matter, then the degree to which the balance of forces is tipped against the Iraqi working population should necessitate a new reading of how capital harnesses the resources of underdeveloped Arab social formations. Equally relevant, the features of imperialist practice differ in this region, insofar as the entente prevailing during the Cold War was breached when the UN Security Council was bypassed for the purpose of invading Iraq. That was a rare exception to the rule and, nonetheless, an exceptional explanation of the articulation and the mode of integration of this region with world capital is warranted. Empirical note on the impact of the war. The economic impact of the US-led war on Iraq was a world significant event. There is considerable evidence in the rates of asset destruction to suggest that past wars in the UA have had long-lasting global economic and developmental consequences. The term supply shock entered economic textbooks after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. The Arab boycott, a defensive measure against extending Israeli colonization, was used to demonize Arabs. The rise of petrol prices at the pump could not have had such ample ramifications on a nation had Western governments used a different tax regime to absorb the oil price hike. But already by the mid-1970s the monetarists were calling the shots and allowed runaway inflation to raise interest rates, raise debt burdens, blame Keynesian welfare intervention, and boost the ideological grounds for imperialist expansion. This was the beginning of the neoliberal assault on working classes, taxing the central classes and warring against the developing world. The global recovery from the 1990 recession was, in part, based on the US-led massacre of Iraqis in the 1991 invasion. The massacre was mimicked by the phrase shooting sh in a barrel. The aggression of 1991 occurred at a time when the global economy was still staggering under an incomplete recovery, and military spending boosted economic performance. Since then one still hears of further regime change that may still widen the potential for disaster and, in an auxiliary way, factor the instability into dollar-based international financial transactions. Foster, 2006, who is quite reserved in matters of forecasting, says that the doors of hell have been opened as a result of Iraq's occupation. Looking at all the regional wars around the time of writing in 2015, he was right. Internationally, the undercurrents according to which many major powers opposed the US-led destruction and then invasion of 179 Iraq remain unchanged, as can discern from the ongoing Sino-Russian rift with the United States and Russia's direct involvement in Syria. As a result of continued intercommunal con-ICT, contemporary social circumstances in Iraq are disastrous in spite of the high oil revenues since 2003. The Kurdish region, which escaped the full trauma of war as a result of its FTH column alliance with the US, appears to have been willing to sacrifice its own people as long as Western and Turkish corporations could LL the coffers of its leadership, VL Check 2016. Since 2014, unemployment in Iraqi Kurdistan had reached 50% along with rampant poverty, VL Check 2016. As early as 2003, top oil company executives told the United States they will not make large investments in Iraq while the security situation remains so dangerous. In meetings with high-ranking US officials, they have also expressed concern about the lack of political legitimacy for the US-backed authority in Iraq, 25/07/2003 Fatefully, the reason why Iraqi oil capacity was weaker than Iran's prior to 1958 is also assigned to political instability, Tar Bush 1982. The fact that American oil companies are averse to handling the current risks is not so relevant to the United States when compared to the BNTS of writing off Iraq as a state and the power it musters, which underwrites the signorage of the dollar. Regionally, no matter which way things go, the economies have already borne the brunt of the aggression as a result of increased regional tensions and violent spillover EFFX because of their geographical proximity as one national formation after another was disrupted and splintered. The invasion of Iraq was also a further assault on the organization of the petroleum exporting countries, OPEC, and, by implication, through power restructuring, against direct producers of primary commodities everywhere, IWA, 2003. OPEC lost much of its ability to price crude when oil became listed on the futures market in the mid-1980s. Direct supply conditions now only minimally influence the price, since it can be determined vis-a-vis other listed futures. Moreover, war or warlike conditions, which leave exporting states with narrow margins within which to manage their own supplies, force them to relinquish price determination to American financial markets. With heightened con-ists, the longer-term growth prospects in the may also be determined by a combination of high tensions and low to moderate oil prices as has been the case since 2014. Until now, it was possible to offset dire economic consequences with high oil prices. However, increased insecurity implies that much of the oil revenues will go to stabilization efforts, or worse yet, be sucked into the implacable capital-ite syndrome. It is really super used to bring into the picture the great strides made by Iraq prior to 1980. As shown in the annex to Chapter 1, the average yearly growth rates were closer to 10%. However, the present Iraqi economy, 180 is a product of 3 wars, stringent economic sanctions and years of isolation. Macro relationships are dictated by war exigencies. Available data on Iraq shows that economic performance has been extremely poor since at least 2000. Despite its oil export revenues, estimated at nearly $700 billion between 2004 and 2014, OPEC various years, Iraq's productive capacity is in shambles. Its government currently reports little data, it is an incapacitated economy, and its ability to produce data has been stunted. Also, the regime does not want to show the present imperialist-sponsored state in a bad light. The Iraqi state has no control over large stretches of its own territory. Widespread poverty and a huge number of people lacking adequate access to basic services and resources such as clean water, food, healthcare, electricity, jobs, and sanitation, continue to prevail. The destruction of Tikrit and Ramadi in 2015 show that the Iranian-backed militias, the Iraqi state and the United States through its air cover continued the same old forms of Sunni cleansing under the pretext of ding is, Susanna George, for the Associated Press, quoting a United Nations report in 2016. The Sunni-Shiite divide, which so carefully groomed by us-led imperialism, is the goose that lays the golden egg for capital. Between 2000 and 2004, Iraq's GDP at constant prices is estimated to have been growing at an annual average of -10% and recorded a fall to $15,474 million in 2003, the year of the invasion, down from $20,861 million in early 2000, UN 2005a. In a comparison with other Arab countries, Iraq's GDP per capita in 2003 ranked second lowest to Yemen's, UN 2005a. In 2014, GDP per capita stood at $2,401, WDI, 2014. GDP per capita at constant prices, 2000, was estimated at $836 in 2001, declined to $745 in 2002, and to $567 in 2003. It is estimated to have risen again to $884 in 2004. 1 year after the invasion, daily per capita GDP did not exceed $2.40 per day and unemployment rates, according to OFFI statistics, hovered at the 2-digit level, 28.10% in 2003, which is said to be underestimated and disguising a measure of about 60%. Should underemployment be considered as well, the degree of underutilization of the labor force becomes more ominous. Underemployment alone adds another 23.5% to the unemployment rate, UN 2005a. Unemployment had increased massively following the disbanding of the Iraqi army and the Dabi'ath-i-Katayan, ring-past regime supporters from the public sector, measures from state institutions. Predictably, given these curves, Iraq's human development indicators are low, for the obvious reason of war. By the time of the invasion, the World Food Programme 2003 survey, on WFP 2004, that covered 16 out of 18 governorates shows that 1 in VE Iraqis, or 4.6 million out of an estimated 22.3 million, suffered from chronic poverty, and that 60% of the population has been relying on monthly food rations. Moreover, 36% of all 181 children, 1 to 5 years old, living in extremely poor households are chronically malnourished. The national average for chronically malnourished children of this age group was 27.6%, on WFP 2004. Personal security and living conditions in Iraq after the 2003 US-led invasion and occupation have deteriorated at alarming rates, A select picture is as follows. 1. The presence of the American offensive, ongoing kidnapping and criminal gangs were creating huge chaos and lack of security in the country. 2. UNDP's Iraq Living Conditions Survey 2004 estimates that more than half of the population have lived below the poverty line, where the monthly median income of households, constituting an average of 7.8 people, has declined from $255 in 2003 to $144 in 2004, about half a dollar a day per person. Add to this the ongoing deterioration in health services with a lack of accessibility to drugs and the ruin of hospitals and health centers. 3. Moreover, illiteracy has become a major characteristic of the poor and extremely poor, 40% of adults in extremely poor households, and 30% of adults in poor households, are illiterate. Life expectancy, which was around 65 years in the mid-1980s, went down to 58 years during the 90s, while the world's average during that period settled at 66 years, UN 2005a. 4. Another report issued by the U.S. Congress at the end of June 2004 stated that only one governorate in Iraq has access to 16 hours of electricity per day as compared to 7 governorates 1 year before the invasion. 14. To date, power shortages still plague the disconnected country. 5. On May 22, 2003, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1483, lifting sanctions on Iraq, phasing out the 6-year-old UN Oil for Food program over 6 months. The program ended on November 21, 2003, and designating a UN Special Representative to assist Iraq in its reconstruction efforts. On May 27, 2003, the U.S. Treasury lifted most U.S. sanctions on Iraq, thereby implementing UN Security Council Resolution 1483. However, in spite of hundreds of billions spent on reconstruction, conditions remain baleful. Initially, total Iraqi long-term reconstruction costs were estimated at $100 billion. Several times this amount was spent, yet reconstruction stagnated. In one example of how reconstruction is carried out, in November 2003, the U.S. Congress authorized $18.2 billion for Iraq. In a supplemental allocation aimed at boosting Iraqi development, but only 3.3% of the pledged amount was spent, and much of that was diverted into military-related expenditure, away from priority needs and reconstruction. In one instance of a grant-us-sponsored fraud, a plane load of some 363 tons of cash, $12 to $14 billion, transferred to Iraq went missing in 2004. 15. The economic battering during the sanctions and war years, the investment rate fell from 30% in 2000 and maintained an average of around 15% after the invasion. The Iraqi economy suffered from continuous deterioration in output throughout its recent history. It also exhibited low levels of investment and consumption, high unemployment, high inflation, erratic deterioration and fluctuation of the foreign exchange rate, UN 2005a. GDP in constant 1990 prices atrophied to negative 66% in 1991, war losses, and to negative 22% in 2003, on Statistics Database 2005. The economic situation in 1991 was in a depressive state due to the imposition of UN sanctions. GDP per capita grew at about negative 1% during the 80s and about 0.5% during the 1990s. GDP per capita shrank from $2,200 in the late 1980s to about $488 in the mid-1990s before recovering slightly to an estimated $750 in early 2000. Table 4.1. Not only did Iraqi GDP collapse, but the value of the Iraqi dinar started spiraling downwards, mainly due to sanctions. In the early 1980s, the OFFI exchange rate was set at ID1 equals $3.20, which then collapsed to ID1 equals 0.0006, or $1 equals ID1,674, by the middle of the 1990s. In October 2003, a new Iraqi currency, the new Iraq dinar, NID, replaced the old dinar, and today, the NID hovers at around $1 equals NID 2,000. This deterioration in the currency and the shortage of the domestic supply of goods, though possibly the least devastating result of the war given the human toll, added to its problematic conditions. Prices grew at an average annual rate of 13% in 1995 to 2002 as compared to 264% in 1990 to 1995, Table 4.2. Production by sectors. Between 1990 and 2003, the fall in GDP was also spread across various economic sectors. The oil sector was hit hardest. Compared to 1989, oil output fell by 95% and slightly recovered by 1997, but never to its past levels, Table 4.3. Moreover, Table 4.4 shows that mining and manufacturing shares from GDP, which includes the oil industry, retreated from 33% in the late 1970s to reach 22% in the 1980s and 3% in the 1990s. On the other hand, non-oil sectors remained quite stagnant in the years following the 1991 war, in which agriculture picked up mostly to constitute 8.5% of GDP during the 1991 to 2000 period, as a result of the national attempt to boost food supply and dodge the embargo. Manufacturing resumed its activity, but not at the same rate prior to the 1991 war. It fell to 6% in the 1990s due to lack of spare parts under the embargo, Table 4.4. As a result of Paul Bremer's post-occupation policy of openness in 2003, these shares of industry and agriculture have fallen further, and to make things worse, the IMF stepped in to liberalize. In its RST Economic Review of Iraq in 25 years, the International Monetary Fund stated that it believes that the medium-term economic outlook for Iraq is satisfactory provided the expansion in oil production goes according to plan and world oil prices remain favorable. The IMF, however, fears significant downside risks to this favorable medium-term outlook, particularly as oil prices are subject to a great deal of uncertainty and the political transformation of Iraq has not reached its conclusion. It therefore believes that it would be important to bolster the scenario with additional revenue measures, particularly by raising the prices of domestic petroleum products. Along these lines, the IMF urges the authorities to quickly reduce government subsidies for petroleum products to free up revenues worth as much as 30% of GDP, IMF 2005. The IMF has not loaned significant amounts to Iraq. By 2004, the anti-Ba'athist and sectarian war effort was afoot as assassinations en masse, especially targeting scientists and former military cadres by Shiite militias, adumbrated a bleak future for the nation. Recommending the removal of a few $1 billion worth of subsidies intended to relieve the misery of con-ICT in a country whose occupation had cost several $1 trillion is indicative of the extent to which the social immiseration cum political disempowerment of the Iraqi working class holds priority for imperialism over short-term pecuniary goals. What other purpose does it serve to call upon a state that is being robbed? Table 4.3 Gross Domestic Product at 2002 Prices by sectors, in millions of US dollars. 1989, 1991, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997 Crude oil 16,637, 808, 1,063, 1,112, 1,084, 973, 5,768 Non-oil 7,420, 2,108, 2,328, 2,109, 2024 2126 1962 Total industries 24,058 2916 3,391 3,303 3,108 3,099 7,730 By sectarian war, advising it to shrink its spending on the poor, other than shifting the national industrial economy into the interworking class con ICT mode economy. The idea of cutting costs is not about the optimal choice of factors like labor in a mathematical operational problem taught to economics students. This tenet is a sacrosanct class position that says the human toll resulting from cost reduction is justifiable in order to satisfy a positivist efficiency criterion based on maximizing pro-TSRST. The modus operandi over time implies that the pressure resulting from lower prices and demand necessitate labor and other cost reductions in order to maintain pro-TS continuously. In the developing world, such a course of action attenuates the share of wages for the working class. However, in parts of the developing world, it is about encroachment war making. Unemployment. Recent OFFICHL estimates of unemployment are at around 16.4%. WDI 2014, the GUR does not include the IS-held territory or the Kurdish Autonomous Region, KAR. In 2003, a survey by the Iraq Ministry of Planning showed that 28.1% of the economically active population, excluding the KAR, were unemployed, CASA 2004. The female unemployment rate is strikingly higher than that of the male rate, with 30.2% for the former and 16% for the latter, and it remains so, CASA 2004, ILO 2014. Recent oil production. From 2004 until 2013, oil exports rose. Oil revenues constitute around 50% of GDP on average, WDI, various years. Historically, production peaked in December 1979, 3.7 million barrels per day, and in July 1990, 3.5 million barrels. Although under occupation, all ministries were looted. Major rehabilitation in the oil infrastructure was undertaken and crude production averaged around 2 million barrels per day in the RST 10 months of 2004, which was helpful in making Iraq exports rise to 1.5 to 1.7 million barrels, ISRB 2004. In 2015, oil production is at 3.1 million barrels per day, OPEC 2015. During the war, 7 Iraqi oil wells were set on out of around 1,500 total wells. In this context, one major challenge in maintaining oil production capacity is Iraq's battle with water cut, especially in the south, due to the damage from the incursion of water into oil reservoirs. Addendum to oil in Iraq. One cannot speak of oil and Iraq just in passing. Oil, the black liquid that gushes out of the ground and burns in northern Iraq, was known in ancient Mesopotamia as the eternal residential of the gods. According to Durant, 1935, when Alexander entered Babylon in 331 BCE, he tested the black liquid on a young boy by setting him ablaze to examine whether it could be used for military purposes, an ominous beginning indeed. Oil, of which there are huge cheaply extractable reserves in Iraq, is not the sole reason for the colonial drive, but it certainly raises the stakes for imperialism. Oil matters to us, led capital for its strategic control value and, secondarily, for its money value. Oil is paid for in dollars, and it is the United States that issues the dollar. The United States is less affected by higher oil prices, however, net importers are. World oil demand, particularly from China and India, is on the rise. In fact, the GDP per unit of energy used in the low and middle-income countries rose over the past decade, growing at threefold that of the high-income countries, WDI, various years. Policies of increased fuel efficiency along with lower-cost fuel-consuming machines, cheap, fuel-efficient cars, have increased demand for more of the cheaper machines and thereby have counterintuitively raised demand for oil. Although each more efficient machine consumes less oil, as there are more of the fuel-efficient machines, together they consume more oil, Foster 2010. That is not to say that fuel-saving technologies were unsuccessful. They were successful, but not to the point at which strategic global energy policy changed and oil demand began. 187. To be curbed, World Watch 2005. 16. The oil energy content of every dollar of GDP in the developed world is half of what it is in the less developed world. But the use of oil derivatives in innovative products and the value added associated therewith have steadily increased. The wedge between the price to the direct producer and what the retailer earns has widened over time, implying greater gains for the Western Hemisphere. Clare, 2008, argues that the record growth in the 1990s was less new economy and more cheap oil. Although there was a decline in the rate of use of oil as a source of energy in the more developed economies, the demand level stayed constant. The energy strategy of the United States did not significantly shift away from fossil fuel. Its shale oil output lessened its dependency on outside sources for its own consumption, but its strategic control dependency, the crucial part of oil, remains. It is relevant to note in this context that the rise in oil prices since 2002 is principally caused by the influence of speculation rather than by shortage of supply. Ghosh 2011. The Saudi intervention in OPEC, as early as 1980, at the behest of US-led capital delinked oil prices from the control of the direct producer to further deepen the divide between actual production conditions and finance. Once nationalist, oil pricing falls more under the purview of U.S. market deliberation rather than developing country control. Pricing on the basis of Arabian light crude came to an end in 1985 when OPEC's cartel power receded as a result of weakening autonomous Arab and other socialist states. At one point during the 1990s, Kuwait's returns from its fund investment in financial markets were as much as 35% of total revenue, Fasano 2000. Iraq and the ugly face of globalization. Globalization for the is minimally about information age technology, the global village and free trade. It has been more about the belligerence of US-led imperialism. Besides continued dependence on oil exports, declining manufacturing and productivity growth, wars have engulfed most of the region since the invasion of Iraq. Plunges in development and undesirable externalities distinguish the region. For the few successful countries in East Asia, globalization meant the ability to disperse production, design, and distribution around the world under the command of big capital, which, globalization, becomes effectively private appropriation from both gains in the development of productive forces and from the expansion and exploitation of low-tech processes in the developing world. Andrews 2000. To drain the surplus from developing countries via the import of cheap raw materials or through super-exploitation remains necessary, but, on its own, it was never sufficient to revitalize accumulation on a global scale. Imperialism is RST about power, then about forced expropriation, per the degree of calculated risk ensuing from aggression upon developing countries, or for organized capital, the imperial rents that will offset the costs of intervention. 17. In the 1980s, Western capital began to intensify the moving of parts of its production steps, certainly those with lower technological requirements, to the developing world. This also meant the creation of an industrial working class in many parts of the Third World, but the new structure of technology was more labor-saving than during the early phases of industrialization, meaning that much unemployment was also being created. Whereas, for most of the 20th century the industrial working class was concentrated in the developed world, between 1980 and 2010, the industrial working class in the Third World more than tripled in size, ILOKILM 2014, and it continued to grow. More on the crisis of proletarianization under war conditions in Chapter 5. Sweatshop labor market conditions in the developing world contributed, in addition, to low oil prices during that period, sending corporate protests to their highest levels between 1990 and 2000, Lee et al. 2007. In the very same period, in security-weak states, in sub-Saharan Africa and the economic development and the average level of human development declined. Despite slightly rising Arab oil revenues, many of the relevant development indices regressed, and a little over half the population was barely making ends meet. UNDP-AHDR 2003. 18. Globalization is not the extension of capitalism to the Third World, because the ugliest forms of capitalism already exist there. It is the process by which more advanced capital in the developed countries harnesses or disengages assets and less productive capital in the developing world, to the requirements of its higher pace of accumulation. Inconsistent overproduction crises, characterized by underutilization of capacity and superuse labor, such requirements partially involve destroying human and natural assets. Capital, which is by definition a social relationship centered on private expropriation of socially produced wealth, tends to lend itself to being reasoned or understood because its agents are motivated by vested self-interest. It is not an incomprehensible irrational whole driven by erratic or emotional whim. Where the interests of capital are greater, the risks are greater, the returns are greater and, therefore, the politics are ferocious. Currently, nowhere is this relationship more evident than in the case of Iraq, and one may add, Central Africa, including the DR Congo. Sitting on a huge reserve of fossil fuels, Iraq has been condemned to receiving the wrath of use-led imperialism, because imperialism's control of strategic energy resources, upon which much of the rest of the world remains dependent, gives it power. Thus, whereas in the more autonomous parts of the Third World the business of globalization has been only proletarianization and re-engaging labor in some form of peacetime employment, in the and Iraq, in particular, the old equation still holds: more colonial devastation equals more imperial control and rents, and more war-related employment, hence, the creation of a war-indigent proletariat. Over the decade 2000 to 2010, little foreign direct investment has gone into manufacturing activity in the UNCTAD 2012. Trade structure by commodity groupings barely budged, and oil represented on average about 50% of regional GDP, UN 2005a, it remained just as high in 2009. Much of foreign investment has focused on raw material extraction, primarily oil. Nothing has changed in the policy of Western capital toward the except that Israel, the old regional gendarme of Western imperialism, is stronger and has a freer hand. The impasse for the is huge, and social consciousness is under attack by a combination of Gulf Islamist ideology and funding, which under the careful eye of imperialism employ the identity-based othering that Iranian-sponsored Shiite militias in Iraq had provided for sectarianism to Arish. There are no formal solutions to such an impasse. There are, however, practicable solutions. To use the standard socialist ideological reply for now, these solutions spring from the revolutionary struggle of working people for autonomy and self-reliance. Let me begin by posing a series of immediate reactions from facts. To varying degrees, Arab ruling classes are alien to the Arab masses, and external pressures result in their eye toward Western protection. In addition to this class attachment to Western capital, which already shuns any form of developing nation power through regionalism, there can be no common Arab political agenda because the wealth is commerce-derived and its distribution is so skewed that smaller players will lose to the few big capital holders. In their day-to-day survival strategy, the overwhelming majority of Arab regimes have relied more on imperialist backing than their own hegemony. 190. Via the state. Hence, political stability came to depend more and more on repression and less on welfare functions, civil liberties, and the formation of consensus through debate. Democracy in a developing formation is about the real human rights, the rights of the working class and its right to a decent living standard, economic and social development and, decisively, its right to self-determination. The latter is a condition that is suppressed by imperialist assault in one form or another. If globalization becomes in one aspect the fruition of capital concentration as capital further integrates the periphery, then no culture can be immune to the incursion of globalization. The universalization of capital in the dollar form along with homogenization of diverse commodities and services accompanies acute differences in concrete labor conditions. The chain of value starts from the luxury of Western intellectual or high-tech labor to the dreadful conditions of child laborers and child soldiers. Less pay and more work in third world sweatshop conditions does not capture the darker side of the global labor process. The labor process gauged in terms of the law of value, the historical making of refugees, death related to war and famine, and the engagement of Arab and African workers in the war enterprise of imperialism, is the process by which life is squandered to meet the condition of exchange for proteus with cheaper inputs. While the industrial proletariat was growing in the Asiatic and Latin continents, the war-indigent proletariat has also grown as a result of the pressure that an exponential global growth imposes upon the reformulation of the power structure and its related social condition of production. These deteriorating living and social conditions also coincided with the absence of internationalist socialist ideas that unite working people. In the subjection of the culture of resistance to defeat under neoliberalism, the assault of the victor's ideology splinters the resisting ideology into several self-defeating identity forms of political practice. Military defeat reinforced cultural defeat and the creation of defeatism in sectional identity politics. As is blatantly clear from the Iraqi case, minor intra-working class differences were magnified into causes of intra-working class war. To undermine the cultural effects of imperialism, the ascendancy of the old symbols of capital in new meaning and forms, one must undermine capital as means of control, especially in times of severe crisis. The protracted crisis in Iraq, including the war of its working class with itself, has not been able to draw international support to undermine the means of control of capital. The imperialist conduit by which Iraq is globalist, the apathy of other working classes enhancing their lots via the power emanating from the destruction of Iraq, further grinds down the unity and resistance of the Iraqi people and inculpates, not only capital, but also huge sections of the international working class in the Iraqi disaster. 191. 191. In one facet of this form of control through globalization by violence, capitalism as an accumulation process also needs to contribute to the detachment of the working classes from each other and the creation of conditions for fetishist consumption demand. It has been doing so very effectively with a culture of consumerism that has sunk into public psyche as if it were biologically determined. The other side of Marx's accumulate, that is Moses and the prophets, is consume. This Webelnian competition for conspicuousness in consumption as a social role model is difficult to dislodge because the demonstration of wealth is also a demonstration of power. Davis, 1957. Even the Caliph Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi of IS had a Rolex wristwatch on display during his RST publicized sermon. Consumerist emulation for status forms the psychology of a consumer class that sees in affluent consumption its raison d'être or an end in itself that denies its own existence. This culture debases many of the cultural values of reasonableness and moderation, especially as it intrudes into conservationist agrarian societies. It follows the edict of capital as it pushes to eradicate deeply encoded values that enshrine the conservation and preservation of nature and replaces them with rising alterations in consumption patterns, reacting the high frequency of shifting communal and personal power patterns in society. These patterns tally, not with human needs, but with the many inactions of power and status recurring in the social order. One may fall back on Debord, 1967, and posit that capital's means of control are not to be found only in its capacity to physically repress, but more pervasively, in every aspect of social life as it displaces much of human interaction by introjection into objective spectacular forms of exchange. However, Lukács, 1919, remains clearer and more pertinent in his explanation of such perversions, in the sense that capital imposes its alien value system upon society. The cost-cutting measures at any expense are such value systems. As working classes absorb capital's falsehoods and place short-term stabilization arising from inter-working class divisions above internationalism and its immediate-term gains, many would stand by the wayside as Iraq collapses. Such is the depth of capital's malignancy. In a Fanonian manner, Fanon 1967, dislocated or declassy working class Arabs distinguish themselves culturally and invoke their indigenous symbols of struggle. Given the inward social implosion, many of the ideological guises of resistance that have taken shape under neoliberalism are socially regressive, especially invoking selective religious texts to undermine the rights of women. Internationalist defeatism spawns national defeatism. Instead of particular identities being mediated in a general humanity, rival social identity groups jostle for a position of imperial favor. From the very outset, colonialism and later imperialism bred the Islamist, Saleh alternative to socialism. Although politically, Islamism may appear to 192 be at loggerheads with imperialism from time to time, its doctrine of the free market and of absolute right to private property match those of neoliberalism, and probably surpass them. Ultra-Islamism qua terrorism of the IS type also creates a cheap rationale for permanent war. At this victorious juncture in its history, imperialism wants to fabricate and choose its enemy at low cost, in 2010, an enemy whose NAL function is to put in place a system of social relations that reinforces capitalist accumulation processes and fuels wars. The social regression and the terror hyperizing out of Iraq have relegated some of the bourgeois democratic achievements in the West to the history books. The replacement of Western liberalism by forms of authoritarian practice resembling Islamic Salafism represents a more welcome and solid ideological basis for the reproduction of Western capital itself. The virtuous ideological spiral between the IS, Iranian-backed Shiite militias and imperialism is foundational. Paradoxically, the United States bombing IS boosts the popularity of IS among much of the disenfranchised working class and déclasses in the Islamic world. Imperialism, from the very outset, has fostered its own convenient brand of anti-imperialist pseudo-resistance, such that, even if Arab countries win more independence and gain more sovereignty but remain governed by Islamists, the long-term losses incurred socially as a result of self-repression will not spread development. Saudi Arabia's culture of social exclusion is a stark example of vast wealth alongside lumpen development. Ultra-Islamism sets off a process of labor dehumanization that causes working people to in ICT reverse development on themselves. This brings us to the question of the resistance landscape. French communist circles, circa 1960, discussed whether in undeveloped Arab or African formations, a specifically communist party was an appropriate vanguard for the conditions in which struggle is to be taken up, Maggio 2013. The debate arose because third-worldist communist party elitism and lack of rapport with local culture relegated pro-Soviet parties to the ranks of a subculture within society. The notion that somehow the struggle for communism as such is better suited to European society is social chauvinism and literally has nothing to do with Marxism. The Western working class's affiliation with the bourgeoisie is more than modernity and literacy, it occurs through the welfare state, which is its material medium of partnership with capital. The same could be said of the material affiliation of communist parties in developing countries as a consequence of their position within the class structure, as part of the working class whose capital D-net characteristics assign to it a higher share of wages, say because of education, inter-working class differentiation. Pro-Soviet Arab parties have also enjoyed class privileges.